Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Welcome back, boys. How was your holiday?
Sickness and RSV.
Yeah, I got right now. My granddaughter came with pink eye to for the week. I have been so sick the last 2 days. Holy crap.
Yeah.
So I'm fighting that myself right now. And but what a great holiday it was. What a great holiday party it was. We really appreciate everybody coming. That was a lot of fun. And it just seems to it's big every year. I'm wondering when is it. I think I told Todd this. I'm like, when is it going to slow down? And it doesn't. Everybody just loves to come to that party, drink, enjoy, celebrate the year of the shows. I just love it. Thanks to Nick and thanks to everybody who came out. Next year, make a point of it. Come on out and hang out with us. We have a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, a lot of chugging going on. Everybody getting into the Christmas spirit. I don't think there is a better way to start off your holiday. Yeah, Hockley Dan says, damn, John, you look rough. I am feeling rough, Hockley Dan. Really, really rough, Hockley Dan. I'm going to be fighting through this one, the whole show, that maybe in the next couple of days. So we're going to play What Did You Learn This Holiday Season in One Sentence at 7:45. So make sure that you get all of that ready. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? I've got one question for you guys. Was it targeting or not targeting?
Yeah, but you know what? If we think the hit on Trevor Lawrence, which started right there at the very top of the shoulder pads and then extended all the way through the neck and head, was targeting, which it was on Azeez Al-Shaair, then I didn't see a big difference between that and what happened with Isaiah Bond. I thought Isaiah Bond got hit with a really high shot that followed through all the way the head. I thought that was targeting on the interception, but of course, the other one had helmet. Now, I didn't think he launched, but it's helmet to. I mean, it's my understanding it's helmet to helmet on defenseless receiver. So I thought both of them were targeting. And
all right, so the answer to you is Isaiah Bond should have been called.
But if Isaiah Bond is called,
if Isaiah Bond is called, it's still going to be their ball because he had intercepted the ball before Isaiah Bond got hit.
I think while technically he did, they may have considered that the same play. I saw a discussion about this online, how the assumption is it would be an after the penalty, but it's considered on the same play.
Right.
Even though it didn't have an impact with the interception.
Well, he didn't use the crown of his helmet, one thing. It was an defensive receiver, obviously.
Which one are you talking
about? The Isaiah Bond one. He
He
didn't use the crown of his helmet. He hit him with the shoulder.
Yeah, but he followed through up into the neck.
Yeah, right. But I certainly can see that one. Dell, targeting or no targeting?
It's targeting. If we're going by the rule, that's targeting. I'm not sure why there's a debate about it.
There shouldn't be really a debate about it.
How? I mean, I don't know how he came up with that. Even the referee in the booth. I mean, everyone that I've seen, but you hate the Longhorns if you think it was targeting. You hate them,
or you just know. Well, you think you know what the rule is, so you say that's targeting.
Yeah, I thought both of them were targeting. Period, and neither one of them got called. Now you don't know the rules if you thought Cam Scatterbo. I don't know if it's
Scatterbo.
Everyone says Scatterbo, but it's only 1-0.
Well, I know, but it's Scatterbo. But that's his name.
If you think that was an offensive pass interference, you don't know the rules because Cam had the defensive back stacked, and we're talking about on that long pass. He had the DB stacked. The player in position has a right to go back to the football at any point, which is why the underthrow pass interference is such a deadly play because the cornerback there's almost nothing he can do about it. He went back and he changed his pace, created contact by changing his pace, which is completely legal. That's not an offensive pass interference. A lot of fans didn't have any idea. That's why it wasn't called. Now, it shouldn't have been a defensive pass interference either, but they do call defensive pass interference when you work back to the ball and the corner's just trying to, run forward, and all of a sudden it's like when you get hit from behind. if you stop suddenly, guess what? The guy who hit you is the one in insurance that gets in trouble, even though you would think, well, that's not my fault. The guy just stopped abruptly. But if you hit the person from behind, you're in trouble with insurance. You're in trouble with police, and you are the one who get the defensive pass interference penalty.
Right. Okay, so what do we think of Texas after that game?
Same thing I thought before. Not just the quarterback has no juice, scared. Texas looked like they were about to crap the bed at any point yesterday. Terrible pre-snap penalties. I mean, they have way more talent than Arizona State, way more talent across the board. And they look like a team that was playing not to lose. And that includes Sark, by the way. Sark continues to – now, they got some offensive line injuries that are really tough because they couldn't run the football. Yeah. But you see – I mean, if Quinn Ewers – we're at the point now where Quinn's got to go back, transfer, get a big paycheck, and then hit reset on his draft status because this is just – this guy is showing up in the smallest – like, he's so small in the biggest moments. The two Georgia games, and that wasn't a good game for Quinn Ewers yesterday. Make no mistake. I don't care what Sark said after the game. Like, this guy just such a, just so much poise and so much. Quinn Ewers was not good again.
He made some good throws, but obviously there was so much time. They didn't score a touchdown for like 2.5 quarters. But you said he's not going to another college. You said you talked to his agent. He said he's not going.
His agent says he's not. He says he's going to Seattle or the Rams in the first round. But I'm just telling you. I mean, I would never draft him in the first round.
No.
Never, ever. And I probably wouldn't take him in the second round, honestly. I don't think he has winning DNA. So, I mean, if a guy can't win for you, there's really no round you should take him in unless he's a backup. You should never take a guy to start because then you're going to get stuck with the guy for 2 or 3 years. Yeah. There's no reason to. And I just think – right now, I need to see so much more Carson Beck's coming out. What a dumb move from that Georgia quarterback. Go back and get $5 million somewhere and then go back into the draft. What's the point? You have free agency every year now. It's turning college football is turning into a joke. I mean, it's just the Premier League. Go let Oregon give you $5 million and then try the draft. But these two guys had bad years headed into the draft.
Yeah. Yep. What do we think of Ohio State now?
Oh, my God. Michigan just pissed everybody off now.
Oh, Michigan pissed off Ohio State.
Yeah.
This is the team that everyone thought they were coming into the year. This was considered the unquestioned most talented roster in all of college football. They paid for it. They paid for an OC to harness it, and they look like it. And Jeremiah Smith, man, he's a freshman. He's a giant. He looks like a second-year player in the NFL. He looks like a guy who's a man amongst boys. And Ryan Williams got all the talk early because of what he did against Georgia. But if we're talking about pro prospects, what that guy did yesterday, the size, the speed, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Ryan Williams is 17. He'll grow into his body. Jeremiah Smith's 18, a grown man right now playing football on the college level.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask you. Ryan Williams or him?
Nah, Jeremiah. He'd take the bigger guy every time. And he's, the two comps, my comp on him is Julio Jones. Jeremiah brought up, Matt Miller brought up Nico Collins. Daniel Jeremiah brought up Andre Johnson. I mean.
That was his idol.
South
Florida kid.
It was Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
You can see some of that in his game too. Julio and Andre, based on size and speed and physicality, is who he reminds me of. And this is a freshman. I mean, he's going to test whether or not a wide receiver can go one when he comes out because he's just so special.
Yeah.
It was a good set of games. It was unfortunately marred. Well, it wasn't a good set of games. The second game, the playoffs in general were a bust in terms of quality of games. The Penn State, what a joke with the seeding that Penn State has it this easy. They're one of the favorites to get to win a national. They're the third favorite now, and they were before the Ohio State-Oregon matchup because that winner, Ohio State, now plays Texas. I think Texas is in major trouble. I haven't seen Texas play well enough this year to beat that Ohio State, like not even to stay in the game, not even stay in the field. At what point, what's the best Texas game you can find this year? It wasn't A&M. It wasn't either of the Georgia games. Show me a Texas game that was good enough. Florida, I guess, where Florida didn't have their quarterback. I guess when Jalen Rashada was out for Florida, that's the best Longhorn game I saw.
DJ Lagway.
I mean, DJ Lagway. Yeah, not Jalen Rashada. DJ Lagway. And then, is that the best that Texas played this year?
against EJ Warner. We're going to give him credit for that.
Well, I'm trying to think of the best Longhorn game I can. I can't think of one. I've just watched Tennessee and Oregon get mud hole stomped in them by by Ohio State. Mud hole stomped.
Both of them.
I mean, it wasn't even close. By the first half, the game was over in both of them.
Well, that was a trend all quarterfinal long. You mentioned Mard. We didn't get the final one. Well, that one will be played today. The teams who hadn't played since championship week started off really poorly. Just go through the games. Boise State was down early. They got back into it in the third quarter, and then Penn State ran away from it. We saw what happened. Oregon, Ohio State. Texas got up early on Arizona State, and they fought to come back. And so the quarterfinals have been marred, or it's shown that maybe having all that time off doesn't help you, at least early. All those teams, the bye teams, lost no matter what you thought of them. They got off the bad starts. Maybe it says something about continuing to play and not having, at that point, the championship game weekend was December 7th. So those teams hadn't played in over 3 weeks. And it looked like it once those games started.
Yep. All right. We got Texans to talk on the other side, and they look good, bro. While we were gone, holy crap. Things just came together. Mm-hmm. Well, we did find something out that we didn't know or had not talked about, or I hadn't heard before we went on break. So we'll talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, a little underdog.
Yeah, underdog fantasy's been treating me well. College football, you have college football pick 'em as well. Ryan Williams yesterday went higher than Ryan Williams. So his number was something like 78.5, and I went higher, but I changed it up to 94, and you got the multiplier goes even higher, so you have a chance to make even more. Had higher than, so 1.5 touchdowns was Will Howard, the quarterback at Ohio State. I moved it up to 2.5 because I thought he'd have 3 touchdown passes or more. Went higher. That multiplier went higher as well. You make even more. All these college football games, playoff games, you can play the Pick'em Challenge on that one, the games that you're watching. As I've been telling you, you're watching along with the game, play along with the game. Whether it's NBA basketball, college basketball, this college football, whatever the sport, of course, NFL football, you've got opportunities to make picks. You go higher or lower. You put together anywhere between 2 and usually 6. But I'm telling you right now, you're going 1,000 times your original play is the highest you can go. And they've got a free pick and up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you sign up. But you got to use the promo code Lance. But I'm telling you, with these boosters they're putting in your lobby and these discounted picks, it's never been easier to make money than with Underdog Fantasy right now. Go use promo code Lance and sign up today on your first deposit. A free pick and up to $1,000 in bonus cash available to you. Must be 18 or older and present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Gone are the days when windows were considered an afterthought in the layout of your home. They're pretty important. So if you're building a home, get the best window you can. I'm telling you, over the years that you have this home, the amount of money that you'll save, advanced energy benefits, it's incredible. They literally pay for themselves, okay? You save money and you reduce your carbon footprint with these Gulf Coast windows. Aluminum windows that offer the ultimate in strength and durability. Vinyl windows, top-tier choice for beauty and thermal performance. Hurricane-rated aluminum vinyl windows that feature laminated impact glass. These are the best windows in the market. Jim Fiume has been doing this for 40 years now. He's won the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. That tells you the kind of company that you're going to be dealing with, the installation, the warranty, and the quality of the window or door. There's one place to go if you're building a home. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You sound like crap. You sound like legit. So, when I was at the Christmas party, it turns out I probably had RSV. I didn't know this. This is like something they've invented the last 2 years, I think, because I only started hearing about it. This cough is part of it. It's a respiratory virus.
Whoa.
And it can be dangerous. But, remember I did the show before I went out of town to Savannah. I did the show, my last show at home, because I wasn't sort of feeling not great. Snacks had this bad cough and a fever or whatever. And then I came back and did the Christmas show, even though I didn't really feel like great in Savannah. I had this really bad cough. I still have the cough. It's literally the exact same. It's the exact same. So y'all better be on the lookout for this sucker, because I don't have any fever, and I felt really fatigued and gassed for about it was like having COVID, and the stuff you have in your upper, in your nasal and your cold and stuff like that. That was what I had. I had that too for about 6 or 7 days. Now it's a relentless cough that cannot be stopped. Abigail came in. I was working up here yesterday, and Abigail came in. She goes, "Are you sick? That's, your cough is really bad." I'm like, "Yeah, this is nothing. I have to eat Fisherman's Secret menthol cough drops at night. I have to keep them in my mouth throughout the night just so I can actually sleep." So you may be in for a rough ride, buddy. This may be whipping your ass for a while.
On top of everything, Charlie gave me pink eye.
Well, good.
On top of everything else. Pink eye. I got pink eye too. No, it's bad. I'm getting a Z-Pack. I'll be done. I'll be good.
So the both of you are dying, is what I'm hearing.
Well, that's what 2025. We're bringing it in, Del. 2025 starting with
it's funny. Gilbert's online. He predicted Lance's death in 27. Maybe he's 2 years.
I honestly think he's on track based on how everything has gone. I feel like Gilbert's tracking right now.
Okay, so while we were gone, the Texans lost 31-2.
But it wasn't that close.
No, it was a lot worse than that. It was a lot worse.
Well, it wasn't that close. I mean, they didn't score an offensive point.
But it was worse than 29 points.
No, it was worse than 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It was more like a 37-point loss.
It could have been 54-2.
In fact, and I said this on Twitter, it felt more embarrassing to have two.
Yeah, it's more embarrassing.
Like, I'd have rather been shut out.
Like two? How did they get? Oh, safety. That's
they had a
embarrassing.
They had what's called a scoregami. It had never happened in NFL history.
It's better for it to be 31-0 than it is 31-2. Because it
really was.
It just highlights how bad you were offensively.
Two makes you look like a jerk.
Yeah.
What a loser. Two?
Right. Like Canuto
Contenta. He's content to be a jerk. But it was a score. It's called a scoregami, where that score's never happened in NFL history. It was the first time, 31-2.
And they looked. I mean, I don't know how they could possibly look worse. Afterwards, CJ was asked about, why he's not throwing the ball as well, and he said, "Well, I'm hurt." And it was like, "What? This is the first I've heard of this."
Mm-hmm.
First we said, and then he said, "Oh no, I'm not blaming it. No excuses, no excuses. I'm not. Listen, that's not it. I'm playing bad. Blah 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 blah." but apparently he does have some kind of a shoulder issue.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us to the point of this week. Nothing to play for, but I'll tell you this. I did something over the break with for Athlon Sports, and asked whether or not they have to play, whether or not, what do you do, rest the starters? And absolutely not. You cannot rest the starters.
You can't?
You cannot. You cannot rest
Well,
the starters.
it's not working with them playing.
Here's the deal. You got to get into a groove. You have got to make this thing better. Sitting for 2 weeks is not going to make this thing, 2.5 weeks is not going to make you a better football
So I
player.
heard yesterday that CJ's got, I guess, AC joint. If that's the case, CJ can't play. He has to sit. If CJ is not 100%, he's got to sit. And I know what you're saying, and I'm good with trying to get in a rhythm. If he's got an injury that's not healing, you're not going to get in a rhythm. He hasn't been close to a rhythm at any point this season. If there's an injury, he's got to sit. I mean, I don't know about everyone else playing, but I just don't think because you're not going to have a bye week in the playoffs. So for me, CJ, getting him at 100%, wouldn't it make sense if he had an issue with an AC joint in the shoulder? Like that, wouldn't that make sense with what we're seeing?
The passes that he threw the other day,
it was his worst game.
It was by far his worst game.
It was his worst game. He was awful.
Yeah.
And I'd rather live in a world where CJ is hurt, and that's the reason he's playing like
that. I'd much rather it be, but this came out of nowhere. It's the
first time we know of it.
Yes, the first time that anybody said anything about it. It makes sense, but he's still throwing the ball long badly. He's throwing the ball short badly. He's throwing everything badly. Maybe he's protecting that shoulder. You're right. If he's got a sprained AC joint, he does have to sit. He needs to sit, and he needs to get that better.
He needs to shut it
but
down.
You know
and
what?
Get Davis
the
Mills
rest
rolling.
of the team, the rest
Davis
of the
Mills
guys
is a qualified winner. Let's get Davis Mills back in action here. Pump up his draft value, move him. This is a bad quarterback
have been
draft.
Talking about the Davis Mills value for how long now?
Trying to sell it, baby.
You've been trying to pump up.
We're trying to move
Jalen
Jalen Green to you. Actually, I don't want Jimmy Butler, but we'll get to that later too.
We already saw who the best shooting guard in that or for those two teams is.
Well, I never thought it was Jalen Green, honestly, but
we already seen I mean, he did get tossed like a rag doll, but we did see who the best shooting guard is.
How embarrassing is that for Tyler Hero?
Oh, you mean to go 27-9-6 on your head? Yeah, very embarrassing.
On your head.
And then follow it up.
You're getting tossed around like a rag doll.
He didn't look like he'd get tossed around like a rag doll.
Yeah,
he looks like a rag doll.
Amen Thompson tossed Tyler Hero around. I don't think anyone looks at Tyler Hero and goes,
favorite.
Tough guy. No one's looking at him like that. Everyone thinks they can toss him around, and Amen Thompson just proved it. Yes. Thanks, Amen.
Let's hear from. How about Tyler Hero's response to Amen tossing him around? It was. I mean, this guy is he white? Is he the new white chocolate?
No.
No.
You know,
he doesn't have the. He doesn't have the kind of handles.
No. You know what I've learned over my years of watching the NBA. Nothing general NBA fan hates more than white guy they think who's trying to be black.
Yeah, it is. It is. It does make them mad.
You guys, the general NBA fan can't stand it.
And listen to Tyler Hero's response about getting tossed around by Ahmed.
You and Thompson exchanging words. How did it all really kind of spark off there?
Just some two competitors going at it, playing basketball.
And then it got a little out of hand. It's not every single night that you have all those texts and all of those ejections. Was it building to that, or was it just a standard physical game that just had one of those igniting moments?
Just a physical game. I guess that's what happens when someone's scoring, throwing dimes, doing the whole thing. So I get mad too.
Scoring, throwing dimes.
I bet you love him if you're at Miami, just because he's got kind of a rat thing, but it's probably unfortunate you make it a racial thing, just because, I mean, culturally, a lot of these guys now, just that's who they grow up. It's a culture they grow up in from the time they're very, very young, especially if they play AAU basketball at an early age. They'll really hate Tyler Hero's girlfriend if they hate Tyler Hero. You won't like the fact that that's his girl either.
No, you probably will not. Katja, I think is her name.
Yeah.
I probably will
I don't
not.
hate him for it.
No. But
you
don't hate Tyler Hero. But let's be honest. I mean,
Tyler hate him now.
There was never a world where Tyler Hero wasn't going to get tossed to the ground if it came to a judo match between him and Amen Green. Amen, by the way, missed yesterday.
Thompson.
I mean, Amen Thompson.
Yeah, the Rockets did win last night. But Amen Thompson did not play.
Yeah, Amen didn't play. Tari Eason didn't play. We're on the Tari can't always play moves, which is kind of going to be a thing probably his whole career. And
Cam Whitmore played.
Cam Whitmore played great.
He was pissed off about it.
You could tell after the game.
He wasn't happy about how he played.
No, I think he wasn't happy about about at least according to him. We'll play it. He didn't believe that anything he does can help him as far as getting in this rotation.
He balled yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He was great. But he is after a win where he played maybe his best game as a pro.
In a long time, for sure.
Here he is pissed off.
Done enough to show that you deserve a consistent role and consistent minutes?
No.
What more do you think you need to do?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I have a lot of question marks for myself, just as you guys too. But I have no idea. I don't know what other things I can do.
I mean, was this the most predictable thing in the world? We've been talking about this from the day Reed Sheppard was drafted. There was never going to be a world where Cam Whitmore is going to be happy with the Houston Rockets because Reed Sheppard's not even playing. Reed has really gone in the tank. Reed's not even playing, and Cam's still pissed off, even though he's getting those minutes off the bench.
Cam's been the yo-yo though. That's why.
Yeah, probably so.
No one like being sent to Rio Grande.
Nah, that's not fun.
You think Cam Whitmore when he got drafted, he thought he was going to spend so much time down there? No chance.
Viper ball.
No chance.
He ain't about ball.
Yeah, it was about 1:40 of him, and the reporters, hey Cam, great game, you beat the Mavericks, and they're like, wait a minute, what is this? It was they were surprised initially by his first response because he was asked about you heard, and he was asked about a role and is this game going to lead to anything? He goes, yeah, probably not. Like, hey Cam,
his frustration is exactly what we expected. Yeah. Honestly, John, we talked about this. We knew what was coming with Cam Whitmore. He was not going to be happy. I don't think he's long-term going to be a Houston Rocket because he's not going to be happy with his time. He could be the rumor out there, and the one that is interesting to me is potentially De'Aaron Fox being on the market for a Jalen Green package. I would 100% take a look at that because De'Aaron Fox then becomes your one of the future. You can play him at the 2 right now. You can still get Fred VanVleet his minutes. To me, that's a move that I think upgrades the roster. Now, I don't know the entirety of the trade. I'm assuming it would be something like Jalen, Reed Sheppard, and a draft pick. I'm assuming that it would look something like that. It might look like, they throw in another player. They get Jayshawn Tate. It could be. But the primary, if we're talking De'Aaron Fox for Jalen Green, and then you don't have to give up Tari or Amen Thompson at all, which you shouldn't have to. I'll just be honest. I'm in on that. I mean, we've just got this backcourt is just way too inefficient. Just way too inefficient.
Well, it's Fred VanVleet. I mean, the other night when they lost that lead, they were up 106-90 to Minnesota with under 5 minutes to play. They made one basket in the last 5 minutes, and Fred is throwing up I got into a Twitter argument with a guy about this. Fred VanVleet has been and Amen loves him. Ime loves him. He has him on the court. He's talked about the leadership. But he is a liability offensively. He has been so piss poor offensively for a $40 million player. I don't know how you possibly get out of this thing. You don't think? There's no way anybody picks up that contract. The rest of this contract.
Well, it's an option. There's nothing left on it.
Well, no, even the rest of this season. $20 million for Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, I could see somebody if they had money for it. I could see them doing it based on. But you'd have to be a team that. Look, when Fred's good, Fred can have really big games. The problem is he's had really good and really terrible games. And there's I mean, I would love it if Fred had fewer big games and just more average games. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
But he has atrocious, and he won't stop shooting. For God's sake, Fred, you don't have to shoot 17 to 19 times a game. It's not in your contract.
And Ime loves him. He won't take him off the court.
He played in his last 3. He played 42 last night. Was a 1 for 8, so he did limit the shots. Scored 5 points against the Heat. Played 38 minutes, 6-17. Against the Wolves, 39 minutes, 6 for 16. So shots and inefficiency does not matter when it comes to Fred and playing time. Others, Cam Whitmore might be upset. Probably less about Fred. Jalen was good early, not great later in the game when it didn't matter. The Rockets had a big enough lead last night. He's looking at the current starting 2 guard and going, wait a minute, I can't eat into his minutes? Like, I know I like that guy, but why is Jalen Green sainted to get 30 minutes a night? I'm sure if Cam Whitmore's looking at the roster and going, this backcourt kind of stinks, why am I the one getting punished?
Yeah. All right. Still ahead in 15 minutes. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? You got ship talk? You got any ship talk, though?
Well, I'm sure I didn't know it was a Thursday thing, but I can find audio. There's plenty
I'm sure there will
said.
be.
Yeah.
And we got to find a limo, a contestant for the limo for the Warehouse Live guy. I think we're gonna continue to do it. Yeah, I think he said he wanted to do it, so we'll do that tomorrow. But right now, Allstate Windows and Siding.
AllStateWindowsandSiding.com is an easy way to get to a company that is going to make your home cooler. Cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. If you start having to breeze, if you can feel it getting drafty and cold, we're getting ready to get down into the low 30s. Later this week, there's going to be a big rainstorm. Front's going to come in. It's going to get in the low 30s. You're going to know. You'll probably know right now if you've got a breezy window. If you do, that means it's not sealed properly. My friends at Allstate Windows and Siding, they come in, and they've got windows that are made here in Texas. They're not made in China. They're made in Texas with great materials, and they're made for our weather, which is, pretty extreme in different directions. And whether you want a window that's strong enough to withstand that hurricane strength windows that hit us this far off the coast, or maybe you want something that's just sealed properly that gives you the type of ability to keep your air conditioner or your heater in your home so you're more comfortable, this is going to be your opportunity to have efficiency, also have something that looks great. It's a big upgrade for your home. And on top of that, they've got siding jobs where they're giving you massive discounts right now when you get your entire home sided get siding on your entire home with Allstate Windows and Siding. Years and years here in the business in Houston, family owned and family operated. Their name means something to them, and their quality is off the charts. It's AllStateWindowsandSiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, I'm watching Dan Orlovsky break down the swing pass that they threw to Mixon, and Schultz is out in front of him when they're trying to score when it was 31-2 late in the game. They're on the 5-yard line. They're on the Ravens' 5-yard line. And he throws a swing pass. And Dan Orlovsky is blaming poor pass protection, the residual effect of poor pass protection. He had fine protection there. And I'm looking, and somebody else is breaking down that one pass where he drops back. He's got a perfect pocket, and Dalton Schultz breaks out late, and CJ just misses him. And it's Bobby Slowick's fault. When are we going to, and he's catching it. I know he's catching it some. Where is the breakdown of where CJ is between Bobby Slowick, the offensive line, the wide receiver injuries, and CJ?
Yeah, that's a really fair question. And I think there are, just based on my interactions online and reading stuff, there are people who have come around. It took a long time, but look, none of us want to, it doesn't mean we're haters or we don't want CJ. Like, we were mentioning early in the year, something seems a little off about CJ because you could sense it. I watched him in college a ton, and in the pros, I just saw one thing that never waned was when he had what I call an everyday throw, just from point A to point B. It's always on the hands. It's always on target. It's always accurate. And he wasn't doing that this year. And I thought, and that was early in the year, probably before any kind of injury. And I just thought, something's just a little bit off about CJ. And it got worse and worse and worse. And there are some people who have, made it their narrative that it's Slowick or bust, and that's going to be it. But, you can be disappointed with Slowick and think that CJ's having a bad year and think that the protection is not great. Like, it can be all of those things, John. But when you do that, you have to say offensive line needs to be better. Slowick needs to be better. CJ's got to play better. And that's where I am. All of those things need to be better. And last year, with a rookie in Tank and a second year or a third year guy in Nico, he had a terrific year and a beat up offensive line. This year, I think the pass protection was much better the other day. I didn't think it was a massive problem.
He had his worst game ever,
and it was his worst game. Yeah, and and the protection. It wasn't like his protection was awful. He had time to throw, even when he had lots of time to throw. He just, it's concerning at this point. I'm a little bit concerned. I'll be honest. For the first time, I'm a little concerned, and I want him to be injured because then at least I have an excuse.
And it's not just because of the shoulder, because like you said, this has been going on a long time. This has been going on the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the shoulder, I don't know if it's relatively, I don't know when he got banged up with the shoulder. Maybe it has been all season long. I don't know. But he's made some good throws. He's just not the same guy. And you know what? The offensive line can take its part of the blame. Bobby Slowick can take his part of the blame, and CJ needs to take his part of the blame.
Mm-hmm.
And, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that you lost Diggs and Tank.
But you know what, though, through this whole thing, and this is what some of the people who are just just cannot let you say a thing about CJ because they think that he is either their best friend or that they want to have a relationship with him. The thing that I find interesting is that CJ's telling you he's playing poorly. Like, you guys are defending a guy who's telling you, man, I'm playing bad. I got to play better. CJ's telling you that. You're dying on a hill that CJ's not dying on. CJ will be the first one to take responsibility. And that's something I want to point out is when we have these discussions, I know which camp CJ Stroud's in. He knows he's got to play better. This guy's a very accountable. He's always been accountable. I don't think it's just words. He's an accountable player. And then when the injury stuff came up, look how quickly he got away from that. Just like a veteran quarterback or a pitcher, you know what I mean, who doesn't want to let you know, they don't want to make excuses. He's got the soul of a veteran player. He's got the professionalism, I think, from what I can tell, of a veteran player. And he's not making excuses. So it's strange to hear so many people making excuses for him because you can think the offense coordinator needs to go, and you can also think CJ's not playing well. You can think both.
Yeah, and that's what I think. That's what I think. We have got a break. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? We're going to play that game. So call in now, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? We'll play it again on Monday because we got the weekend still ahead. But we're playing it now. 713-780-3776. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? Right now, I'm talking about HRP. HRP is the way that you get your payroll to your people. It's awfully important that you do this well, especially if you have a bigger company. If you have a bigger company, this can be a major expense for you. Why make it a major expense? Why make it a huge payroll department, a huge HR department, when you've got HRP that can handle all of that and do it a lot more efficiently than you can? You are not payroll experts. You're not HR experts. You're not tax experts. Whatever it is that you do, your business does, okay? Do it. Do what you do and let HRP do what they do. Find out. Listen, it doesn't cost you a dime. If the new year is here and you got to figure out a way to make it a better year for your team financially, the way to do it, find out if HRP can save you a bunch. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, what did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? So let's fill up the board. And when somebody gets off, you get in. I'll start because I didn't know about him until this holiday season, but I am a big fan of Nate Bargatze.
No, Bargatze. Yeah.
Bargatze. Yeah.
Bargatze.
Bargatze. He says Bargatze.
There's no K at the end of it.
Bargatze.
It's Bargatze. Yeah.
Bargatze.
You know, I had him in studio at 790 and went to a show, talked to him afterwards. We got his phone number, and he's
Bargatze.
He was an awesome. The same way he is one of the most likable comedians I've ever seen. And you know what it is? It's those eyes. It's those droopy eyes he has. And his comedy he works very clean.
Very clean.
Very clean. But his comedy has been great for years and years. I'm kind of surprised he made it this big now.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. Lance, did you learn anything this holiday season?
I learned that I guess I'm just watching it right now, but I learned that I'll probably go down what started as me thinking, even though I never watched it, like, what is the big deal about this stupid Felicity stuff and Carrie Russell? And now after the Americans and the Diplomat and everything else she does, I'm just going to go. I will, when Gilbert kills me, I will go down as a huge Carrie Russell fan. Yeah.
Was that a run-on sentence, Del?
I'm not sure.
I didn't. You didn't see there was commas, there was semicolons.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that played out. I learned that despite it being 21 years old, Bad Santa remains my number one Christmas movie.
It's so good.
What is it?
Bad Santa.
Bad Santa.
Oh my God, we watched it too. Laugh.
Did Charlie like it?
Laugh. Charlie loved it.
I felt bad because I was like, all the things that are being said, will never be said again in a movie. But but I was laughing throughout the entire.
Laughing so hard. All right, 713-780-3776. What did you learn this holiday season in one sentence? Who's up?
We'll start with Tongue Dart Chris. What have you learned? Tongue Dart.
I learned that if you tried to work with your wife during a white elephant with her family and someone opens their yappy little mouth and you tell them to shut the F up and keep their effing mouth closed, then drinks, fists, and food will be thrown.
Oh my God, I want to hear more about that.
Wow, but you can't. You just got one sentence. That's all. How awesome is that? That is like the Bear. That's like Christmas at the Bear.
Sounds like Christmas with the show The Bear. Yeah.
Yep. Who's next, Al?
Longhorn Scott. What have you learned?
Well, I learned that even though Cam Scadaboo's got Lance and Joe Tessitore feeling some kind of way, he's still going back to the desert with a big, fat, heavy L in his back pocket. Drama King.
He did. He was great, though.
The Longhorn Scots of the world. Here's what he said. Your boy Scadadoosh is about to get his ass whipped something fierce. Those MFers are mouthy as F. Dumb strategy. Also, Texas State held him to 2.9 yards. And then Texas didn't hold him to under 250 total yards.
Yeah.
So, Scott, you lost that one. Just let it go.
Until overtime, he had more yards than the Longhorns had.
Yeah, enough. All I heard was that Cam Scadabo. I'd said something about it, that he was going to be the hardest player they've ever had to tackle. And Longhorn fans just, oh my God. Hey, guys, I didn't say you're going to get beat, which, frankly, you should have. But I didn't say you're going to get beat. I said he's going to be the hardest guy to tackle. And he was. And then I heard that he was going to get a mud hole stomped and look at this game against. And it's like people don't know that Arizona State actually got healthy in the second half of the season.
Well,
they became a better team in the second half of the season.
Except Jordan. I mean, if they had.
Well, their top wide receiver.
Their top wide. One of the best in the country.
1,000-yard receiver didn't play.
Did you see that Colin Simmons at during halftime?
Oh my God. Did you see that, John? At halftime, Scadabo had something where the sideline reporter said that he was really mad and said, I'm done with this, because he was mad at how the protection wasn't good for his quarterback and all this. And there was a screenshot, and Colin Simmons, the great young defensive end, literally posted at halftime on his Instagram a picture, and then he put a poo emoji. He put a caption about him. Like, you young guys have to stay the F off your freaking Instagrams. Please put your phone away during the game and don't post during halftime. That got David Mulgeta's his agent. That got deleted. No, not before Barstool captured it, but that got deleted sometime in the mid-third quarter, by the way.
Wow.
From his Instagram.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
posting in the middle of the game. He's a great player.
Yeah.
Shut up and just play. Put your phone away, dude. This generation, you got to really post an Instagram post at halftime?
Who's next, Del?
Brandon, what have you learned?
I learned from the discourse on Twitter and ESPN and everywhere else that Cam Ward is a horrible and selfish teammate.
Because I did have an NFL exec tell me, I didn't even ask about it. He said, I'm not happy that Cam Ward decided to play one half and then quit the next half. He said, don't play, then don't play. Play, then play. I don't personally care. He was chasing a record, whatever.
And yeah.
He beat Case Keenum's record when Case played like 8 years.
His head coach didn't help him by not explicitly telling everyone what happened. If you missed it, Cam Ward.
Mario didn't seem to have his back.
Pop-Tarts Bowl. He played a half of football, led his team to 31 points. Of course, their defense stinks, so it was still a close game, and they lose it in the second half because their backup can't throw a football. But the discourse was, did he opt out at the half? Or was that a decision made before the game to only play a half? And Mario Cristobal, being the meathead that he is, well, it's private. Discussions are private. We're not going to talk about it. So now there's speculation, as opposed to putting either laying on the grenade for Cam or telling everybody what the truth is. He decided to just leave it. So now the speculation began whether Cam Ward decided, I'm not going to play. I'm just not going to play in the second half. I made that decision at halftime. According to people around the program, that decision was made far before the game.
He would be the first. Johnny Manziel was
Malik Neighbors played only half to get a record, but it was known, it was talked about, and it was explained away, and now it's over. This thing will be something where Cam probably has to answer questions in the draft process, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And boy, am I glad that Ashton Genty didn't get Barry Sanders' record, because they didn't count Barry Sanders' bowl game.
I know.
And they're counting Genty's
postseason. I know. And Saquon's not going to get, and by the way, we found out Saquon's not going to get Eric Dickerson's record, which, it would have been 17 games versus 16. But the Eagles said, you know what? We're not playing him. We're going to rest him.
Yep. That's okay. Who's next, Del?
Larasa, what have you learned?
Good morning. Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year.
I learned this New Year holiday that apparently, if you let your hair grow out, I look like a Utah lineman that plays for Utah, a Samoan lineman, and also it doesn't matter how big you are and skinny you are, you can't eat 3 donuts in a minute with beer.
No.
You got your ass kicked. Okay, he got his ass kicked by a 12-year-old eating donuts. I mean, it was a huge upset. Huge upset. No one thought
little kids can eat donuts, though, bro.
No, I know.
Well, this was an adult male.
No one thought that La Raza would suck at eating. If you look at him, okay, no one thought that.
You made that joke live in his face as well.
I know, so I'm not afraid to say it.
No,
I'm not afraid of it. Who's next?
Chris, what have you learned?
I learned that the Longhorns eked out another win in spite of Sark, Ewers, the refs, and Burt the kicker.
Oh my God. Has there ever been a kicker more terrified of a big moment than this guy? I've seen him miss 4 short field goals. I saw him miss one against Alabama, and then it got brought, and then I think there was a penalty and he got to kick it again. Is that what it was? Or remember the game against Alabama when Texas beat Alabama beat Texas at Texas a couple years ago. Yeah, Burt, I remember him missing that one too.
Yeah.
Krusty the Carrot Top.
I mean, he has the most field goals in Texas history, and he's not even Justin Tucker, Dicker the kicker. I mean, he's not even close to one of the best. No. Who's next, Del?
Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the top 4 wide receivers in the NFL were all born in Louisiana.
Okay.
They can put out some wide
Jefferson,
receivers
Chase. Now. Who are the other 2?
Malik.
He's a top. You would consider him a top 4 wide receiver right now, or is he's just talking about yards? Is that what he's talking about, or just overall player?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's who you think is the best. I don't know. Who's next, Del?
That is all.
That's it.
Yes.
And we're done right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks for playing our game. We really appreciate it, y'all. 713-780-3776. Now you can have more than one sentence. If you want to get in here to hang out with us, you are more than welcome to do that. Billy Brown was at the Christmas party. It was good to see him. He and Mary were both there, had a lot of fun. Billy is awesome. We love Billy. We love what he does. We love what Billy does for our listeners. We love what Billy does for us. Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they you know what? They're bigger and better than they ever have been because they just do it right. Which starts at the top. Billy's company is going to give you a square deal. They're knowledgeable. He hires the vetting process is awfully important to him. They got his company name on guys that come into your home, Lance, and do work.
Yeah, they did.
They're going to be the best they can possibly be.
Well, we got a little thing. My wife knows, so we've got and this happens like every 3 years. I don't know what it is, but we'll get a little bit of leaking in our shower at the handle, and so I've got to call Billy Brown. His guys just came out and did a phenomenal job on 3 things we needed done. Got it done very quickly, perfectly, transparent with pricing, and now we're going to have them come out and do a very minor thing because I can do the minor things, but it's not going to get done right. Why would I do that? Why would I take that chance? I'm many things, a numbers guy, a pit master, I'm an IT guy sometimes, but I've decided I'm not a plumber. Billy Brown is the plumber. They make the brown go down as they say. I didn't say they say that. And they also have the small details. They will fix the small things for you as well. Big or small, it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They're the plumber you can trust. aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you, 713-780-3776. Just a horrible situation in New Orleans yesterday, all day yesterday. It made the, obviously, the least important thing. But you know what? it's kind of a big deal that they did cancel it because they got to make sure. I would say this, I had to listen to some because my wife is obviously in the business and she had to listen to it all day long. So, how are they going to protect these people at the Sugar Bowl? How are they going to, this happened at on Bourbon Street, and now how are they going to be able to protect the people? You know where the safest place in America is today, Del?
I imagine in that building.
The Sugar Bowl. They have gone over every inch of that building. They have gone over square miles around that building. There are going to be, I don't know how many police that will be there. I think much like right after 9/11, everybody was like, oh, I can't take a flight. No, this is the time to take a flight. This is the time to get on a flight because our awareness is so high right now. And at the Sugar Bowl today, there is going to be so much security, and there's such heightened awareness right now that it's probably the safest place you could possibly be.
I do wonder what that crowd's going to be like for a couple reasons beyond people being scared, and rightfully so. People just leaving because they had plans to watch the game yesterday.
They had to get back to work. They don't have They don't have a hotel for the night.
Yeah. I saw Jessica Smetana, who worked for the Laboratory Show. She's a Notre Dame fan, went there. She said a lot of people heading out just because, for multiple reasons. But she said getting on flights, got to go because
it's another $700 for your hotel. Like people, my buddy, a friend of mine took an enormous bath on that Texas Arizona State ticket. He just said, I can't continue to travel to it's killing. It's too much money. They went to the SEC championship game. Went to the game last week in Austin. He's like, I had tickets for this and I thought I'd be able to sell them and make money. He took a loss of about $1,000 on 2 tickets. The tickets were that expensive and couldn't sell them for $69 a piece. Couldn't sell them. $69 a piece. Could not get rid of these tickets. The game next week that I've got a press pass to, so I'm going to the one in Dallas Cotton Bowl. The Cotton Bowl, you'll think it will be a good one, but the talk is that you're going to have people who have been going to these games. They're just not going to be able to afford because you have to get hotels, which are more expensive because they gouge you on that.
Well, a lot of people don't have to get hotels because it's Texas.
Well, Texas it's going to help that it's Texas.
Yeah.
Ohio State, it's going to be a little more expensive because you're going back to back to back. Like you have to really listen. Not everyone makes a ton of money. There's a lot of blue collar fans.
Those people travel.
Well, no, you can, John, but you're talking about traveling 3 straight weeks, and that's not feasible.
Lance, the last thing I'm going to be worried about is a Cotton Bowl with Texas and Ohio State in it.
No, that's fine. What I'm telling you is that the fans, hardcore fans, do not have the money to pay exorbitant flights because you're having to make flights. I'm sure you've tried to make a flight 9 days out. It's expensive as hell, and it's even more expensive when it's less. You got 2 different people you're flying with a gouged up price on hotel, plane tickets that are at nearly their highest rate because you're making it too late, and you try to travel and do this for 3 straight games. It's one of the hidden problems with what they've got going on right now is it's too expensive for most fans to travel to all these games. You literally have to pick and choose. And so I think a lot of Ohio State fans are going to say, you know what? I'm not missing a national championship game. I'll just hope that we beat Texas and I'll save for the national championship game. Because that's what Chris is doing. He's like, I can't afford to go and spend that much more. And so he just took a bath on tickets.
I don't know if I'd wait for the championship game the way Ohio State's playing.
Well, what if you don't have the money to go to both? What are you going to do?
I'm going to the game that I know they're in.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And especially since it's close.
I mean, we have to remember now, I couldn't afford to go all of these games. I work 2 jobs. I can't afford to take my wife to 3 and 4 games if we were going. It's just too expensive. Most people have kids and have work and you can't do it. It's bills are too high to do all that stuff. So, I think you have to pick. If you're one of these really good teams, you have to pick and choose. I'll tell you another one that's going to be interesting. that I'm gonna tell you right now, predict it right now, and actually an easy prediction. I'm watching a game like Boise State, and I get it. Boise State's got to get the automatic bid and all this stuff. They're gonna make even more. They're gonna put even more teams in there. This is gonna get even longer. These playoffs, and with teams who don't deserve to be in, they're not in the same. Just as I've always thought, there's only about 3 to 5 teams that can win it in any given year. There's not, these other teams have no chance realistically. And then, so what's going to happen though, is you got a game like Boise State, and Boise State, frankly, is not one of the top 8 teams. If this were 8 teams, they'd had no chance, but they're automatic qualifiers. I get it. They're in, that's fine. Then they get stomped by Penn State, relatively easy, 17-point win. What if Abdul Carter, who's going to be one of the top 3 or 4 picks in the draft, tears an ACL or has an injury, rips and the first thing we're going to hear is there's too many games in this. It's cost him money. These guys have got to start sitting out of this game. It's a matter of time for that to happen. When there's just 2 games, it's just the luck of the draw. When there's this many games, I think this is going to become an issue at some point, where they're going to say these kids have to get another piece of the pie, despite the fact they're getting millions in revenue share starting next year. The next thing is going to be they need a new contract for the postseason.
Well, the sky is always falling. It's been this way since Willis McGahee hurt his knee playing in the national championship.
Yeah, game. But no one said he shouldn't have played. No one said that back then.
No one's saying
it's
that they
bad
shouldn't
luck.
play now.
But these are 3 to 4 extra games.
No one's saying that they shouldn't play now.
But I'm telling you, they're going to. All we hear is people say players shouldn't play.
I guess the question always is.
I've never heard someone say they shouldn't play in a playoff game.
You've never heard social media say that all these guys shouldn't play?
Those people don't count.
No,
I guess the question is why. Actually, I know, but there is a thing that is the FCS playoffs. And no one says those guys shouldn't play.
Because no one cares about
exactly. So what's the difference?
Because
they're still
people
playing
care.
football.
People live vicariously through their players here.
Everyone's still playing football. It's still as dangerous to play on that level than it is to play on this level. And they've been playing these games for like North Dakota State has been playing 16, 17
Jalen
games
Smith's
a year.
injury changed everything.
Well, that was a bowl game without the playoffs.
It was a bowl game without the playoffs, right? And my concern is when you expand. Look, if you were at 8, the playoffs should be 8. We'd be fine at 8. 16 is going to be absolutely preposterous. Such bad teams are going to be in. 3 loss, 4 loss teams
who don't compete,
who have no chance to be competitive
on a number of levels. They don't spend the same money that these teams spend.
So you don't think if an Abdul Carter, Dell, you follow both of them. If Cam Ward were to be injured, were to rip something in his arm like Carson Beck had, at the end of a half.
Yeah.
You don't think that, and this is a guy who is going to get first pick, second pick of the draft money. I guarantee you it'll be a firestorm about how he shouldn't have played. These are too many games. It's going to come when a big player because there's so many games.
I'm not naive to what's going to happen when it happens, but Cam Ward played in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and that had a controversy in itself because he did play, but didn't play enough for some people, I guess. Yes, so when one guy gets hurt, some people will say, "Oh, what are we doing? There are too many games." So is a quarterfinal the point where he shouldn't play, or the semifinal? What's the number of games? Like the semifinal, you're okay playing, right? The quarterfinal, you're not okay. There's too many games there because they would have won that. They're playing a team who can't win a title. Is that what the issue is?
And that's my point. Yes, if you're playing a game where you're like, why are they even playing? Boise State, and that's why I made the point. It's specifically about Boise State playing Penn State, Abdul Carter against a team that's clearly overmatched and has no, what's the point of this team even being in the postseason? Other than, they have to because they'll have their feelings hurt or you'll get sued. Yeah, that's where we are. It's not about football. It's about lawsuits.
It's not about that. It's about more teams having a chance. And you never know who is going to actually step up and win a game.
Let me know when it happens. This isn't college. Okay, I'll keep waiting.
It will happen.
Because they got the piss kicked out of them this year, all of them.
Yeah, and the NCAA basketball tournament wouldn't have been.
I don't care about NCAA basketball.
It's all they had was conference champions.
It's not the same.
So
college football and basketball.
I guess the point we're pointing to Boise State, but Arizona State isn't going to be considered a Cinderella because they play in the Big 12. But
they should be.
They were big underdogs. They weren't expected to play Texas, and if their safety has better eyes,
Boise's a better program than Arizona State.
Well, over the course of
not this year though.
But Arizona State has legit NFL.
Arizona State.
This is the first time Arizona State's done anything since 1997.
But the portal was massive for them.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
portaled the hell out
So
of the team.
Boise can have a big portal too.
It's harder
Yes,
to
they can.
the money, John. You say that, but the money's not there in Boise. It's not.
SMU
I just
had
talked.
a big portal.
Well, there's
There's
money
money
there.
at
Had a big
SMU,
portal.
John. There's money there. It's oil money. There's huge money there. There's not money at Boise. Arizona State has money too.
Yeah, Boise had to fight off people to keep their best player. How many times can they do that? But to his point, they don't have the money to compete, whether it be recruiting or NIL, with Ohio State. And
They're doing it the right way. Like, that's the way. It's a shame that build and develop and the Chris Peterson model that he built up, or even, frankly, Urban with Utah, those were like, hey, we don't get the top players, but we develop them. We do a better job of coaching them. That was really cool to me. And now that's just, it's frankly dead. And it's just about how much money can you raise. And apparently, who's the university that's, my son was telling me about it. There's a school that is where it's USC. USC's NIL money, they're like, screw this. We spent a bunch of money and got nothing for it. And apparently they have gone through all their NIL money. They're having a really hard time raising money now there.
Well, they're losing the Branch brothers. Zach, obviously, the wide receiver is the bigger name. They're losing both the Branch kids because, well, you might want to get away from USC, but they don't have the money to compete, and they're USC.
They've never had the money to compete.
Well, yeah, their one advantage was the fact that they were in Southern California, so they could. But times have changed. That doesn't matter as much anymore because people can just pull a guy out of Southern California if they want. They're one of those programs who you would think would be at the higher level because it is LA. You would think kids want to flock there. The NIL deals will be there, but as Lance has pointed out, it ain't really about NIL. It's just pay for play. And at some point, your boosters and your donors are like, wait a minute, what's my return on this? I'm watching us get beat by Minnesota. This is what I'm paying for? Why would I pay for this again?
No, you're not going to. You're not going to. That money's going to dry up because those same people who are university donors who went there, they're going to give money to the university and to the athletic program. They're not going to give it directly to the players anymore. Not if they're not getting a return on their. Well, return is simply wins. It's not about.
They want to
NIL
enjoy their
anymore.
Saturdays.
Yeah.
And losing to Minnesota, a team you don't even know because the Big Ten thing is new. That's not enjoyable. You don't want to watch that. Your team play Rutgers and be in a death struggle with Rutgers. You don't want to pay for that.
All right. Do you want to pay for underdog? Is that what you want to pay for?
Well, you can. All you have to do is look. They're basically paying you with the amount of wins that you can collect on this one. I got 2 easy ones yesterday. 2 easy ones. Higher on when one of them canceled. Jalen Brunson. I had a discounted pick on Jalen Brunson because that's just one of the bonuses they had. One of the specials they had in the lobby. I'm like, discounted points, and then he didn't play, so it voids, and you don't lose. But I had already had a winner on the other side with lower first half yardage on Cam Scatterbo. And that was, it's one of the things they have. They have higher and lower first half stats, first quarter stats, college football playoff statistics, touchdowns. Sometimes you can change them and increase your payout. If you think somebody's going to have a really huge game, which is what I did with Jeremiah Smith yesterday from Ohio State. I did that with touchdowns for Will Howard. So you got a chance to really play along with the games you're watching and turn them into real money. And that's the difference with Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy allows you in their Pick'em Challenge to take your sports knowledge and do something with it. And what makes them even better than everyone else is the amount of boosts that they have, percentage boosts on your payout, and discounted picks are available all the time. They'll happen in the middle of games. You'll get a surprise boost that you can take advantage of in game. It's all available through Underdog Fantasy. You're watching the games, play along with them, make real money. Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and they're going to give you a free pick, one that's an automatic winner for you, and you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. But you got to use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, it's 8:19. At exactly 8:30, you call in at 713-780-3776. And you could be, if you're calling number 5, the contestant for tomorrow's Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. You pick 5 games, he picks 5 games. And if you beat the Warehouse Live Guy, you win more games than he does, then you are going to go to a game with a limo, 4 tickets, and the limo there and back, absolutely free. You got to be available tomorrow at 9:30. Tomorrow at 9:30. So let's do that. All right, a couple of things before we get to Gilbert here, because Gilbert is on the line. Joe Mixon needs 107 yards to get a $250,000 bonus.
You got to give him the chance. Yeah, you got to give him a chance.
Yeah, you got to get to 1,100. He's got to get to 1,100 to get a $250,000 bonus. So let's see if he's able to do that. Mike Evans gets a $3 million bonus with 5+ receptions and 85+ receiving yards.
That sounds like a regular game.
Geno Smith gets a $2 million bonus with 185+ passing yards.
That's a dub. Well, it should be. This year is a little different, but
yeah, it is different. No, this has been the crappiest passing year I think I can ever remember.
I don't love. Do you like all these? It alters, like, because if you don't target those guys a lot to make sure you get their money, like it takes you out of the flow of a game potentially.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine with Mike Evans getting that. I don't have any problem with it at all. I feel like you're going to take a lot of crap if he doesn't get it.
Yeah. Well, right. Or like teams have said on the bench guys because they don't want them to get their bonuses. I mean, it's you could create a lot of animosity.
You can't do that, even though a guy's hurt and it might be best for the team. It's unfortunately like the money is going to speak. You can't rob a guy of a chance to make $3 million. $250,000 is one thing. That's a lot of money, but it's a lot different than $3 million. But if I go back and look at the game, like in the last 5 games, 3 of the 5 times, like it's not a guarantee. In most games, he's been over. You said 85 yards.
Yeah.
Only 4 times this year has he gone over 85 yards. Mike Evans. However, 1, 2, it's happened for him 3 of the last 5. 3 of the last 5. And you said 5 catches? Or 5 or 6?
5+ catches and 85+ yards.
5+ meaning 6 or 5 or more?
5+.
Okay. So that's happened. That's likely to happen. That's happened 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen. And look, Baker's going to get him his money. So Baker's going to be throwing to him a lot.
And they need to play. That's the key.
Yeah.
They need to play. Yeah, they need to win.
Mike Evans going to be a Hall of Famer, boys?
I think so. Nobody's had,
dude. He's got
1,000 yards in every season.
He's going to get to 1,000. Well, he needs 85 yards. Yeah, to get to 1,000, it would be every single season. I mean, this is insane. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight years of 1,000 yards. He's 100%. He's had double-digit touchdowns in 6 of his seasons. He's 100% a Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, Mike Evans
over 15 yards a catch. Like Mike Evans has been phenomenal.
Yep. Are you happy where the Texans are against the Steelers right now?
What do you mean?
That's who the Texans are going to play in the first round.
No, I'm not happy against them against anybody.
Well, I mean, would you rather the Chargers, the Ravens, the Broncos?
Steelers give you the best shot.
Yes.
And then TJ Watt will destroy you.
Highsmith will come in.
Alex
here.
Highsmith and TJ Watt will give you about 6 sacks.
I think
CJ will be scared and throw the ball all over the place.
Texans win that game.
I mean, it's going to be a low score. You could win because of your defense.
Yeah,
I agree with you on
You have
that.
lost the swagger of we're no longer quarterback.
We're
no longer quarterback.
I've lost
poor.
my swagger.
Remember how quarterback poor everyone else
Oh,
was?
I had so much trash I was talking, and now I'm watching my guy throw 4 feet over people's head, and immediately people rush to social media like, "Did you see the spacing on those routes?
And now,
terrible concept."
And now he's accidentally telling everyone his
These
shoulder
are concepts
hurts.
developed years and years ago that have worked for years and years, but now I do think his shoulder.
Well, but did you see? I mean, there was one spacing I saw, the dig in Kansas City and then the dig against the Ravens. The guys are running into each other.
Yeah, that's probably somebody running a bad route, either a choice route or somebody's running. Somebody's screwing up a route,
undisciplined with the route,
or running the wrong one.
Well, hopefully, and that's not the scheme.
Routes.
No, the scheme was fine last year, but now the passing, the route combinations were fine in 2023, but he brought out the bad combinations for 2024.
Well,
it's just it doesn't make any sense.
Coach them better. Why are they running into each other?
Yeah, take a guy out.
Yeah.
Probably because there's a bunch of guys who don't play a whole lot.
Over Deontay Johnson catches 3.5.
Under.
How do you feel about that one? You were against bringing him in.
It's at the end of the year. Like, he's a loser in the clubhouse. I talked to 2 different teams who said disaster. You can't get him out fast enough. So I know what you're dealing with, but you're at a point right now where you're just basically just give us some catches, give us a chance, and then beat it.
We didn't play it, but see, John mentioned CJ talking about his injury. Here's CJ earlier this week.
That's not it.
CJ and his hurt shoulder. Is it? Is that what it is?
That's not it. That's not CJ. But I will say this, because they're coming back to haunt him. CJ naming his top 5 quarterbacks last offseason, and he was number 3. You know what CJ needs to do this offseason? Not do a podcast a day. Yeah. Will he dial it back this offseason? I think he will. I think he has to.
Yeah, I think he probably will be a little less visible.
Yeah,
I think he's aware. I think he's aware.
Who's looking for the 22nd ranked quarterback on their podcast anyway?
Yeah, he was the hot guy last year. I mean, you wanted it like CJ on the podcast, and we were all the things he said on his podcast. I never came away from there thinking, "Oh God, I wish he wouldn't do this." I thought, "Man, did you hear this? Did you hear what he said here? Did you hear how he was talking about this guy knows ball?" I never came away from CJ's podcast thinking he was a goof or anything like that. I always thought that he seemed like a sane one, and Micah Parsons seemed like a maniac.
Well, yeah, but I didn't love when he did it, when he ranked the quarterbacks and put himself in the top 5. It was like, this is not that. That's a possibility of going poorly, and it did. Everything that you feared about this offseason that CJ had has come true. They're 9-7. The best they can do is the same as they did last year. The best that they can possibly do, and they could possibly be a 9-18. Now, did you see the 2025 schedule?
What do you mean?
Their 2025 schedule.
Well, the schedule's not out, but I guess you do know the teams you're going to play.
Yeah, they're playing the AFC West and the NFC West.
Okay, all right. Yeah, right. That's not bad.
Instead of the
NFC
Detroit,
North.
you got the Bucks next year.
Yeah. What? No, you said AFC West.
Not instead of Detroit. Who was the? I know. But you don't forget you get the first place team, and you get a first place NFC team because of 17 weeks because Roger Goodell is so greedy. So
he's trying to increase the players' bags.
The Bucks next year, as opposed to the Cowboys, who you had this year because they won the division last year, right? Mm-hmm. Or did the Eagles win the division last year?
Yeah, but I would argue the
Cowboys
NFC
Cowboys did, because you played the Cowboys, right?
Wait, who did you have? Who did you have this year? You had the North. You had the North, NFC North,
AFC North, and the NFC North.
Yeah, that was way tougher than AFC West and NFC.
Oh no,
West
you didn't have the AFC. No,
you didn't have
the
AFC North.
East.
You had the AFC East.
Well, yeah, that's not the hardest.
No, that wasn't the hardest.
It was going to be, and then it wasn't.
Yeah,
but AFC, the North, but the NFC North was challenging.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, NFC North was very challenging in terms of. I mean, he took 3-year losses from NFC North. I would say AFC West. I mean, I don't see the Raiders getting better anytime soon. Every year they're supposed to be, I don't know, this could be the Brock Bowers. By the way, Brock Bowers is Rookie of the Year. They won't give it to him. Brock Bowers is slaughtering every record we've ever seen.
Yeah.
This guy's having he's having a first-team All-Pro year, and he can't win Rookie of the Year because it goes to quarterbacks. Isn't that a little bit crazy that Brock Bowers? I mean, everything has to go to a quarterback now. You can't, other than Travis Hunter winning Heisman, which was good, but you have to be a quarterback. Sorry, offensive Rookie of the Year. Brock's got over 100 catches and over 1,000 yards in 16 games.
From Minshew and O'Connell.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, but Jaden. And I agree, Jaden's been great. But if we want to make this about total performance, now this is where the wins, you make the argument that the wins matter more.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels leading his team. And by the way, Jaden Daniels, I mean, we hadn't talked about this, but who did they beat the other day where he made the little comeback?
Falcons?
In overtime. Oh, yeah. They screwed that whole oh, my God. Clock management. We got to get to a break. How bad was the clock management in pro football last week?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Coaches are so stupid. They have no idea how to drain a clock. None. I thought Sark was stupid yesterday with his play calling at the end of that game to give Arizona State a shot.
Drain or stop a clock. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, stopping the clock with it was Quinn. Quinn's letting all the time tick. What are you doing? All that time is ticking off the clock, and you've got two timeouts, and Michael Penix just has to make one more good pass, and you give yourself like 3 more chances, and instead they give themselves one more throw, basically.
All right,
it was
we'll
absolutely horrible. And Zach Taylor should be gone.
Right on the other side. We'll talk about it right here on ESPN 97.5
Ship
and
Talk.
92.5.
Is Ship Talk next time?
Oh, Ship Talk's next. I like that.
I don't know what we're doing here. I think Dale's answering calls. Well, hey, guys, it's me, Lance.
It easy. Del Olaleye here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Is that furnished by Nisman Tattoo LLC? Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time for a little ship talk. Dell has, there's a lot to choose from a week and a half now of no ship talk. And there was a lot of ship talk going on. What you got for us, Dell?
I mean, if I had recorded it, I'd have some for you for leaving me hanging out to dry when I was answering phones for the game. Hey, let's go to break. But that's my own personal ship talk for you. Appreciate it, John. Let's move on. Now, everyone knows Mike Breen as the guy on ABC who's pretty much a guy who's an ambassador for the game. Mike Breen with the bang when you hit a three. Mike Breen, when he's calling games for the Knicks, ain't so friendly. Here's him in a compilation roasting Jordan Clarkson. In Mike Breen's way, the Knicks are playing the Jazz, and here's someone put them together. Mike Breen getting after Jordan Clarkson.
Clarkson on Shaman. Some very questionable shots from Jordan Clarkson. This is the largest lead for the Knicks. Clarkson once again gets it and shoots it. Ball poked away. Clarkson just heaving him up there. He has taken some bad shots here in the first half. He has. Clarkson's going to shoot, no question about it. Comes up short. And fourth of the season. And the crowd aware of it. Clarkson steps back, throws up a brick. Clarkson missed a lot of dribbling tonight.
He's not for the FS.
No.
That's what he's not
Jordan
for.
Clarkson known squabble. Well, he fake squabbles. He likes to put up his fist and then not throw a punch. He's known for that, but also Mike Breen was sick of Jordan Clarkson playing for the Jazz. So that's a little light one. We'll go to college football where the Shane Beamer, Brett Bielema thing happened in a bowl game. If you missed it.
It's kind of weird to me. I don't understand the whole, that's not, I thought when you put your arms out, so on a kickoff, when we see the returners put their arms out, I thought that automatically blew the play dead.
You did think that. Brett Bielema thought that, but Shane Beamer explains it doesn't mean that, and he talked to the rest about it. If you missed it, at some point in the game, after trying to pull off a trick play that Beamer will explain, Illinois player was hurt near the South Carolina sideline. So Bielema came to check on his player, and then when he walked away feeling that the player was going to be okay, he looked at Beamer and did that sign where it goes, it's a substitution sign or it's a dead ball when you're receiving a kickoff. He did not like the trickery that South Carolina tried to pull off, and Beamer nearly got after him. Tried to get after him, but he was held back. So here's Beamer after the game explaining that away and talking about how he's never seen something like that from a coach before.
This is the largest lead for the Knicks.
Let me kill that again.
In all my years of being around football, I've never seen an opposing head coach come over to the opposing team's sideline and basically make a gesture towards the opposing head coach. And I think he was upset about something that we did on the kickoff return in regards to Juju on the throwback to Nick Harbor. But I would say he needs to check the rule book because that's something that we cleared with the officials before the game. So disappointing. He got a lot of respect for him. He's obviously done this for a long time, but in all my years of coaching, I've never seen that happen, David. An opposing coach come over while his player's hurt and basically have something to say to the opposing head coach. But
yeah, that was. They got after it. I mean, Beamer was pissed.
And South Carolina loses that game. Another of the SEC teams who should have been in the playoff who didn't win their game. People.
The SEC showed, man. LSU beat the snot out of Baylor.
Yeah, so that's the only thing they got. South Carolina. So how's Alabama not in? What an embarrassing run for Alabama. Oklahoma, who smashed them, gets beat by Navy. Then Alabama, as a 16.5-point favorite, gets demolished. Well, I mean, they got beat pretty handily.
Down big early in Michigan.
Came back a little bit, but
inept offensively led them back in it. But they lost.
17.5, and that's 3 losses this year when they're 17.5-point favorites. Nick Saban in 17 years had 3 losses as 17.5-point favorites.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Not a great argument for
did it.
It's not a great argument for multiple teams in the playoffs. I mean, as an example, Alabama had
get off it.
Not the three
Alabama
lost
had
teams.
three lost teams.
Not the three
It's
lost
true,
teams
John.
from the SEC.
Goodness
This team, we spent so much time arguing about Alabama getting in. Look how much they sucked. South Carolina embarrassed. The SEC got embarrassed. A&M loses to USC. Embarrassing. SEC.
Well,
Y'all can't cover
Look
anything.
how strong it is.
Cover a game,
Look how strong
SEC.
the conference is. I don't know if you've heard. Speaking of SEC, Texas did get a win. As much as we went after Quinn Ewers, he did get a win.
Didn't cover.
And Quinn Ewers and Sam Levitt had a bit of a back and forth. We'll play Quinn Ewers first, and then we'll play why he sounded like this after the game.
You guys have the interception there late, but it looked like Sark put the game in your hands. You're emptying it out, throwing the ball around, man. What does that say to you about the confidence he has in you specifically?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very nice, to see the confidence that he has in me, and just couldn't be more happy and proud of this team. They like to talk a lot on their side of the field, but, we let our pass talk and let our game talk, so just proud of our team.
Now you're wondering, why would Quinn Ewers in that type of moment take his shot at Arizona State? Well, it's because of what the Arizona State quarterback said leading up to the game.
Yeah, I've watched him for a fair amount of time now. I'm just excited for the opportunity. People keep counting me out since day one, and I'm gonna go prove I'm the better quarterback. And that's how I feel since day one. So I'm gonna go put everybody on the map.
I mean, I know Texas got super offended by this. Cam Scatterbo said, I'm the best running back in foot. Like, are we really supposed to be upset that a team has confidence? Kenny Dillingham has all kinds of swagger.
Don't say you're better than me.
To the point, yeah, but he outplayed.
Oh, Quinn did. The numbers did say Quinn wound up in Quinn's favor. He did throw.
The numbers
did.
Did you feel like Quinn made play?
Nah.
So Quinn had a quick slant and go that took a zillion yards in the first play. Then he had a it's a great Texas has run it all year long for that easy touchdown throw. And then after that, it was nothing. Literally, Texas had nothing in the first half. Quinn had a terrible interception. He held Isaiah Bond out to dry twice. He hung him out to dry twice on deep balls. I think Quinn played well.
I don't think he played well, but he did make the biggest throw.
I don't think Levitt's that good either, but
he can run around a little bit. But yeah, Quinn did make the big throw.
But Texas got, and look, it's I get it. You talk trash and Texas is going to use that as bulletin board. I totally get that. But at the same time, I didn't think Arizona State was all that out of line, showing that they had confidence.
Did you say you're a better player than me? Yes, you're out of line. Let's move on to someone you probably won't be too kind to. Let's move on to Jock Peterson, a new Ranger. We know he's had smoke for the Astros, and the Astros have had smoke for him, and he references their past. Here's Jock Peterson on the new force in the AL West.
Played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West. And so, like I said, there's lots of things that are going in the right direction for the Rangers to be on top of this division.
Shut up, Jock Peterson. He's always been one of the most hated. Remember when he was, when he was most hateable for me was actually when he was a Brave and he was wearing those pearls, and there's nothing we could do about it because the Braves just were better than the Astros. And it just sucked to see Jock Peterson, who I hated so much, wearing his pearls at the plate,
I know,
beating the Astros. I was like, I couldn't do anything about it. I'm like, I hate this so much.
I can't stand.
I hate Jock Peterson.
What a bunch!
Like, he's worse than Bellinger to me almost. He is a snarky little twat. I hate that. I can say that, can't I? Twit?
You think you can say twit? I don't think you can say what you said.
I can't. Is that?
I'm not sure.
I don't.
Is that not? I can't say that.
I mean, we're not in England. We're not in the UK.
Is that one not a good?
I think twit. Twit is fine. The one
can't use it with the A.
I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't think so. I mean, I know you've been off since the 23rd, but I'm not sure you can say that.
I don't know. Twit.
Twit is fine.
We're gonna have to get a ruling on this one. We'll ask La Raza what he thinks.
No,
he doesn't. He doesn't make our rulings.
Yeah,
He
got
brought
ruled
that
it.
tight end Luke to our show. We're not letting him in on
he
anything.
Really did. Who's bringing your payroll to your company? That's what I want to know. Who is bringing your payroll? HR&P. That's who's doing it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. The best. They are going to save you money. And to me, it was just ridiculous. There's a company that they looked at that had 35 employees. And HRP told them, well, we can save you $150,000 a year. And they didn't do it. And I was like, what are you, stupid? Are you? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. $150,000 in a 35-person company is a lot of money. Okay, you can save money with your business. It's important for all of your employees that you do well because you're feeding their families. It's important that your bottom line is as good as it could possibly be. And that's what HRP does. So if you're not doing your payroll and your HR and your taxes right, then you're hurting your company. You're hurting everybody that's there. If you're a CEO or a CFO, make the call and see what HRP can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got people on the line. David is here. Let's get him in here. And Gilbert is also waiting, so we got to get him in too. What do you say, David?
David?
Go, David. All right, let's get Gilbert in here.
Is it?
Gilbert put us on hold.
Oh my God, we got hold music by Gilbert.
That's great. Just keep playing it, Del. That is hold music if I've ever heard hold music.
He just put us on hold and then called in. I'm on the phone with him right now.
Well, then get rid of the hold music.
Or not.
Yeah. Play the hold music. I like it.
Oh, I hate it when
Hello?
I'm on hold.
Hello?
Is John Lance?
Yeah,
Gilbert?
you got our hat?
What hat?
You're supposed to give that hat back because they lost.
Yeah.
I'm getting real upset anyway. Very upset.
What about?
Jennifer Ray didn't come see you on the day that you did the party there anyway.
Yeah.
She came to see you at the party, but you didn't come.
No one come pick me up anyway, you know.
Oh, well, we thought you were going to come.
I don't think we can just take you out of there.
What?
I don't think we have permission to just snatch you up out of the Sharpview Rehabilitation Home.
Yeah, I can get out of the house, get out of the rehabilitation house.
Well, I don't know that, and I don't need to get arrested.
You don't know that,
I'll get
Gilbert.
rid of one.
Jennifer Rayna came to...
But she did tell us to tell you hi.
Yeah.
Well, okay, is it possible we have
it's not.
a birthday party at my relatives at home?
It's probably
a birthday
not.
party.
It's probably not possible.
When's your birthday?
It's in February.
February 24th.
February 24th, anyway.
Who do you want planning this? Do you want John and Lance to plan it? What type of food do you want for your birthday?
And Jennifer Ray to come anyway.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Well,
I think, honestly, I just don't think it's in the cards for Jennifer Rayna.
Yeah.
Remember when she's already been to something for Gilbert, didn't she?
She came to see you, Gilbert,
but didn't she go to another Christmas party one other time?
Yeah, she'd been there before.
Yeah, she's been to Christmas parties twice.
Yeah.
I just don't think she's going to Sharpview. I'll be honest.
Yeah. No.
I don't think we can keep this alive or it's going to haunt us for a long time.
She's not going to do it, Gilbert. And you lost all your mojo when the Texans lost that game.
Yeah.
You no longer being held hostage.
You
by
told
Gilbert?
us they were beating the Chiefs, and it didn't happen.
And they didn't beat the Chiefs, Gilbert.
I know.
Yeah. The Texans have looked like crap ever since you got your hat.
Well, it's been a while now. They've been looking like crap.
Well,
Okay,
but I mean,
then,
but especially like crap.
Happy New Year to all the people. Happy New Year anyway.
Happy New Year, Gilbert.
Happy New Year to you, Gilbert. All right.
We just can't start 2025 off with being held hostage.
No, we got to put our foot down on this one.
Yeah. Get this crap off. I hate this music.
I love it.
I hate it when I'm on hold.
I love that he had the.
How does this happen?
Well, he probably just called in with a different line.
Yeah, usually he calls in a cell. That was a clear line.
Well, whatever. He put us on hold and then called in.
So we got a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy.
Yes, it's going to be a little confusing. His name is Justin as well.
Oh no!
Can we just call him J Dog?
You can ask him tomorrow if you can call him J Dog.
We'll call him J Dog. He'll be J Dog. That's great. We got two Justins battling it out. Justin's been great this year.
Final competition of the year.
Do you know the books? This is like the worst year the books have ever. Last week in the NFL, the favorites went, I think, 11-5, or 12-4, or 11-5. I mean, this has been the worst year for the book, and I worry about that.
Yeah, I know. You are
so concerned.
You're very concerned about the books.
that
I actually feel bad for them this year.
Yeah, I do. I feel bad for them. They are taking a beating this year. A beating. So that's and listen, the economy needs the bookies.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
they need the players to do well because the players are the ones who spend money.
Well,
the books aren't out there spending a bunch of money.
They spend money on planes and on big dinners and all of that stuff, on nice dinners and all that stuff, all the rich books. So that's what that's what we need. All right. I'm a man of the people. I like when the people win.
Man of the bookie. You're a man of the corporate book. That's the least man of the people I've ever heard. Yeah, so we'll have him on. We'll see how Justin does. I didn't get a chance to mention this before, but I was just really shocked that there's not a bigger deal made about all the terrorist stuff that happened yesterday. There was multiple types of fuel sources in that. For those who, I assume you saw it, but maybe you didn't, there was one of those ugly cyber trucks that was parked in front of a Trump Tower hotel and exploded. And I don't know, you probably saw the video, John, of the actual explosion, not just the fire. When you see the explosion, it's a violent explosion.
Oh, yeah.
The way that it's
luckily,
built,
the only guy that died was the guy that drove it in there.
yeah, the way that it was built is it contained, it's like a tank basically.
Yeah.
But and this is all anyone can talk about is you should get a Cybertruck. This is amazing. Way to go, Elon. This is incredible. Instead of, hey guys, that was a second terrorist attack coordinated on the same day as a guy who ran through. And by the way, this same thing happened in Germany, which many of you may not know, at a Christmas market. A bunch of people got killed when a truck plowed in. We saw this in Wisconsin about 3 years ago at
New York City and Times Square too.
In Times Square, we've seen it in Wisconsin. We've seen it yesterday in New Orleans, where you had 11 people dead so far. 2 of the police officers were shot. This is a guy who had an ISIS flag with him. There's information from the FBI now that he was planning on killing his family originally. Has recordings of it. He joined ISIS, had been a former army. He's here in Houston. His home is in Houston. Channel 2 had drones flying over his home where people were being taken out of his home with their hands up in the air. So this is like 2 coordinated terrorist attacks. And I just think it's a little like, I don't know, I guess people are desensitized to it, but I'm thinking, is this, and we've got major sporting events coming up. There were 2 IEDs, which are improvised explosive devices in the French Quarter that did not go off, but that were also set up that could have been even more mass casualties. Like, why do we not expect to see a crazy impact on sporting events now in terms of safety? Because that's where you get the potential for mass casualties.
Well, the Attorney General said yesterday that she preferred if they delayed it one more day. Louisiana Attorney General said, if they asked me, I'd say let's play it on Friday.
And the reason to just get more information, I think they're looking for who else was coordinated with this attack, because I do not think he acted alone.
Yeah, but there's that place is, I said it earlier, that's the safest place in America today.
Well, except that you may have co-conspirators that are still running around.
Yeah,
I think that's what's bothering them right now is they're still in the middle of the investigation.
Why is it that the Superdome is going to be hit? We don't. I mean, that has nothing to do with it. I mean,
you don't have to hit Superdome. You can hit around the Superdome. How are you going to keep that when people are coming?
I'm sure that they have looked a square mile around the Superdome to see if there's anything, because they did around. They looked around and they did find some stuff. Some shady stuff around Bourbon Street.
Yeah, they found 2 IEDs.
They're doing the same thing now. I don't want to hear the 2 teams say anything about.
They won't.
We're going to have 2 or 3. Actually, if they waited another day, they'd have 3 less days to be ready for Penn State than Penn State had for them.
People died. They can't say that.
People died. They can't say a thing. No. No. Can't say a thing.
Internally, they it may throw some things off, but it looks really bad to say that.
Today's gonna be just fine. Today is gonna be just fine. I would dare someone to try anything stupid today.
I don't want you to try anything.
I don't want dares.
I'm not going to dare you. I don't want you to do anything. Let's just not do anything.
No. I know what I'm going to do. Well, I just don't know now, as sick as I am, if I'm going to be throwing down. But I would, if I was healthier, today would be a great day to be throwing down Coors Lights. Oh, by the way, yeah. Go and play poker today. If I wasn't sick, I'd be playing poker in the morning, watching the game this afternoon. What a great day it would be with my Coors Lights. But I'm a little bit sick now. I'm under the weather, so I'm not going to be able to do that. So when I'm better, though, I'm going to tell you this: when I get down, when I get back to Houston in a couple of days, there's going to be a throwdown. There is going to be a throwdown, and it is called Coors Light Throwdown. Okay. That's what I'm looking forward to. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I can't wait till I feel better. I just hate feeling sick, for one thing. But the other thing is, holy crap, I want to drink. I want to have my cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I love me some Coors Lights. I had a bunch over the holiday season. I don't know about you, But we brought in the holiday season at Nick's place and ran out of Coors Lights. I'm so proud of y'all. I am so proud of y'all because it's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big fans of our friends just to the east in Lake Charles, the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. John Chill joining us once again as he does on Thursdays to hang out with us and talk about what's going on in them books. I was just talking about it, John, last week. Another big week for the favorites, right? And the NFL.
It's been nonstop. December's definitely been the favorites. I just saw a stat. I believe in December, or it was 73% of the favorites in money line since 1974. That's been the most.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you're a money line player, definitely December was your month. We saw a big handle on Detroit. I believe that was Monday night. The San Fran game, and it's just a continuing phenomenon what we're seeing here. And but yeah, December's been definitely, if you didn't make money in December or a money line player in the NFL, you definitely picked the wrong teams. But so continue to see that. You're seeing it in the college playoffs as well. I believe there's only one. The Clemson Texas game was close. I think it closed at 14, but the favorites have been in the playoffs as well. And
what do you see? Well, I would rather give points than give odds. What wouldn't you? Yeah.
As me personally, I'm starting to see where people are taking advantage, and especially in the NFL, and I've kind of mentioned it. Teams that are fading sooner and faster, and I think it's more of, you see teams that are fading and you're just going against them more than going to ones that you think are going to win. It's more going against than it is going for. And, you're starting to see that. Cowboys is kind of an example. As far as an NFL perspective, the Bears definitely, that's probably a
The
5-week
Giants.
trend. The Giants, yeah. So you're
Of course,
seeing
they
those
broke
teams.
that trend last week.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was interesting. But definitely, yeah, you're starting seeing those teams fade a little faster this year than you have in prior years, and it's just interesting. Yeah, but the favorites, looking at the lines, trying to adjust them to where the handle's at, and trying to get there. But it's just been interesting. I mean, who would think, go back to the Detroit game? I mean, nothing to play for, and it looked like it was a playoff game, and they're winning and covering. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic. But it's January, and we're continuing to crank it out in DraftKings, and the playoffs are definitely upon us with football. I was just looking at some of the national champs. Ohio State went from +3 something to +120. They just opened up with Texas. They're -6 against Texas next week. So, and I think 80% of the money's on Ohio State. So,
what
if
did
you
they
like Ohio State, that might be trending to 7. So,
what were they before? What were they after they lost to Michigan, and before the Tennessee game? Because they've gone from one of a big dog to the favorite now, right?
No, they were never a big. Even after that, they weren't a huge dog to win it all.
No,
yeah, I would say they were upper 4-1. They're probably like +450, 480.
Really?
In that range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't change much, surprisingly.
Yeah, they didn't take a big hit after that Michigan game, which I was shocked as well. But yeah, you got Texas at +320, Penn State's at +500, and Georgia, Notre Dame are both +700 right now. So the future line on the Penn State it's kind of interesting. Whoever Georgia or Notre Dame wins today, it's -1 against Penn State. So it's interesting. There's no big difference of who wins that game against Penn State.
Well, they're pretty even. They're pretty even.
Yeah.
Who do you guys have in that one?
We're seeing some Georgia money, a little bit, like 60-40 Georgia. We're seeing that trend a little bit. I think Notre Dame likes to run the ball. I think Georgia's strength is stopping the run, and for me personally, it'll be interesting to see what the backup does, what Gunner does, and see what he can do. I know he's only thrown 60 passes, and his completion or per attempt's only 4 yards, but he could run the ball, and that might make a difference a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what that game is. We got the Ole Miss game. I kind of like that one, even though it's 17 points. Those are a lot of points. We're seeing a lot of the handle as well on Ole Miss. I think with Kiflin's comments, and I think most of the starters for Ole Miss. There's only a few that are they're going to sit this game, and I think the quarterback and the running back for Duke are definitely out. So it'll be interesting. And he likes to run the score up. So we'll see how motivated they are. That'll determine probably that game today.
Yeah, but you're seeing that the SEC has really not been all that.
Yeah, and that's the concern. I mean, after the Alabama-Michigan game, SEC hasn't performed well so far in the bowl game. So, but it'll be interesting to see what that one is. Like I said, the playoffs. You got NFL. We're gonna see what happens. It'll determine Saturday's games will have some impact there. Baltimore, you got them playing. If they win, they get the 3 seed, and then it'll be interesting to see. I think Cincy got to win, and then Miami and Denver got to lose. So there's some implications there.
Well, here's the deal, though, and listen. Denver. Who does Kansas City want in? Denver or Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Nobody wants Cincinnati in.
Nobody wants Cincinnati.
You don't want to.
So here's the deal: all Kansas City has to do is lay down, and Denver is in, and Cincinnati's out.
That's throwing the game, John. That's price fix. That's game fixing.
No, it is not. We don't have anything to play for. Guess what? We're not doing playing.
Speaking of play for, I kind of like Tampa Bay. I think Mayfield and Evans got something to play for. I think there's some incentives of that contract.
Yeah, $3 million.
So I think they get the 3 seed. So I kind of like them. Washington's interesting. I think they want to win to get the 6 seed. I think they end up playing the Rams, Bucks, or Falcons. And I don't think you want to get the 7 seed and start out playing Philly. Philly's hot. So those are some interesting games that have some impact here this week. So,
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting. Good football. Basketball's cranking up a little bit. We're starting to see more action there as well. So yeah, DraftKings have been busy. Yeah, we've been grinding it out here during the holidays.
We got any fights coming up?
Fight coming up, I think, on the 20th, I believe. So we'll talk about that next week, and got some fights going on. Mostly it's football right now and some basketball, and maybe the Rockets. I saw that game. I was watching with my dad. Maybe they'll be in the octagon after that game that one night. So it'll be interesting. But anyways, yeah, good stuff going on there at DraftKings, and
there it
playoffs
is.
ramp up for NFL and college, and we'll see where it lands.
The DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles, but that's not it. They got a lot to do there. You guys had a good holiday, everybody. I know the casino during Christmas is so much fun because there are so many. You guys must have been packed.
Oh, we're packed. About Christmas at 6:00 all the way to New Year's. We were busy till 4 a.m. We were breaking records at 3 a.m. on the slot machine. So
wow.
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Usually we dip about 1 or 2, but everybody's decided to party. I guess because it was on a weekday, so everybody wanted to stay out late. But yeah, we definitely had some fun here this week, and it was just jamming, partying, bands were rocking. So we had a nice crowd.
That's
So
good
thanks
stuff.
everybody
That is
out there.
John Chill every week right here talking DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right. Talk to you guys next week.
All right, and I got to talk about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where you get your gamble on, all right? Here's the thing for me. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, okay? So I love Vegas, don't get me wrong. But by the time you get to the airport, an hour and a half before, you got to leave at least an hour and a half, your house, an hour and a half before your flight, maybe 2 hours before your flight. Then you wait, you get on your flight. It's 3 hours and 20 minutes, 3.5 hours to get to Vegas. And then you get your bags and you get to your hotel. By the time it's all said and done, it's a 7-hour trip. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, you're in Lake Charles. You've got a Vegas casino. You've got a Vegas sports book. You've got a Vegas golf course. You've got a Vegas pool. You've got 12 restaurants. You've got a nightclub. You've got a concert venue. I mean, at just 2 hours and 15 minutes. Why waste all that time going to Vegas when you're right here? And it's awesome. I love it. The hotel is, it might as well be, it's still brand new. That's how good the hotel is. So you're looking for the best place to get your game on. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. It's so nice. Vegas hotels say they have a Lake Charles casino. Well done. Well done, Virginia. Buttonweed. Virginia Buttonweed. Stay like you're in Lake Chuck. Yeah, that's it. I love that. Dell, let's play Will Campbell.
Oh, by the way, we have breaking news.
What do we have?
Pro Bowl roster came out. Guess who didn't make it? Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, not Pro Bowlers.
Stingley better be.
Stingley is a Pro Bowler. Laramie Tunsil is a Pro Bowler.
Ugh.
Joe Mixon is a Pro Bowler.
That's nice.
Along with Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry. The quarterbacks are the big three: Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson, all Pro Bowlers on that side in the AFC. But Khalil Mack, as an outside linebacker, made it. Now, look, the Texans run an even front, so they've got defensive ends. So the ones you're really trying to look at are going to be, probably Max Crosby.
TJ Watt.
Well, TJ's listed as an outside linebacker. So the Texans don't. Yeah, so their defensive ends right now, tell me who you'd put is Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson. Those two are in. I could argue, though, Max Crosby's had a good year, but I could argue Max Crosby has played this year 12 games. He's been hurt. 12 games. He had 43 tackles, which was very good, 7.5 sacks in 12 games. But, from a statistical standpoint, Will Anderson has played 14 games, about to play 15. He has 11 sacks and 37 tackles. Hunter has played 16 games so far. He has 12 sacks and 46 tackles.
How does he not?
I don't know how Hunter doesn't make it ahead of Max Crosby. I really don't.
No, Danielle should have been there.
Danielle should have been there. And Will's a two-way guy, playing the run and the pass. But Max Crosby had a really good year, but it got cut short at 12. One of those guys from the Texans should have made it.
Yeah. And it probably was Hunter.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Your rookies, obviously Brock Bowers made it at tight end. You had nobody, wide receivers. How about Jerry Jeudy? Jerry Jeudy very quietly put together a redemption tour in Cleveland. Bad quarterbacking, and Jerry Jeudy ends up a Pro Bowler. That's pretty impressive. Nico also made it. Nico Collins, despite the time he missed, that's some respect for you.
That is respect.
Jamar Chase, Jerry Jeudy, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers. Pat Mahomes did not make it, nor should he have made it. You've got, Quentin Nelson, Joe Thuney, Trey Smith. You've got Creed Humphrey. So 3 of the offensive linemen make it for the Kansas City Chiefs. Nnamdi Madubuike, formerly known as Justin Madubuike from the Aggies.
Yep. He
made it along with another Chief, Chris Jones, Cam Hayward. Nick Benito's having an incredible year as a pass rusher from the Broncos.
Yep.
TJ Watt, Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack is just Roquan Smith and Zaire Franklin. Roquan Smith's one of the guys that's going to get Ryan Poles fired at Chicago. Letting Roquan Smith go for a second rounder, does that look bad? Stingley, Surtain. Surtain is now the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. Did you know that? It's completely changed from TJ Watt to Pat Surtain, who might be the best defensive player in the league. I mean, he's certainly the best corner. But Stingley, Surtain, Marlon Humphrey, good comeback year for Marlon Humphrey, and Denzel Ward, who he's not in a great secondary, a stop unit, but, he made it. Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James, Mika Fitzpatrick are there. And then your long snapper, somebody from Jacksonville, your punter is from Jacksonville, and then your kicker is Chris Boswell.
Yeah, Chris Boswell had a great year. Great year. Our snapper should be, Weeks had that. He had that
his first bad snap I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it was a critical one to win a game.
NFC, Jared Goff, Jaden Daniels, and Sam Darnold. Man, there's some comebacks for you. Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs are your running backs. Great. How about how good the running backs are there? Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, and Terry McLaurin are your receivers. Your tight ends are Kittle and McBride. Your tackles are Lane Johnson, Penei Sewell, Tristan Wirfs. Your guards are Landon Dickerson from Philadelphia, Tyler Smith from the Cowboys, and Chris Lindstrom from the Falcons. Frank Ragnow and Cam Jurgens are your centers. And then defensively, you've got Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary. Interior, Jalen Carter of the Eagles has made his first Pro Bowl. Dexter Lawrence and Vita Vea. And then you got Jonathan Grenard, former Texan. Andrew Van Ginkel, who to me, it's still shocking to me that Van Ginkel from Wisconsin becomes a Pro Bowler. Like, I never in my wildest dreams. And then Jared Verse, the rookie, also made it as an outside linebacker. Zach Bond, who looked like a bust for most of his career after being drafted by New Orleans. Great year at Philadelphia. He's become a natural linebacker. Great year. Fred Warner always makes it. Jalen Johnson, Byron Murphy, J.C. Horn, and Devon Weatherspoon are your corners. Xavier McKinney, free agent acquisition for Green Bay, is a free safety. Then Budda Baker, who just in anonymity plays great every year. And then Brian Branch, the great Brian Branch from the Detroit Lions. And Jack Fox, punter.
My man.
Jack Fox. And Brandon Aubrey, your guy.
Yeah. How about that? I know the game. I know the kicking.
You know ball.
I know kicking game. I know kicking.
Were you in your fantasy football finals?
I was.
And the other guy wasn't.
That's right.
Who came after you. Now, granted, you got stomped in the finals.
In two leagues, I led the leagues in scoring in both leagues.
Did you win both of them?
No. I got flipped.
Everyone was hoping you would lose. Well, everyone on this show.
Listen to...
You didn't want John to win, Dale.
I don't care. I don't think about John's fantasy football. You play him, so that's why you hated him.
Yeah, you did hate me because I beat the snot out of you. Lance, did you hear this Will Campbell bite?
Yeah, I did. Play it.
You did. You heard it.
Yeah.
All right. I was hoping you had.
About run through my face on the first play ever. That one. Go look at the first. Oh, maybe it's a different one. I heard it say, "Hey, it's the one
part of the clip.
It is where he talks about the difference between being a pass rush and offensive lineman. It's actually great context. I think we should play it.
All right. Here's Will Campbell from LSU, the tackle. He'll be the second tackle taken.
Probably, yeah. Probably Kelvin Banks one, who moved the guard, and then Will Campbell two. Yeah, probably so.
Yep, probably the second tackle taken in this upcoming draft. Here he is talking about sacks versus giving up sacks.
Emory on one side, you on the other, the veterans. How have you guys kind of helped pick those guys up as far as like in-game action?
Because we've been in their shoes. Most, everybody, sees me play or whatever and all of that. But if you ever got the time, go back and watch my first play of college football. I got my face ran through, punished, and that's just what it is. I mean, to be thrown in the fire like this against good teams, these dudes are trying to get paid, and all they got to do is get to the quarterback. One thing we live by in the O-line room, a D lineman get one sack a game, and that's the only thing he can do. 12 games, he'll be a top 5 pick. You give up one sack a game for 12 games, you're going to work at Amazon. Nothing wrong with that. But whenever we're here, this is what we're striving for.
It's true, though. You get one sack a game. You get one sack a game, you're a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
You're All-American.
The sack thing, to me, pressures and, disruptions and tip passes and, it's just as important because if you're putting pressure on the quarterback, he's got to get rid of it early. He could throw it. He could throw a pick to somebody else. Sacks are awesome, but you're right. It is the most skewed of any stat.
Yes, but a sack is a finished play for a loss. A pressure is not. You can pressure the pocket and it turns into quarterback hits are much better than hurries to me are kind of random. Quarterback hits take an impact. I like hits and I like sacks.
But, okay, would you rather have a guy who has 3 hurries or 1 sack?
Probably 1 sack.
Well, sacking in the drive, even if it's second down.
Sack ends drives. Hurries don't even mean that it's a negative play.
Depending on the quarterback.
A hurry can be a positive play. I'd much rather have a sack. A sack is a negative play. And sacks sometime into strip sacks. You could take people out of field goal range. Sacks have I think the idea of diminishing sacks is overrated because look, sometimes you'll have years where a guy, you get chipped on, you get There's a lot that teams can do to take you away. So your sack totals, but if you notice the great pass rushers, they always end up getting home. Eventually, their numbers, the cream rises to the top. TJ Watt, you can show all the attention you want to Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons. Look at their numbers. I mean, the numbers always speak. They end up getting sacks. So there is something to being able to finish.
I get it, but I would rather have a guy who has 5 disruptive plays than a sack.
Well, yeah, you don't want the only play he makes is to be that sack, and generally that's not the case for big-time pass rushers.
Well,
they're always getting close.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even with Daniil,
for really good
there
ones.
were a lot of games this year that I was like, I haven't even heard Daniil, and then all of a sudden he's got 2 sacks in the fourth quarter, and I'm like, oh, okay. No, but that's a huge game for him. But you didn't hear from him for 3.5 quarters.
I think, but most of the time, no, the best sack guys are, as like Dell said, they're just better. They're disruptive. So it's not like they're not disruptive. They are. Are you saying Daniil Hunter shouldn't have been a Pro Bowler then?
No, I'm saying no. Daniil Hunter had a great year. But there were games where it was like, I haven't heard his name the whole game. I haven't heard his name.
There were some games like that.
Yep. 713. I tell you, Will
Max
Anderson
Crosby
is disruptive.
Will Anderson's more disruptive than Hunter, and Max Crosby's very disruptive. For his entire career, Max Crosby is a problem.
According to Joel Corey, Daniil Hunter not making the Pro Bowl and making it as an alternate cost him $1 million.
Ooh.
Yikes. Wow.
$1 million.
And when you look at the numbers between him and Crosby, I mean, it's not even close. Not even close.
And Corey is a former agent, looks at contract stuff for CBS Sports, so he would know $1 million off his bank account because he didn't make the Pro Bowl. If you make it as an alternate, I guess it doesn't count. But so what if Max Crosby decides, you know what, I don't want to go, and then Daniil Hunter's a Pro Bowler now? Does he get his money, or they go no?
No.
Okay.
He did not make the Pro Bowl. Well, yeah. An alternate is not the same thing, I guess, huh?
Apparently not.
Nope.
Not when it comes to $1 million.
Yeah. Yep. 929 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got 5-star tomorrow. 5-star is going to give us some news tomorrow. Yep. And we got you. This is your final chance because we got News of the Weird coming up in 15 minutes. So get in here right now. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I'm telling you, I love it. I love Game Day Men's Health. I'm back and forth. And listen, it's so hard to keep, especially if you travel a lot, it's so hard to keep that testosterone level high. It's something that you really, really want to do. You want to make sure that your testosterone. The guys were out there. Sean and Jared were there at the Christmas party, giving away shirts. Free consultations. They always give away free consultations, though. So when you go to Game Day Men's Health, as opposed to other places, the other places are going to charge you just to tell you whether or not you're a candidate for testosterone. That's ridiculous. Game Day Men's Health says no. The other places are not going to have a lab where they can test you right away to find out where your levels are. They do have those at Game Day Men's Health. The other places don't let you. I never heard of, hey, well, here's a bag full of needles and your testosterone. You can do this on your own. I'm like, really? I love it because I'm able to do it here. And if you travel a lot, you need that. So here's the deal. Game Day Men's Health is just different. Game Day Men's Health is just better. Game Day Men's Health is a way for you. If you've been a testosterone or you haven't, you've never gotten tested before, go get tested. Find out whether or not the sluggishness or whatever it is that you need fixing, it can be fixed at Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Taqueria Serranos wants you to know that you can come in and go watch that it's not national championship game. Sorry. Go watch the Notre Dame Georgia game today at Aranda Sports Bar. Go in and watch it, having some authentic Mexican food or their awesome bar food with drink specials, margarita specials. Did you know at Taqueria Serranos, they have a bunch of televisions there at most of the bars that are in there, and they've turned them into sports bars. And so what's really cool is you can go watch your favorite games, have some of your favorite food, and hang out with the fellas. Instead of being packed somewhere where it takes forever to get service, the food's not that great. We've all been at those kind of sports bars. Aranda Sports Bar has authentic Mexican food. They have great bar menu that they've just made for you guys, and they've got plenty of room for you to sit there with the fellas and enjoy your favorite games. They'll make sure you have exactly what it is you're looking for, from soccer matches on Saturday and Sunday to games, basketball games in the evening to, and of course, these football playoff games, NFL playoff games, all at Aranda Sports Bar. Whether you're stopping in for a great breakfast, a quick lunch, or a delicious dinner, you can always count on Taqueria Serranos and now the Aranda Sports Bar for great food and great fun.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, who you got today, Georgia or Notre Dame?
I didn't hear what John said. Let's put my headphones on.
He asked you, Georgia or Notre Dame tonight?
I got Georgia. I'm just taking the Kirby factor. Honestly, Notre Dame has played better. They got a really good defense. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think Georgia goes, I'm just literally just opting to Kirby. Honestly, their team hasn't looked good. Georgia hasn't looked good, but look what they did against Texas twice. Now, Ole Miss kicked the living crap out of them. And here's the thing. Notre Dame's offensive line has gotten better and better and better as the season's gone on. That's going to be the key, is how does the offensive line block it up against? If Notre Dame can run the football, this game's over. Yeah. Georgia won't beat them.
Notre Dame's got a better run game.
Notre Dame can defend, too.
Notre Dame has got a better quarterback. Notre Dame, I think, is on kind of I got Notre Dame winning this one and the next one.
Wow. Yeah, I know somebody with a ticket for Notre Dame to win championship.
I don't know about the championship.
They got them at plus 1,000.
I had Oregon, and man, oh man, did they?
Yeah, Texas tickets, you can rip those too. So Notre Dame has a safety that I started watching yesterday, Xavier Watts. He won the Nagurski Award last year. He's got like 14 or 15 interceptions so far in 2 years, which is an insane number. He's a safety. This is like the most instinctive ball-hawking safety I think I may have ever seen since Malik Hooker at Ohio State. This guy is in on everything. You try to throw over the top of him, he'll range over and take the ball away. You try to throw, if he's playing a split safety look, and you try to throw a dig route, he will jump the dig route and steal it from you. He can go cover all the, watch number 0, the safety for Notre Dame, because this guy is a big-time playmaker. Now, he'll miss a lot of tackles because he plays 100 miles an hour and he just runs past stuff. But this is a guy who makes a ton of field-flipping interceptions. So that's something to look at, since obviously Gunnar Stockton, the backup quarterback, is going to be in there for Georgia. John, they're going to game plan for Gunnar Stockton, which is something they couldn't do against Texas. When I say they, I mean Georgia. Georgia will have a game plan ready that fits Gunnar Stockton, so they'll tighten up some of the throws that he's going to make. So do you think they try to get Etienne going early, or do you think – I think they're actually going to throw it early. I think they'll try to get Stockton. The Georgia offensive line is very average this year, kind of disappointing to what they usually are. I think the left guard, Fairchild's just a guy. The center's okay. The right guard's pretty good, Tate Ratledge. But they're hurt at both tackle spots. And I think the move might be to let him make a lot of quick throws early on to loosen up Notre Dame.
I think what you got to watch for him is a lot of quarterback draws.
Yeah. I'm running them. Oh, I agree.
A lot of keepers.
Who do you think runs for more yards? Riley Leonard. Now, Riley Leonard's like at 46.5 rushing yards. And I think one of the steals is 24.5 yards for Gunnar Stockton. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, to me, he's going to run a lot. I wouldn't be surprised
He
if he's
might
in
have
the
that
40s
one
and 50s.
run.
Yeah. Oh, he can
Yeah.
roll too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of think that's kind of the hidden value there.
That's a nice little wager. Fine, get that. Hey, peeps, we just gave you one. Lance just gave you a winner. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one's. I've been really good at these with underdogs. So underdogs got a rushing total, and I think it's like 24.5 with him. And I'm like, higher. He's going to run. He's got to run. That's going to be part of the offense. Is designed runs. I think. Of course, you don't want him getting hurt. Remember, he got his wig split by Texas, and his eyes were rolling in the back of his head. And he didn't finish a game. I assume he's fine. I mean, nothing. Hey, we really didn't talk that much about Cam Scatterbo, and you've been a big fan of his for a while, and you've talked about him.
I said that he should have been in New York.
He was, though, wasn't he?
No, Cam Ward was. He wasn't there.
Wasn't who all was there? It was Travis, Cam Ward, Shador,
and Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, that's right, Dylan Gabriel.
If we're talking about guys he should have replaced, get Dylan Gabriel.
So he's the first one since 2016 to have 1,500 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving. But he is a little mini Mike Alstott. For those who remember Mike Alstott, he is and he has so much edge, so much physicality, and guys like that are going to play in the league. He's probably like a 4th round pick. Realistically, he's going to run like a 4.65. He's not going to be fast, but he's incredibly powerful. He can create through power. He can catch the football, so he can play as a complementary. To me, he's a second running back you want when you want to beat teams up. And somebody asked me, and I had people saying, I really think this is white guy bias. Well, he's like, oh, he's not. His game doesn't translate. Power translates. Don't get it twisted. Power translates in the NFL. He's got real power. He's not small. He's compact, and he's like 215. But here's the thing. He can also catch the ball. He can run routes. Like, this guy 100% translates to the league. And this argument on Twitter for me was, he goes, do you think he's better than Dameon Pierce? Yeah, I do. I think he sees the field better. I think he's a similar type of player, but I think he sees the field better than Dameon Pierce. He hangs on to the football better than Pierce. I think he's a more natural pass catcher than Dameon Pierce. And that is a type of guy, and he can play in a one-cut offense like the Texans have. He's the type of guy that you would love to have behind Joe, and Dari's done a great job. But you'd love to have a guy like that. And I'm not saying go draft him, Texans. If you do, that's fine. But wouldn't you love to have, you don't think Jim Harbaugh would cream himself to have Cam? You can say cream yourself, Del. You can say that.
Yeah, okay.
What's going on with you?
But you don't think he'd love to have somebody like that to just go bludgeon and batter people? How fun would it be if Joe Mixon comes out and then you have to get a taste of this guy, an actual Roomba with knives all over him, powered by diesel, just smashing into everything? I mean, you'd get your face split open with the way Mixon and Scatterbo run.
Sorry.
It'd be incredible.
Have you seen him?
What about him?
White running back. Sorry.
There he is.
Sorry.
The white running back. Everyone's so
we got
upset.
white corners now.
I know.
We can have white running
There's
backs.
a lot of fear. I noticed people are like they took. I've noticed a lot of fans now they took our jobs with white corners and white running backs.
Yeah,
you're getting very scared.
That worked out great for the Broncos against T. Higgins and
Riley
Riley
Moss.
Moss.
That was one, and he had a bad ankle.
Yeah, that
Riley
worked out
Moss.
great.
Riley Moss probably had a bad ankle.
Patrick Surtain against Jamar Chase.
Look,
T.
I'm
Higgins
the one who had
versus
Riley Moss.
Not so great.
I had Riley Moss as a safety. So
look at you.
Yeah, I made the white guy move. Beat it, Riley Moss.
The Gene had a nice year.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean had a really good year.
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell and Darius Slayer, the starting corners. Hey, Cooper, you want to go in there and take on a tight end or third receiver? Cool.
Yeah.
But not against the top two guys.
We're going to work them in slowly.
Yeah.
But every time he makes a tackle, the other team wants to fight him because you ain't supposed to be out here.
I don't know if
you ain't supposed to be.
Maybe he just says a lot of things they don't want to hear. I don't know. But Cooper DeJean, very nice player. Riley Moss, nice player. Both Iowa guys, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And finally, one thing we hadn't gotten to yet, ranking the quarterbacks that are left in the playoff hunt. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ranking the quarterbacks that are left in the playoff hunt. Where do you think CJ fell?
That includes teams, to clarify for everyone in Lance, includes teams who are not in the playoffs but are not officially eliminated. from the playoff. So that includes like Michael Penix and Tua, although he may not even play. Those guys like that.
Next to last. Well, I don't know. Is he ahead of Russ? Is he ahead of Russell Wilson, John?
No.
He's behind Russell Wilson?
Yep.
I mean, the way he's played, you have to put him behind him.
Right behind him.
Ugh. I mean, he's toward the bottom.
15th out of 17.
Man.
Now, this isn't the end-all, be-all, but
who's behind him?
So it goes Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Jaden Daniels, Tua, Sam Darnold, Baker, Jalen Hurts.
Is Tua in? Are you guys supposed to make the playoffs?
I know you guys talked about it. They're actually ahead of the Bengals when it comes to if the Broncos lose and they win, the Dolphins will get in the Bengals.
Wow. I don't want the – I don't – well, actually, from a football standpoint, I'd love to see the Bengals in, but I want the Bills. I kind of like the Bills story. I'm kind of a Bills fan this year. I like that Allen's having this year. I think the Bills are a fun team. The fan base seems like a good fan base. They don't have a defense. Their defense hasn't been good, but I mean, but the Bengals get in, and it's a fun playoffs if the Bengals make it in. No one wants the Dolphins in. Everyone, that's one of the least likable teams on the planet. The Miami Dolphins.
What's so unlikable about them? I get not wanting them in. They don't play well in cold weather. The Bills would probably.
I'm tired of Mike McDaniel.
Would making the playoffs.
Mike McDaniel's done. We're done with Mike McDaniel's shtick.
He's done.
We're done with all his shtick.
I don't know that I'd put Tua ahead of Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, and Jordan Love.
I'm not sure I do either.
No,
why?
It's an interesting little.
What's the issue?
Crop of people there. Has he outplayed Sam Darnold? I don't think so.
I don't know. Look at his numbers. Not bad for.
Has he outplayed Matthew Stafford?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what Bleacher Report decided their process was. But, it's got a pass.
I could put him ahead of Baker, I guess, but no, I
Baker had a great year.
What has Matt Stafford done over the last 3 weeks? That offense has gone in a tank.
Yeah, it really
Baker,
has. Baker's had a good year.
71.7 completion percentage and 39 touchdowns.
Does he have that many touchdowns now?
He had turnovers too, but
he'll always. How many does he have turnover wise?
I don't know,
dude. Tua's got 19 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions.
Yes, he's missed. Now we're at 5 games. Yeah, numbers are going to be lower.
Yeah, I guess you look at it per game. I still don't know that I'd have Tua. I mean, it doesn't really matter. What matters to me is they're all ahead of CJ right now.
Yeah.
And if you're objective at all, even if you love CJ and you're a little bit biased, I don't know how you could put CJ ahead of any of those guys with the way he's played. We've all seen it. Like, it's not and it's not really changing. Like, I haven't seen. We had a little bit of a flash against the Chiefs. There's a little flash against the Chiefs, but it didn't last into the second half. I felt this before. I don't think this is anything that's changing this season. Like, you are what you are this season. Nothing's going to change. There's no magic bullet in the gun. It is what it is.
And he's hurt.
Yeah, and he's hurt. He's not healthy.
Stop it. Time to talk right now about my guy, Jim Fiume, over at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is the place to go get your window on. Replacement windows. Are your windows, do you walk by your window and it's warmer there by your window? Because you know what that means? Holy cow, you are wasting a lot of money because that air conditioning is escaping, right? Okay, because it's hotter near your window, so that means that the seams or your window isn't very good. It could mean that the insulation wasn't great, that it's not sealed properly. It could mean that your windows are just not good and it's not keeping the heat out. So you're wasting a lot of money because your air conditioner has to work harder. All right. So that's one thing. Then it's beauty. Then it's privacy, security, all of those things. And then the financial aspect of it, of losing all that money. So there are a lot of different reasons when you go by your window or your door and you see that it's different there, well, that's a problem. Not with Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows has the best window on the market. Vinyl windows, hurricane windows, whatever kind of window. They've got 4 or 5 different types, plus the doors. I don't talk enough about the doors, and they are the best in class as well. Whatever it is that you're getting from Gulf Coast Windows, the doors of the windows, you're getting the best. You're getting a guy in Jim Fiume who's won the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau as well, the best. So you're looking for the best way to get that window or door. Get the best. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com. United Healthcare is on a roll. Apparently, a doctor said this, had tweeted this. United Healthcare just denied a claim on one of my patients in the ICU with a brain hemorrhage, in a coma, on a ventilator, in heart failure, because I haven't proven to them that caring for her in the hospital was medically necessary.
Man, they may want to. They may want to have some meetings.
You know what that CEO is doing now? Wearing a vest. The new CEO, because of stuff like this, he's wearing a bulletproof vest.
Y'all might want to relook at your model, UHC.
Yeah. United Healthcare. Stop. The Taliban is banning windows to stop women from being seen at home. Do you think there should be no windows in your house so no one can see your wife?
Well, it will make it tougher.
It does make
You
it
could
tougher
also
to
put
see
curtains
her.
up or shades.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another one.
Do y'all ever wipe the toilet with toilet paper before you sit down?
Sure.
At home, or you mean during a road game?
A road game.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Of course. Well, a Japanese toilet company says don't wipe our toilet seat with toilet paper. It could scratch it.
What kind of
fancy is the
trash ass
seat?
toilet paper are you using also? And yeah, what is the seat made of?
Sandpaper?
Calf liver?
Maybe no 2-ply in those or 3-ply in those public restrooms.
Japanese toilets are sensitive, though. You know that they're like it's like pooping on a computer.
Didn't you have a toilet seat that warmed up where you're sitting on like a warm seat? That's creepy to me.
That's
that
great.
doesn't feel
You don't want
right.
a warm toilet seat?
Feels like some.
It's awesome. Dude.
Feels like some 400-pound guy was just sitting there, like watching scrolling his phone. You get on it, it's super warm. Like, ugh. I sat on one at the NFL. The NFL Network has one. I sat on that. I'm like, something doesn't feel right.
No.
Garden
You're
variety.
You're absolutely
cold
wrong about
ceramic.
That.
How many men of the people have warmed toilet seats?
How many what?
MOPs have heated toilet seats.
Well, it's my wife. I'm a man of the people.
No,
but
you are not.
My wife got those.
She's not a woman of the people?
She's not a woman of the people. No. No, my wife is not a woman of the people. I am the man of the people, though. And I went along for this ride because there's nothing better than a warm toilet seat. I'm telling you. Nothing better. Kia is recalling 23,000 electric vehicles over fears that a worker forgot to bolt the seats down. Do you think that's a costly mistake?
Yeah.
Do you think that guy should be in charge of bolting seats anymore?
No. The guy's got to lose his job.
I mean, you want to talk? He probably can't. They probably can't fire him either. In this country, wrongful termination. No. We weren't sure he bolted the seat. How about that? The guy goes in after I don't know how many days, months. He goes, I'm not sure that I bolted any of the seats. You think, not sure. We might have to recall 23,000 cars. That's kind of a bad mistake.
That's inefficient.
The British scientists who helped design the breathalyzer, guess what happened?
Was he pulled over for drunk driving?
And, arrested. And he was caught for drunk driving using his own breathalyzer.
Well, I mean, just because you invent something doesn't mean you're a good decision maker.
No, absolutely not. He might have been celebrating.
Still celebrating. I guess if you invent the breathalyzer, that money goes long, and I guess you would keep celebrating. Like if that's your invention.
Yeah.
I didn't know it came from the UK though. Yeah. Can we trust it?
I don't know if I trust it in the UK. Boy, they're having their problems lately. The UK, holy crap! PlayStations for guns in New Orleans. They're offering you PlayStations if you turn in your gun.
Would type
you turn
of
in your gun for a PlayStation?
Is it a PS5 or an older PlayStation model? Like if it's a PS3, then no.
No,
like
PS5,
a new one, yeah.
People with illegal guns have PlayStations.
What do you mean?
They have PlayStations 1, 2, and 3. You're right. 3. You're going to have to get them a phone. You're right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You want to get a gun from somebody who has it illegally, you're going to have to get them a 5.
A 5?
Yeah. I
want to get a 7.
Well, those aren't out yet, but I understand what you're doing. You want an upgrade because, once again, not a man of the people.
No, it is a PlayStation 5 worth about $500.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'll turn in a gun for a PlayStation 5. In fact, I'll rob someone of their gun to turn it in for a PlayStation 5.
Wow.
Like I don't have a gun, but if I'm looking for a PlayStation 5,
Sean, is that illegal to steal a weapon to only turn it in? Like, shouldn't you get a pass for that?
I will steal your illegal
weapon.
Maybe
community service instead of theft.
Yeah. Well, no, I think you should get a PlayStation for stealing someone's gun and turning it in.
But not if it's a registered legal gun.
No, I'm not going to take your registered gun. But if I know you have an illegal gun, I'm stealing that from you to get myself a PS5.
That should be legal. Yeah, that should be legal.
That should be legal. No, absolutely should be legal. No.
It's kind of like targeting. It just depends, you know. It sometimes it's legal, sometimes it's not legal. You just
That's
never
it.
know with targeting penalties.
All right. We got through the first one.
You sound like you're limping to the finish
man's
line.
yawning. Can
This
barely
was the
speak without
hardest-
yawning.
This is one of the hardest shows I've ever done. There's no question. So
You've got pink eye, you've got RSV, you've got COVID, you've got bronchitis.
Lance said the T word.
Somebody said because
I
got
said the
pink
T
eye,
word, which I didn't think it was that
I
bad.
probably have bird flu.
You might have bird flu.
You might have it. Never know. Never know. But
What
I
a-
got a Z-Pack coming. So
What a day.
during the show, I was
Z-Pack's
texting
so
doctors.
overrated.
Huh?
Z-Packs hasn't helped anything at all.
No, they helped me, boy.
Everything's a virus now. Have you ever noticed that? You ever gone to the doctor? Well, it's like a virus. You're just going to let it run its course. Remember when y'all used to give us medicine and it would help? Now everything's a virus.
You guys stop abusing opioids. They'll start giving you medicine again. They can't trust you guys.
I know.
All you got to do is abuse opioids.
I know.
Doctors are scared.
We do that as a country.
But
we
our
do that.
people really cannot be trusted with opioids.
No. All right, we're done. Hope you enjoyed it. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. That's John Clay Wolf, and that is just the best way to sell your car. You want the most money you could possibly get for your car. That's what John Clay Wolf gives you. John Clay Wolf has been doing this, and he's incredible. He's got such a great sense of humor. This is a guy who he started at nothing. He was actually working for another company that was buying cars, and he said, I can do this. And he turned it into one of, if not the biggest car buyers in the country. How about that? What a great success story. And the dude is just incredible. He is so great. He's on radio stations throughout the country. He's got the longest running show ever on this station, okay? It's what he do. He buys and sells cars on the radio. Who does that? He does. You're looking for the best way to sell your vehicle. So he tells you, I'll buy your car, and if I can't beat CarMax's offer, then I'm going to give you $100. That means you are going to win, because either you get the most from John Clay Wolf or he gives you $100. It's a win-win. All at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
Welcome into the show, first show of a new year. I'm not going to pretend like the world doesn't go on just because we weren't here. I know we had shows, intermittently on the station between the last time this show was on. But welcome back. If you guys are tuned in, I appreciate it. And I don't know how much will change from 2024 to 2025. I mean, we're closer to crowning a national champion. And we have now, 5 teams remain. We have a game today to decide who will be the last semifinalist. And I think I might be a college football elitist because anytime non-traditional college football people start talking about the sport, I go, what do you know? Get out of here. Like when First Take starts talking about college football, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to listen to what Stephen A. Smith has to say. I know it's just football. Football's football. You can talk about it. But my initial thing is like, I don't care I generally don't care what Mad Dog has to say. But when I see Mad Dog from the Northeast ain't watched a college football game that meant anything to him ever. He's a pro sports fan. I got to listen to him talk about college football. I get upset. But the topic of the conversation today is the targeting or lack thereof. That's the topic. I'm on the rerun of Get Up. That was the topic of conversation on First Take. And we can talk about it here mostly because it was part of the only competitive game we've had in these playoffs. Well, maybe Texas and Clemson. That was a one-score game as well. So to the chagrin of Sean, his team has been part of the 2 competitive games in these playoffs, which might speak to the strength of Texas overall, maybe their quarterback in general. It is crazy that when you look at the numbers, Quinn goes for over 300 yards, 3 TDs, has the biggest throw of his career, and everyone's like, whatever, get out of here. Quinn sucks. And, he comes through with the big throw, and then on the next throw, right, he throws a touchdown pass. I got to admit, once Texas scored to tie the game, I kind of tuned out. I knew this game was over in Texas's favor. You just kind of get a vibe. Once they score on 4th and 13, all right, Arizona State's not winning this game. I'm out of here. I'm going to watch Oregon and Ohio State. And what a treat that was early.
Especially they score, but it kicked the extra point. I was watching
the Auburn
extra
thing.
Point,
yeah.
And then they go to commercial and they come back. And as they come back, like the ball's already in Quinn Ewers' hands, throwing a touchdown to Gunnar Helm. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't even see that. I had I'm out of here.
Oh, no. It was literally as they came back from commercial break, the first thing you saw was like the play had already started. And he was drifting to his left due to a pretty open Gunnar Helm. So like before, I forgot who was. Joe Tessitore. How could I forget?
Of course.
Before Joe Tessitore could even like set the scene, it was already touchdown Longhorns.
And they get the 2, and then they
once
stop
they got
Arizona
the 8
State.
spot, I was like, okay,
so it's over here. So 4th and 8, false start makes it 4th and 13. I'm thinking, okay, what do we do here, Arizona State? Do we blitz? Do we sit back? Do we drop 8? Do we force Quinn to read as opposed to letting him know where the ball has to go and getting it out of there? And they kind of pick something in between where I know a lot of people are calling that a cover 0, but I think they only rushed 5. It looked like they were bringing 7 or 8, but looking back at the play, it turned out they had like 6 in coverage once they had all the protection sorted out and Texas was ready to go. I think that was the goal, to keep Texas from sending too many guys out in the pattern, and hopefully your 6 guys could cover 3. They couldn't. Look, Texas is, if we get away from the targeting and just talk about how the rest of the game played out, beyond Bert Auburn missing another field goal, hitting the upright, if the Arizona State safety has better eyes as opposed to staring into the backfield and letting Golden run by him, the game is over. You give up a 4th and 13, you lose the game. I can't get upset. I know Arizona State fans, I guess, have every right to, but you're one play, 1 4th down stop away from winning that game, coming back and winning, and getting to a semifinal. You can't get it. So at that point, all bets are off. Targeting, no targeting, whatever you want to call it, you benefited from 2 missed field goals. And there's no guarantee, by the way, with Arizona State's bad kicking situation, they would have made the field goal. That's the thing people don't talk about, by the way. Arizona State went forward on like 4th and like 2 deep in Texas territory inside the 20-yard line because they didn't trust their field goal kicker enough, or they decided they'd rather go for it and put a touchdown up on the board.
They'd rather run up the middle against Texas
and get stuffed.
Always works.
Yeah, Texas. Hey guys, throw the ball in Texas on 4th and short.
Just
do that. Try that. That's a better option than trying to A&M found that out. It's a better option than trying to run it up the middle on those guys. Scatterboo, whoever, just don't do it. So
yeah, when Scatterboo doesn't have his offensive lineman throwing him into the end zone.
Throwing, it's more of a pull. Let's be honest.
Both illegal.
Throwing is actually, because it might involve more a push and you shove them. Yeah. That might be illegal. Pulling him to the end zone is not legal, and it didn't get called. So that's another part of.
I wonder if Arizona State fans are complaining about that.
No, we don't talk about those things that favor us. We talk about things that hurt us. You know how it works.
Because it's rigged against us.
Yeah, except when an obvious call should have gone against us, it wasn't. So, hey, rigged, sure. I just think it's 4th and 13. You get a stop, game over. Yeah. You get the benefit of 2 missed field goals. You don't take advantage of it. And once again, before we got away from it, your field goal kicker is not good. You don't trust anyone on that roster to kick a field goal. So there's no guarantee. They wound up punting from like their own 48. I guess where they would have had the ball inside the Texas 40. That doesn't guarantee that team anything as far as kicking a game-winning field goal. So that is not part of the equation people are talking about. But overall, it was the most compelling game of these playoffs. Texas feels like that's their bag.
Yeah, Texas saving the college football playoff
by playing poorly in the second half of football games. It's what they do. It's
just hey, come back, let them in, let them back in.
Yeah.
On Clemson, they did that. They still covered.
Yes, because
they did cover.
They went on to score a touchdown to make it a 2-score game, and Clemson didn't have any answers. So they went on to cover. They did not cover yesterday, but they do get a win, which is most important for them. It was a week filled with back and forth. Well, maybe not so much back and forth. A lot of forth from Arizona State about where they stood. And Colin Simmons, their star, Texas' star pass rusher, had some stuff to say through Instagram about Cam Scatterboo before he took over in the second half. A great game all around. It's clearly the best game. It was the most compelling game of all these playoffs. And if we're being honest about it, beyond the fact that Arizona State was a good story, if we're talking about a team who has a real shot to be at Ohio State, although I'm not sure anyone does at this point the way they're playing. But hey, a week plus later, who knows how the game will look. Texas at least has the bodies, you think, to compete. Whether they come out and play that way is a different story.
There's like a thing of you could tell me that somewhere in there they can they can beat them.
They've recruited enough. They have enough of a foundation where if they play their best game, they can beat Ohio State.
Yeah, you need Cam Scatterboo to go even more insane, throw up probably even more on the sideline,
sure.
And then for Arizona State to have a chance.
It felt unlikely. They couldn't block Texas. Anything Sam Levitt did was because he had to scramble around to do it, particularly in that first half. Texas overwhelmed them with their defensive front early. Of course, we saw that started to switch in the second half, and it became a great game. But that's the only one. Ohio State and Oregon State was 34-0. Game over. We had Jeremiah Smith, who is the best receiver in the country. Ryan Williams held that title for the first 6 or 7 games, and Ohio State people are like, excuse me, have you watched our guy? Yeah, the problem is no one was watching Ohio State except for when they played Oregon. It just so happens there is an SEC bias when it comes to how people watch the games, and if you're doing it for Alabama and the SEC, we're going to pay attention. Of course, the narrative that you're 17 years old helps as well. Jeremiah Smith just happens to be a normal age freshman as opposed to 17-year-old.
Some of it is also that cool, you're doing this against Akron. There's a lot of that on Ohio State's schedule.
That's true.
Where it's just
there were no games to care about.
Yeah, Ryan Williams took over the Georgia game.
I know.
In early October, late September. Yeah. So that I feel like that helped the narrative push. But yeah, now that Ohio State's you know what we should do? We should just throw the ball to Jeremiah Smith all the time.
No matter where he is on the field, find a way.
The guy we only targeted twice in the Michigan game, and it was an embarrassment.
Because for some reason we decided we wanted to run at Michigan and decide, hey, you know what advantage we have? All those receivers. You know what we're not going to do? Throw it to them. Apparently Chip Kelly decided, you know what? Let's stop doing that whole we're tougher than everyone thing. And they eventually got explosives against Tennessee and Oregon running the football. But the bread and butter was finding number 4 and letting him do what he wanted to. He is only a freshman. And, of course, the conversation begins, is he a guy who would be drafted in the top 5 today? And according to everyone who isn't an NFL scout but is on TV, the answer is yes. I imagine the scouts would say the same because he isn't built like a typical 18-year-old receiver. He is as big as the guys who get drafted after 3 years. He's just the next Ohio State receiver. And I did see someone say he will be a test of whether someone, or at least a receiver, maybe it was Lance who said it, he'll be a test of whether a receiver can go number 1 overall.
Wow.
I don't know who the quarterbacks will be in 2027, but at this point, I don't see a clear reason why he wouldn't be, except maybe the value of a receiver will go down if we still keep playing cover 2 and no one knows how to figure it out. But it feels like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase still make plays, so I imagine there'll be a spot at least in the top 3 for Jeremiah Smith as long as the red flag stuff doesn't start to pop up. So it was not a great day of college football. We had a great game, and then the other, of course, we didn't get game 3 because of what's going on in New Orleans and what went on, and that game will be played today. You'll be able to hear it here on ESPN 97.5 if you're driving around. It'll be Notre Dame versus Georgia in a game where I think Notre Dame has a real shot, but we can talk about that a little bit later. What have we not gotten to, or what have we missed since the last time we were here? CJ Stroud's banged up. We know that we know that the Texans still can't score touchdowns against Baltimore.
No. Oh man, I forgot that happened.
Yeah.
God,
it happened on Christmas, so it's been a while.
I've flushed that.
Yeah.
I watched so many ReliaQuest bowls since then, and so many. Oh yeah, the Armed Forces Bowl and all these bowl games. I forgot that they scored 2 points with Beyonce in the building.
An embarrassment to the city, and thankfully Beyonce saved that outing because
for the
city, not for the team,
not for Netflix.
I think they got their viewers no matter what. It wasn't a great day of football for Netflix, but they got their viewers. Is the star of bowl season, before we go to break, before Jeremiah Smith last night, was the star of bowl season the Pop-Tarts?
Yes.
At the Pop-Tart Bowl?
Yes,
right.
It's taken everything in my power not to mention the Pop-Tart.
Yeah, beyond the Cam Ward thing and Mario Cristobal somehow screwing that situation
really
up.
Even care
I don't even talk about that. But the fact that we had a strip show at the Pop-Tart Bowl by Pop-Tarts was amazing.
And a resurrection.
Yes. The fact, if you missed it, was it at halftime? The Pop-Tarts came out and one was it Wildberry? Wildberry
seems like a Wildberry move.
Stripped off his wrapper, or her wrapper, depending on how you feel about what that Pop-Tart is. Stripped off the wrapper to get naked.
The aluminum foil that it comes in.
Yeah. But if you look behind that Pop-Tart,
yes,
there's another Pop-Tart who lifts up what you would consider the dress. It was another aluminum foil wrapper to show off, whether it be male genitalia, if you want to give that to a Pop-Tart, or female genitalia. That Pop-Tart lifted up to flash that particular area, and no one initially pointed out, of course, the internet saw, look at the Pop-Tart behind the actual Pop-Tart we should be paying attention to. Just gave a little flash. If I wish the Cam Ward thing didn't overshadow it for the traditionals, because what happened at halftime and what happened with the resurrection, the greatest thing for bowl season.
Yeah, I can't believe Cam Ward disrespected the Pop-Tart.
Yeah, amazingly. He didn't play the second half. You mean where they had to petition the NCAA if they could put sprinkles on the sideline, and then you had 2 Pop-Tarts doing a strip show? We care that he left at halftime? Is that what you're focused on? Not the strip show by the Pop-Tarts, by the life-size or human-sized Pop-Tarts? What are we talking about? What a great afternoon.
And also, that game gave you, before the Texas-Arizona State game, probably the best game of the bowl season.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Cam Ward plays in the second half, it's 56-41 or whatever, or 42, whatever the score was, as opposed to how it went down where Iowa State won by a point. But we got the Pop-Tart stripping. We got the Pop-Tart resurrection. And then we had a lot of crap in bowl season. I mean, I guess the USC game was fun.
USC A&M.
USC A&M was good. But it ain't the Pop-Tart Bowl.
No. And the Pop-Tart Bowl, it has juice. It
does.
I watch all the other ones,
for
and
them.
I'm like, I wish the mascots were more involved. I wish there's more
like
nonsense.
the Cheez-It Bowl, the Cheez-It mascot got involved a little bit, but not to the
same stadium too.
Not to the extent. Yeah, it was a Citrus Bowl, or at least formerly the Citrus Bowl, now the Cheez-It Bowl, and the Pop-Tart Bowl, which was, I guess, at one point the Camping World Bowl. I'm not sure what it was initially called.
It's in the same stadium. They just paint over all the Pop-Tart stuff and put
Cheez-Its down. Yeah. So if we're talking about,
but yes, the Cheez-It did officiate a marriage.
Yeah. So we had some things going on in that Orlando stadium. It was the star of the bowl season until the Texas-Arizona State game. So there we are. CFP still going on. We got one more game today. I mean, certainly will be overshadowed by the terrorist attack. But now that we're back to talking about football, we're right back to football. We have a day where we delay it, and we're going to be back to football. So we'll see if that game is more compelling than the other two quarterfinal games that we haven't talked that much about outside of Jeremiah Smith. Boise State loses to Penn State. What I have learned is that having time off, beyond the fact that you might be the worst team, ain't great. Everybody who has had time off since championship week has started slow. In those 3 games, both, or at least all 3 teams had double-digit deficits very early in that game. Now, they fought back to different levels. Oregon decided not to get completely run off the field in the second half. Arizona State made it a game where they take the lead, and Boise was within 3 before Penn State took over and ran away with it. We will see if that trend continues today, where Georgia hasn't played since the SEC title game. Notre Dame had a game more recently against Indiana, so that game will be later today. As I said, you can hear it here on ESPN 97.5. We'll get to the Rockets and Cam, mostly because Cam Whitmore wasn't thrilled about his day or his career, I guess, so far, despite having a good day. So we'll hear from him. They bounced back. We can get into why it was a bounce back. We had a fight we haven't talked about at all. Amin Thompson didn't play in that game last night for reasons that we will discuss. So we're just getting started here. We are back. You can certainly call in 713-780-3776. And if you're a fan of John Lance, this is that gray area where we don't have interns. So the podcast will be up as soon as I can get to it, which will probably be at 12:15. Just warning you. I don't want to get the tweets. Where's the podcast? I'm telling you right now. It'll be a bit of a delay, but it'll be up as soon as I can get it done. All right. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. The Rockets, after losing 2 in a row, 2 games where they blew leads, they had a big lead against the Wolves, up by double digits relatively late in the fourth quarter. It winds up with an Anthony Edwards game-winning step-back 3. They win that one. They lose that one, and then they lose a game to the Heat where they were up by double digits in the third quarter. I think they had a 7-point lead early in the fourth. They allow a Heat team without Jimmy Butler to come back and win that one. Of course, the storyline there was it isn't really a fight where one guy just throws another guy on the ground, but it's the NBA, so we call it a fight. Amen Thompson tosses Tyler Hero like a rag doll. That's the phrase or name that's been used quite a bit. After Hero, I think, goes for like 27, 9, and 6. He was the best player on the floor, but it will be remembered for what Amen Thompson did to him. Thompson gets 2 games. Jalen Green gets fined. Terry Rozier for jumping in to defend Hero gets a game suspension, which he served last night. Amen Thompson served the first of his last night in the Rockets win over the Mavericks. So that led to more time for Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore, a guy who's had a start to his career that he can't be happy with, even if you didn't hear what he said last night. He's being shuffled back and forth between Rio Grande and Houston. He looks at a backcourt where it ain't exactly one that you think should keep him from getting minutes, but the Rockets have 2 entrenched starters. They've played well enough where they don't need to make a switch with Jalen Green or Fred VanVleet. So Cam Whitmore doesn't get a lot of time. Cam Whitmore played well last night, and of course, he was a guy people wanted to talk to. I don't think they expected this from him. In about a minute 40 of what they pulled as far as sound, this is Cam Whitmore talking about why last night doesn't mean that much as far as his role going forward.
Cam, how did it feel just to get consistent minutes there in that second quarter, but also in that fourth quarter to close the game?
I don't think it was consistent minutes. I really don't know or think that. I contribute a little bit, but it doesn't really affect anything. It doesn't really can't get me nowhere. But we'll see what happens. But just glad we got the win.
You don't feel good about how you played tonight?
I do, but it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
He doesn't believe his performance is going to lead to, I guess, a reward of playing more, which might be true because one game ain't going to change the overall feel for how that coaching staff distributes minutes, but you don't want to hear it from him. If you are someone who cares about team unity and distractions and all the stuff that people lean on when a player maybe just speaks his mind. I am surprised that he said it, but when you think about what has been the start of his career, I'm not surprised that's how he feels. I'm not saying he is right. I'm not saying he should get more minutes. I don't know internally how he practices and what his habits are, but that's a young player who fell in the draft, and a lot of people were excited because of the talent that he had, and it just hasn't borne out that he is getting consistent minutes with the NBA team. And he's in a spot where until Tari Eason can prove that he can stay healthy, there are minutes there for him. I guess he's just a guy who doesn't think anything he can do is going to carve out a role for him. So I don't think it'll mean that much. The Rockets will be fine, but you have an unhappy player. And I don't really blame him when I look at Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green. If you're a talented player and you look at that backcourt, you go, why are these guys getting 42 and 38 minutes a night? Why do they consistently play as many minutes as they do? Now, he may not be pointing at Fred or Jalen about it. He may just be pointing at the coach staff and going, what is going on in front of me that says I shouldn't get more time? And I would say, I'm not sure, Cam. I'm not sure what they see other than, well, we win games, so we're not going to switch anything up.
Yeah, and especially because it's like the specific drawbacks is that, like, yeah, they just, some nights they just can't put the ball in the basket. Cam Whitmore's like, all I do is put the ball in the basket. This is what
I do. That is a strength of mine. I get buckets.
Yeah, so I fully understand the this is what we're talking about all off season with the core 7 stuff. It's like these guys, no one's gonna be cool being 1/7 of the of the thing. Like,
because if you
chances are and hey, if Tari Eason and Amin Thompson, they're cool coming off the bench, great for them, salute. Your chances are you're gonna get someone who's like, why the hell am I the 7th?
It's not just the core 7; it's the fact that they also play veterans. So it's not like all 7 of these guys are playing and the minutes are distributed. You also have Fred VanVleet who's going to get a lot of minutes. You've got Dylan Brooks who's going to get a lot of minutes, and you intersperse different guys. But yeah, that's like 9 guys who expect to get minutes. At some point, someone's going to be like, wait a minute, what about me? And Cam Whitmore, at least, is the first publicly to go, what about me?
Yeah. I mean, it does make 3 of them start, so it's not going to be them that are like, hey.
Yeah, exactly. But you have, at some point, you're going to get to a guy who goes.
Yeah, you're just going to get, someone's going to be frustrated with their role because you are so deep. That's kind of what happens. I mean, go to any team in the NBA, there's probably a guy who thinks he should play more, who's not super psyched with his minute distribution, because all these guys have been the best player on their team their entire lives. And then, especially for Cam Whitmore, to be told, like, hey, you're going to probably go top 5 in your draft. And then on draft night, be like, actually, we just don't really know why, but everyone in the NBA is going to pass on you. Everyone in the lottery, you're going to be the 20th pick now. And when you go to a team, you're going to go to a team that's pretty backlogged at specifically your position, and you're the guy that they invested the least in all these guys. So you're going to have to get ready to, you'll find a lot of great places to eat at Rio Grande Valley.
Willie. Will he? I think that's the toughest part. Like, if you're not getting minutes, but you're sitting on the bench for the big team.
Yeah, being in the G League.
Yeah, but when they send you down because they want you to get reps with the G League, that's gotta sting. Yeah. And they've done it for the last 2 years, where at some point you're like, wait a minute, is this just gonna be my life for the extent of this contract? Just send me down, bring me back up. That can't be what he thought he was getting into when he got drafted.
And it's why the Rockets haven't sent. They never sent Jabari down. They never sent Jalen Green down.
Reed Shepherd plays less than Cam. They don't send him anywhere.
They never sent Reed Shepherd down. And there is something, it's not unique to the NBA. It happens in the NFL as well, where like your draft status follows you into the league. Where if you're a top 5 pick, it is harder to be like, yes, let's send our top 5 pick down to the G League to get some reps.
Because it suggests that you were wrong.
Yes.
And guys don't want to be wrong. They don't want to even put it out there that I was wrong about a pick. So
Amin Thompson only went down there because he was rehabbing from an injury his rookie year. It is easier to go, the 20th pick in the draft. Yeah, we can send him down.
We just want to get him reps.
Yeah, get him some reps. We're doing a favor to Cam Whitmore.
Yeah,
but yeah, I get it. I don't think this is like, I don't know.
I think it's that big of a deal.
This
but
isn't James Harden quitting on the team.
I did see
level.
some people find that video of him when he quit on the team and said Cam Whitmore after beating the Mavericks. I did see that. I did see that video get put out there. But yeah, it's not to that level. But like you pointed out, we talked about the core 7 stuff is nonsense. At some point,
you're going
to have to deal a guy. I didn't put it on, well, some guy's going to be publicly unhappy, but you just don't have the minutes. And at some point, now this is in a distant future, the money to pay everyone that you think is a really good player.
It's like, if this goes well, it's just impossible.
If it goes
to
your wildest dreams, where all these guys are contributing to a contender, at some point, someone's got to go. And more than someone, probably several guys are going to have to go because you can't pay all of them.
You can probably pay like 3 or 4 of them max.
Yes.
Not literally
Not even the max.
But I mean, like, max. Oh, this is confusing. At most, you can pay 3 or 4 of them.
There it is. To deals that they think are fair. And the other guys, you're going to have to trade for veterans or more draft picks.
Yeah.
So there we are. Cam Whitmore, good game last night, 7-9.
Yeah, good game.
He didn't think much of it, though, because I guess he doesn't believe it'll lead to more consistent minutes when guys are back. When Tari Eason comes back, who knows?
Yeah, I'm starting to get on what's going on with Tari Eason, where he's a game time decision for
and then doesn't play
4 weeks and then doesn't play every night for maybe not actually 4 weeks, but it was before Christmas that this started, where it was he's questionable, game time decision, doesn't play, and that's kind of where he's been at. especially a guy who had a stress fracture last year, where you're like, it was kind of similar to where you never knew when he was coming back and he just wasn't ready. Yeah, not great for Tarius. I'd love to see him on the court.
Yeah, he's missed 9 games so far this year. And this is coming off his rookie year where he didn't miss a game. Now, he wasn't starting, but he was playing 20-plus minutes a night and played all 82. The last couple of years have been very different. Only played 22 last year, and he's at 24 this year. But they get a win. They end their 2-game losing streak. And, of course, the Tyler Hero, Amen Thompson thing was pretty much a big story. Tyler Hero was the main character for NBA Twitter.
Yeah, that's tough.
You can still type his name, and I think he scored 32 last night. But you type his name, and it's still him getting thrown by Amen Thompson as the top result, as you might imagine. Now, he's come back and said, well, we can play it. It's over there. If you missed it, he was asked about it after the game. Now, he was ejected late in the game as the Rockets blow that game. They dropped the game to the Heat, and Tyler Hero was asked about the confrontation with Amen Thompson, and this is what he said.
You and Thompson exchanging words. How did it all really kind of spark off there?
Just some 2 competitors going at it, playing basketball.
And then it got a little out of hand. It's not every single night that you have all those texts and all of those ejections. Was it building to that, or was it just a standard physical game that just had one of those igniting moments?
Just a physical game. I guess that's what happens when someone's scoring, throwing dimes, doing the whole thing. So I get mad too.
And the video, if you already don't like Tyler Hero, the video of him smiling while he's saying it with sunglasses on inside, it's going to piss you off even more.
Also, it's been a while since I've heard his voice. I was a little surprised by how his voice sounded.
I think that's part of the issue people have with him too. I don't know if you want to call it a black scent, but that's what some people have called that.
No, he's from Milwaukee. That's how they talk.
But I know that's what people are called.
No, people in Milwaukee.
Well, the people he hangs out with may talk like that.
Joel talks like that.
Yeah, if you listen to Joel Blank a little bit later today.
Like
well, Joel's from a different generation than Tyler Hero. I said it on the morning show. I don't think it infuriates the general. I don't think anything infuriates the general NBA fan more than the white guy who they think is trying to be black. I'm not even putting that on Tyler Hero, but it upsets
when people perceive that.
Yeah, people perceive that that's the way he's acting. It upsets people for whatever reason. It bothers them. And as his teammates said, get the cold white boy to the All-Star game. Nico said that. His Jovic, he said that after last night's game, or actually after the Rockets game, he said that. So the cold white boy had a nice game against the Rockets.
There's 3 All-Star teams now, so maybe. I know they didn't actually add spots.
No, he might actually make it as he probably is deserving. He played well against the Rockets. I don't know why Amen Thompson decided he had enough. Maybe just the frustration of losing a game they thought they should win. If you missed it, they kind of locked up late in the game, and Amen grabbed Tyler Hero by the jersey. Tyler Hero's like, hey, what are you doing? And Amen's like, this is what I'm doing. I'm tossing you across the floor. This is what I'm doing to you.
Over the ropes.
Yeah. And of course, Ime said, look, just a couple guys battling, and one guy's just stronger than the other. Well, that's true. One guy is stronger than the other. I'm not sure I would boil that down to that. But yes, one guy is stronger than the other.
Also, there's a very unfortunate tweet from I forgot who it was on the Miami beat before their next game, where he was like, yeah, Tyler Hero said he still is dealing with a bruise from the Amen Thompson throw. Questionable for tonight, or not sure about his condition to play, and all the Miami Heat fans underneath were like, please delete this. This makes it so much worse for him.
Yeah, he wound up playing and
battling through
last night against the Pelicans and put up 32, so he appears to be just fine.
No one threw him to the ground.
I did see Tyler Hero questionable dignity.
Yeah,
I did see that.
No, there's like a actual one of their beat reporters was like, he's dealing with a bruise on his hip after hitting the hardwood.
It's probably like Ira Winderman. That's the guy everyone makes fun of, who covers the Heat. But I guess if you think about it, sure, that Rockets lost, but Tyler Hero getting tossed across the floor will live forever. Yeah, so if we're talking about who won, Amen Thompson won.
I mean, what Maybe not every single loss the Rockets have, but it feels like at this point, 75% of the losses the Rockets have caused some like existential crisis among at least the Twitter fan base of the Rockets, which is hilarious because they are the 3 seed in the West.
Yeah, pretty good basketball team.
We're talking about them battling for the play-in. They're obviously better than that.
Yep.
But every time they lose, it's like some horrific tragedy, and it says something about how they are, where they should build around Şengün or they should bring around Jalen Green.
Depending on the night, yeah.
Whatever. This was the first loss in a while where like no one was upset. No one was actually upset about the fact they had a lead in the fourth quarter and lost. It was just got him.
Yeah. Like I'd rather like a lot of people were like, no one's gonna remember.
I saw Sonic rings on Tyler Hero hitting the floor.
No one's gonna remember this game in 5 years. We will always have this GIF, this video of you, a grown man who, by the way, he's not Amen Thompson size, but he's like 6'5", 6'6". He's not NBA. He's not even NBA small. If you just, he's a
guard.
Yeah, he's a 6'5", 6'6" guard, and Amen was like, okay,
watch this.
Watch this. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna fling you across the floor. So the Rockets,
you know what,
miss Amen Thompson, but not that much. They beat the Mavs.
Luckily they played the Mavs without Luka.
Yeah, that helped. Yeah.
Like you said, in 5 years, like no one's gonna care about what happened on New Year's Eve or the December 30th game against the Rockets Heat. I will whenever people mention that he got flung to the floor like a ragdoll, I will be like, well, that ragdoll had 25 or 27 5-5. Don't forget
26 9-7,
26 9-6,
or whatever, 27 9-6, whatever the numbers are. But
he was dropping dimes. I'll play the clip. Drop a dime.
I guess that's what happens. I'd be mad too. Sure.
He never flung someone to the floor, so he doesn't get that mad. Not really a defensive guy though.
It's not his job. Maybe that was a frustration. I'm sure the Rockets, when that game tipped off without Jimmy Butler, their primary goal was to keep the Heat's one perimeter player from having a good night. He's having a good night. We've talked about this where Ime gets upset when Amen gives up anything. So Amen Thompson giving up any points is a cause for, I guess, a talking to from Ime. So maybe Amen was like, no, I got to win. I'm leaving here with something. Amen was like, I'm leaving here with something.
Yeah, he was looking at the bench. He was like, God, Ime Udoka is so pissed right now. Yeah. How do I get him back on my side? Wait, what did you say, Tyler Hero?
Yeah. They sent 2. They blitz. It was keep that guy from affecting the game, and he affected it in a way where the Heat won. And they're like, no, okay, no. I'm not leaving here with you being the star. I got to change this. And he did. Cost him a couple games and some money, and Vernon Maxwell was willing to pay it and consistently called Tyler Hero throughout MGK. He goes, MGK probably said something, and that's what led to what Amen did. But either way, you lose one game, you bounce back with a win over the Mavericks, and you now, if we care about the standing so much, are now 2 games up, I believe, in the race for number 3, and only 2.5 games up on the Nuggets, and only half a game behind the Grizzlies. So Rockets, yes, they lose 2 disappointing games at home, but they are 7-3 in their last 10, far exceeding expectations right now. And good basketball team, and of course they'll get Amen Thompson back pretty soon.
It is crazy at this point. We're just like, they're a good basketball team, and all of November, even early, or the early part of the season, we're like, this is fun. It'll come back down to earth. I still think it. We're talking about them a half game back from the 2 seed. I have a pretty hard time seeing them end up the 2 seed.
And it's mostly because of the backcourt for me. I think they have the ingredients, the way they play defense, offensive rebounding, all those things to be in that spot. Can I trust that they can play at this level? And the schedule has gotten tougher. They have one of the tougher schedules. I mean, I don't know what line in the sand was drawn as far as games played, but they have like the 3rd or 4th toughest schedule, and that included the last 3 games, and they 1-2 in those 3 going forward. So can this backcourt do well enough that they can, or as bad as it's been, survive? Can the roster survive and play well down the stretch?
If they're playing good teams, Jalen Green will not bounce back.
Yes, he doesn't.
Jalen Green.
He does not shoot well against good teams.
I'm officially ready to stamp him bad team merchant. It's too. The pattern is too direct. Of like all of his awesome games are against the Pelicans and the 76ers.
Any team floating around a top 10 defense, he's awful against those teams. They're not going to see top 10 defenses throughout, but good basketball teams no matter where they are in the defensive rankings, he has not played well against. And he started good or well last night, and then it tapered off because he's just not a consistent shooter. But they do get the win, and good for them to bounce back at home in the middle of this homestand, which had not started great. So we move on from that. We'll get to some Texan stuff because they have added a name addition. He hasn't played very well or very much recently, but Deontay Johnson is now a Texan. They had a hole at wide receiver. I don't think the hole has been filled, but they have added a new piece. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on Deontay Johnson when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I said we'd get to D'Amico and Deontay Johnson, but that can wait. I forgot to mention this. So I stupidly ordered something and had it sent to the store nearest to me. Somehow I ordered like 3 things. 2 of them came to my home, and then I guess I clicked the wrong button, and one of them went to the store in the mall. So I had to go to the mall to pick it up, and it gave me a reason to go. If people don't know where I live in League City. Closest mall is the Baybrook Mall. Across the street is the Cinemark 18, which is where I go generally see my movies. So I went there to see Nosferatu. Pretty good, just a hornier version of Dracula. It's based off Bram Stoker's Dracula anyway, but it's just at least for Robert Eggers, the director, it's a hornier version of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
I also saw it.
Yes,
really good.
Yes, really good. So I had a couple things happen, and I guess I've already mentioned the name of the theater, which I was trying to avoid, but I had to use it for context. A lot of that's not a lot, but part of that story has rats involved in it. And do you want to know what's running around at my feet in that theater?
Oh, 40X experience. You got the full.
I got the full experience.
Well, plague rats running past your
now,
leg.
We'll say it was a small mouse. It was a mouse, but it was still a rodent running around at my feet.
That is almost like they spraying water on your face.
I was watching the movie, and then in the corner of my eye, there's this little. I see something skirting across near my feet. I'm like, what is this? I didn't catch it the first time. Then I look down, and I see it running across again, and it was a little mouse. It was a little mouse.
There we go.
And at some point, it stayed in its hole or whatever. But for like 3 or 4 times, it kept running back across on the floor, and I just happened to see it. So that was part of my experience. Felt like I was fighting off a vampire with the plague mouse running around at my feet. The other thing that happened was, and I've never seen this happen in real life, but I think there was a person on the spectrum at the movie. I don't know if he was autistic. I'm not sure. But you could hear sporadically during the movie, you could hear someone making noise. I don't know. Once again, I'm not sure the diagnosis. Maybe it was Tourette's. I don't know. But a person would kind of have an outburst. Not very long, but they would either say a name or grunt or whatever it is. And initially you're thinking, hey, in your head, shut up. I'm trying to watch this movie. And then you kind of peep that this is not a person just talking to someone. It's a person who may have something that, like I said, undiagnosed. I'm not sure. So about an hour and a half into the movie, there was another outburst. Not very long, but, you could hear it because everyone's quiet watching the movie. And someone goes, why don't you shut the hell up? And it's just like this big, older meathead. Like, he looks like a guy who goes to the gym, but he's probably in his 50s. And he goes, why don't you shut up? And then the guardian of the person goes, hey, man, just relax. The guy gets up, the meathead gets up and goes, oh, yeah? Why don't you be a real man and let's take it outside? I'm like, people actually say that? People actually say this?
Nosferatu is such a funny movie.
Yeah, for this to happen in this gothic horror movie.
Yeah, as Lily Rose Depp that's like shaking and
having sex with Count Orlok.
Yeah, and then hey,
yeah, why don't you be a real man? He stands up, looks, goes, why don't you be a real man and let's take this outside? And then he walks over to the guardian, and then I think he peeps what's actually going on, and then just keeps walking out.
You know what? That's a good move.
Yeah, he kept walking out.
I'm not walking back to my seat.
He did eventually come back. Like about 20 minutes later, he comes back in and just sits down and watches the rest of the movie. I'm not sure if he went out to cool off or complain, and no one came in with him.
Hopefully, he didn't miss the Willem Dafoe part.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe special in that movie.
Throwing heat.
Yeah, he was on one. Aaron Taylor Johnson. I'm not sure about what was going on with his performance. I'm not sure. If was he English? It felt. I don't know. Whatever. Everyone.
Wasn't. You know what? He wasn't up to the stand. It was a high standard in this movie. He was definitely the worst.
It was Craven like his. If we are judging, he looked like a guy who should be in Craven as opposed to in this movie.
Yeah. Well,
and if
he's also a hunter.
It's true. It's set in Germany. They didn't ask any of the English cast or even the American, which is Rose Depp. They didn't ask anyone to put on a German accent, so they're all speaking in their regular voices.
They all talk like it's a Victorian movie.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
it felt like Bram Stoker's Dracula because that's set in England, and this one was set in Germany, but the English people didn't have to put on the accent. It's a good movie. I just had the mouse thing happen, and then I had a guy threaten to beat up a kid on a spectrum.
We have another mouse story on the phone.
I do see that. Mike, let's get to Mike before we go to break. Mike has a story about a mouse in a theater. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I also live in League City, so I go to the Cinemark sometimes. About 3 weeks ago, me and my wife went to see a movie. I don't even know what movie it was. But the craziest thing happened, there was a guy sitting next to me, and like you buy them ahead of time or whatever, so you sit next to someone random. So the guy, he got food delivered to him. He got a hot dog. I didn't even know they sell hot dogs at Cinemark anymore, but he got a hot dog, okay? Takes it out of like its wrapper and like sits it in the cup holder as if it's a cup. Ugh. So there's a bun, a weenie with ketchup on it, okay? And then sits it in the cup holder. So that was like the red flag number one. I was like, okay, this is nuts. I'm like telling my wife, like, look at this. This guy has a hot dog in the cup holder. Like, that's nuts. And then like maybe 30 minutes through the movie, he starts fumbling around like by his ankle, and there's Velcro sound. But he doesn't have Velcro shoes. It's like Velcro, like he's unvelcroing something on his leg. And I immediately tell my wife, like, let's get out of here. I don't know what he's like unstrapping from his leg. So I just said whatever. And then a few days ago, I took my daughter to go see that Sonic movie, and there was also someone on the spectrum that's sitting right next to me. So pumped up for the movie, he was having a good time. And the movie was not that good, but it was halfway through the movie. I go to reach for my popcorn, and what do I touch? I squeeze a freaking mouse right where I think I'm going to go grab my popcorn bucket, and I immediately scream, freak out the guy next to me. Like, I freak him out. Then the mouse runs, and I walked out. So all I can say is that Cinemark is disgusting. It's gross. Weird things happen. Whatever. The other one that's at Baybrook is a better movie theater anyways. But the screens are better at Cinemark. And I hate when people walk around taking people's orders.
Yeah, Mike,
anyways, that was it.
Appreciate it, Mike. Yeah, League City, you got the one in the theater where they cater to people who want food. They'll bring the food to your seat. I forgot. I think it's Star. And then you got the one Cinemark, which is older, and they have the recliner, but they have a mouse problem. I don't know if you were in Theater 7, Mike, because that's where I was.
Yeah, I was sitting there listening. I was like, God, I hope it's the same mouse. Not.
Well, I don't know the life expectancy of a mouse. He said 3 weeks ago. I'm not sure, but yeah, I was in Theater 7 for that mouse.
Eating good. Come
yeah,
on.
Well, there's a lot of stuff on the floor.
Ratatouille made it a while. I guess he was a rat.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't go to a lot of movies at the time of day where there are people I generally choose to go to movies.
Yeah.
Partly because of this job, I can go to a movie when there's no one there, but it's a holiday. I went on New Year's Eve, so there are people there, and the sounds of the guy, there's a seat between me and the guy down who was watching the movie. The sound of him crinkling his wrapper to get his candy, or the chomping on the popcorn is like, I'm not an eater when I watch things. I don't eat while I watch movies or sports, so it's not what I do. I know it is. I understand people do it, but me, I just go, could you cut it out for a little bit? The entire first 25 minutes, it's popcorn shovel. And then, you know what? To be honest, if you're going to do the wrapper thing, you got a wrapper that's going to make a lot of noise because we're not in an action movie, so there's a lot of quiet scenes. Yeah. Just rip it open immediately. I don't like this slow thing where you're trying to be quiet, but it's a wrapper in a quiet theater so everyone hears it. Just do it already. Get it over with. Just do it. Or, what you could do is open it before the movie.
Yeah. That's the move.
That's the move. But hey, I can't tell people how to interact or eat during a movie. I would say don't yell at anyone unless you know the circumstances.
Don't try to take it outside.
Yeah, and don't threaten the guardian of a kid on the spectrum with, hey, you be a real man and take it outside. I was like, wow.
Although I do, it's maybe that's the Ime Udoka influence in the city of Houston.
True. Hey, man.
Just everyone's ready to take it outside at all times.
Just two people watching the movie. One guy happened to be stronger than the other guy.
Yeah. Hey, I was out there making land deals, getting possessed. I'd be mad too.
Yeah. Nosferatu, good movie. I enjoyed it. there just were some things I did not expect to happen in Theater 7 at Cinemark.
A lot of extracurriculars.
And to Sean's great point, Cinemark will tell you, hey, we couldn't provide you with actual vampires, but since there were rats in the movie, we'll give you the mouse.
Yeah, hey.
We'll give you the mouse. If I'm going to be honest.
We got a plague rat in here.
I mean, to be fair, if we're going to do things, give me Rose Depp, not the mouse. If we're choosing things from the movie that you're going to make a real life experience for me.
Or that cat.
Yeah. Hey, have the cat there too.
Willem Dafoe. Have you Willem Dafoe yell about Isaac Newton?
Yeah, exactly. So go see it. Whatever theater you're at, you're probably not going to have the same experience I did.
Yeah.
But go enjoy the movie. It's pretty good.
This segment was brought to you by Cinemark in League City.
Yeah, I screwed up initially by mentioning it. At that point, it was
but
too
we
late.
got Mike, who I go to that same one.
And he squeezed the rat. I think the most egregious thing about that segment was the guy who put his uncovered hot dog in a cup holder.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What are we doing
He's
here?
more of an animal than that rat is.
Yeah, more of an animal than Nosferatu. What are we doing? Yeah. Shout out to the wolves in that movie too.
Oh yeah, those are sick.
Those are
Get
sick.
some of those in the League
I
City
love a
Cinema.
movie where the locals are like, don't go up there, but they're speaking in a foreign language, so you have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So he still goes up there, and then, well, I can't give away more of the plot. But hey, you've seen Dracula. It's very similar because the initial movie was based off that story to begin with. I was like, hey, I remember watching Keanu do the same things in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Now it's Nicholas Hoult doing it, just in Germany. Okay, we are done with hour one. We will get to the D'Amico sound on Deontay Johnson, the Texans' newest wide receiver. We will see what D'Amico says about him possibly playing on Sunday. And we haven't really talked about it. How many starters will play for the Texans and how long? They haven't been very open about that. That's just the D'Amico Ryan's way. We know the Chiefs aren't playing Patrick Mahomes, but are the Texans going to play what appears to be an injured C.J. Stroud for any amount of time or at all against the Titans? We'll talk about that when we come back. We begin hour 2 with D'Amico Ryans. The Texans bring Deontay Johnson on. They've got a hole at wide receiver. Is he capable of filling it? How much is he ready to play? This is D'Amico Ryans on the newest Texans wide receiver, Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, Deontay will be out there this week.
What have you liked from him so far? I know it's been a very short time.
Yeah, I mean, Deontay, he's come in and he's put his head down and he's worked. He's working hard to catch up with the playbook and the things that we're asking him to do. And again, this is really second day out practicing with us, so he's picking it up pretty fast. And we'll try to put him in situations where we can utilize him and utilize his strengths.
30 catches this year. He's played for the Panthers and the Ravens. He only caught one ball for the Ravens. He was supposed to be an acquisition to help Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was just fine without him. If we're avoiding and ignoring narratives, probably should be the MVP. If you just go by the numbers, Josh Allen will likely get it because of never winning it. And also, you just look at who Lamar has on the offensive side of the ball. You say Josh Allen has less to work with. Josh Allen probably gets it. The better record helps as well, even though the Ravens have the head-to-head. So 31 catches, for Deontay Johnson. What do I expect? I don't expect him to be much of an impact against the Titans. It doesn't really matter. The Titans will wear their Oilers jerseys again. They've changed the logo for all their social media to let everyone know if you weren't aware. And whether Deontay Johnson plays a lot or a little, I don't think it matters very much for Sunday. The question is, how much is C.J. Stroud going to play? If at all. It's been pointed out by Bill Belichick and others that you can't bench everyone. It's not the preseason where your roster's giant. It ain't college football, once again, where you have a giant roster. You can't sit every starter. So some guys won't play, but a lot of guys will. It'll be just a question of how many snaps some guys get. Like, if Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are inactive, that means Nico Autry's going to play. Derek Barnett's going to play. You're going to have to play some people who are part of your two deep, and they're going to have to get a lot of snaps just the way NFL rosters are built. So is there any reason for C.J. Stroud, who admits to being banged up, to play? Do we buy that a quarter or more against the Titans will help get him in a rhythm that he hasn't had all year long? I mean, I came to the conclusion the C.J. Stroud we were going to get for the rest of the regular season was the one we had seen for the previous 8 weeks very early, clearly, because I think I did it about 8 to 9 weeks into the year. It's like, this is the guy we're going to see. Stop expecting something else. Maybe a little later, but I came to that conclusion. This is who he is. This is what this offense is this season. I'm not saying it's going to be what they are in the future, but we know what they are. So I'm not sure anything he's going to do on Sunday is going to change the trajectory of this offense for the playoffs. I would say, why are we playing CJ in this game? Why not? You don't need a competitive advantage against the Titans. This game means nothing other than Amy Adams Strunk celebrating if she can sweep the Texans. Just say he's not playing.
Or say he is playing to prevent the sweep. You had
if that is any, like, if Cal and Hannah called down, hey, we ain't getting swept by them, play CJ. We already saw the Titans beat CJ, so we can't guarantee anything.
It gives you a better chance.
Yes,
he gives
him
you
playing
a
gives
chance
you,
to win.
I think.
But we
don't know. Maybe Davis Mills is better.
What if Mills
against the
Mills
Titans
looks awesome? He just knows how to run the slow offense better.
Well, we saw it last year. No, he doesn't.
Also, they chose Case Keenum to play last year
in this very game. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No. I. That is in a weird way. That is So that is a bad reason to be like, we don't want to get swept. Rivalry still means something. Damn it! In the NFL, we're playing our guys. That's not a good reason. However, it is a better reason than Let's see if they get in rhythm in the last six. What? Yeah, they're going to play 6 drives if they play most of the game, right?
How
many drives are going to?
Well,
They're gonna
Mason.
have like 4.
Well, they've
if
gone
you're
back to Will
pulling them at
Levis.
halftime.
The Titans have gone back to Will Levis after giving Mason Rudolph a couple starts. They're back to Will Levis,
okay.
who had a big day.
Yeah.
against the Texans.
Texans killer Will Levis when he's not getting sacked 10 times.
I don't find any compelling reason why he should play in this game.
Will Levis? Yeah, I say you.
Well, there's no compelling reason for Will Levis to play in the NFL, at least in my eyes. But as far as C.J. Stroud is concerned, I don't find any reason that you could use to convince me that he should be playing in this game. Not anyone that I believe in. Like the Texans and the coaching staff will assume that, hey, we're right around the corner from changing how we are offensively, so we're going to play him because this could be the start of something. I don't think so. I don't think anything that's going to happen on Sunday is going to change anything. So I wouldn't play him.
No, I also would not play him, but I do subscribe somewhat to that belief that, like, hey, listen, you can't sit everybody. Like, just the roster isn't big enough for all your starters to sit and none of them play at all. So, like, there's going to be some guys that have to be out there just with the math problem. CJ Stroud is not one of them.
No.
I say just sit him.
He is not a guy that needs to play, particularly if he's hurt. If he's hurt, what are we doing?
Yeah,
just sit him.
I think Collins and Stroud, you just
in fact,
and mix them.
You want to do the city a favor? Don't play him, because the misery of watching him play and not playing well against the Titans is actually more annoying than anything else. I don't want to see him play if he's not going to play well against the Titans.
Yeah,
I don't want to see. Just sit him. Sure, you want to watch NFL football. You want to watch your team play. There's no stress. There's nothing to worry about, because if Davis Mills gets drilled, you're like, whatever, it's Davis Mills. That's just how people think about Davis Mills, unfortunately for him. I don't want to think about the fact that maybe the Titans are going to care more and get after CJ in a game that means nothing to the Texans. Just sit him. Sit Nico. Sit Joe Mixon has some things he wants to accomplish, possibly. He's got some incentives.
I'm pulling up their stats right now. Get Joe Mixon 7 yards so he gets to 1,000. I assume that's what he
play
wants.
him on the first drive.
Yeah.
Get him at 7 yards, although that's no guarantee, by the way, that he's going to pick up 7 yards in that first drive. Give him however many carries it takes.
Give him 6 carries to get 7 yards.
Whatever it takes, and get him to have a game.
Give Nico Collins, 32 yards to get to 1,000. I'm sure there's some. Actually, yeah, there's probably an incentive in there somewhere for him. And yeah, everyone else can sit. No one else is very close to a milestone, or is good enough to
matter.
Yeah, no offense, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, what's he looking for?
He's already at 503. So
yeah, you're not. Well, is the 600 milestone?
No,
a real thing. No,
not for you. It isn't.
Exactly.
Although maybe play him. Who cares? Like the Ravens game, the Chiefs game was demoralizing in how hurt you were afterwards and how close you came to actually winning and, looking good before the playoffs. And it all come crashing down and people are crying because of how hurt your number 2 wide receiver is.
Yeah.
The Ravens game was demoralizing in this team has nothing. This team, I cannot see a world where this team beats a single good team for the rest of the year.
No.
I don't know if that means they win a playoff game, because maybe the Steelers are even worse. Maybe they just play a 12-9 game and Kaimi Fairbairn makes more kicks. Whatever. There's a turnover. Stingley gets an interception on Russ, and you can win that. As far as beating, we saw it against the Ravens. As far as beating the Chiefs, as far as beating the Bills, even though they beat them.
But this version of the Texans against this version of the Bills,
guys, it's not happening.
Yeah,
just
going to Buffalo and winning a game. Come on, what are we talking about?
That's where I'm at. Where sit the starters or play them. Who cares? I lean on sit them just because I don't want them to get hurt and then have to watch Davis Mills start a playoff game. Because as a Houston Texans fan, I think like half the playoff games I've seen have featured a backup quarterback playing for the Texans. If not a backup quarterback, it's Brian Hoyer and Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, on the level of a backup quarterback. Yeah,
like I've seen the actual starter play so few playoff games for the Texans.
I would agree. I'm sure they can find a reason why CJ Stroud playing makes some sense. I can't. So they will make a decision. I feel like, hey, make the announcement today or tomorrow, whenever. And just tell everyone Davis Mills is playing because CJ's a little banged up. We want to get him healthy for the playoffs. Nico's going to sit. We'll try to get Joe as 1,000 yards and do it before 6 carries. And he will sit because you can only deactivate like 7 guys.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be hard.
So you got to pick and choose, but I feel like 3 on offense. Well, even have Joe Mixon be active, but 2 on offense, the 2 guys we mentioned, the 2 stars. Maybe Tunsil sits. And you find your 4 on defense, however you want to disperse it, and you keep it moving. And even if you have to keep some guys active, don't play them.
Yeah.
They're emergency guys who play
exactly.
if the guys you want to get the bulk of the snaps get hurt.
Yeah, I just you have to use the upside of playing 3 games in 11 days. The upside is they haven't played since Christmas, and the next time they play, it's going to be what, January 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Use the upside of basically getting yourself a bye week and not play these guys. Like you will be as healthy as you've ever been if you just rest them. Like that's the choice you're making is, do I want to play them for a half, 3/4, maybe a whole game for some reason, or do I want to have as healthy of a team as I possibly can be?
So that'll be D'Amico Ryan's decision, along with the rest of the staff, how they want to handle this in a game that superficially, I guess, means something considering the back and forth. But as far as the goals for your season, means absolutely nothing. So we'll see how they play it. We have our opinion. We'll see if it differs from theirs.
Can have the offense look out of sync in the playoffs,
God forbid.
Yeah, that they have so much momentum, can't disrupt it.
Or they're trying to find that. The sell would be they're trying to find momentum, and sitting another week doesn't help. But
find it against a 2-win team, or no, sorry, 3 or 4-win team.
Everything helps, Sean.
Okay.
Everything helps.
It's just going to be a little bit different when you're playing the Ravens or the Steelers, but okay.
Says you.
No, says the Christmas Day game. That says it'll be different when you play the Ravens.
They weren't exactly great offensively in that second half against the Titans either. So we will see what they do. Before we go to break, I do want to talk about a team that always wins, Monument Chevrolet. You should go out there. I know it's after the holidays and maybe a car purchase wasn't your top priority, but maybe your New Year's resolution is to drive a new car. I have the perfect place. It's Monument Chevrolet. Go to monumentchevrolet.com to check out the entire inventory and understand they are a family. So when you see the price on the website, they're going to treat you like family when you head on out there. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees, no upcharges. Once you get on the lot, the price you see on the website is the price you see when you actually check out the car, whether you want a Blazer or Colorado or Silverado. It's all out there for you. Maybe you want a Trax. They have all those cars out there for you to check out. Just head on out there off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. Maybe you will meet Sam, who is a Pasadena native. He understands that Monument Chevrolet has been serving that community for a long time. He's out there to help you. He's a salesperson of the week. You meet Sam. He'll walk you through the process. They understand. When you want to get a car, you don't want it to be some arduous thing. It's quick and easy. They'll get you into that car as quickly as possible, and they'll welcome you back anytime you have any questions. That's what they're all about, serving the community, serving the customer, whether you want a new car or a pre-owned car, or maybe you're a business owner and you want to add to your fleet or begin your fleet. They have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the entire country, so they got anything you might want for your business. Check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Go on out there, Beltway 8 and 225. And remember, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Joe George, I just saw him. He's walking around with his Notre Dame hat on. We'll have that game today, a little bit later today. When's it begin, Sean? Notre Dame, Georgia?
Coverage starts at 2:30.
So if you're driving around or maybe you're just at home for whatever reason, we will have the game for you here on ESPN 97.5.
And kickoff's at 3.
Well, I guess I would say if you're driving around, because if you're at home, you're likely listening to it over the internet, and we don't carry it that way, right? We have to mute the stream.
We're gonna.
You'd have to have an actual radio on in your home to listen to it that way. I'm sure some of you still do, but likely you listen to us through a laptop or phone or whatever. So if you're driving around, Notre Dame, Georgia, that game postponed because of the terror attack yesterday in New Orleans. The Attorney General was like, I'd prefer the game be played on Friday because, as you might imagine, when something like this happens, they want to find out anything they can about the incident and extensively search for any devices or any co-conspirators. But the game will go on today.
Greg Sankey was like, I think Thursday's enough.
I don't know if he made that call. I know because of how the game, or at least the date of the game, a lot of people are flying back home.
Yeah,
they had a hotel room for
one night,
or certainly didn't have it for.
They're going to leave today.
Yeah, they're leaving. So a lot of Notre Dame, Georgia people head into the airport, according to people, media people. I think Jessica Smetana, who is a Notre Dame fan, I think she went to that school, works for the Dan Lebertard show. Guess she had to go. No, may have to go back to work, so she's going to miss the game. At least she talked about a lot of Notre Dame and Georgia fans were at the airport heading out. So that is part of the storyline tonight. We'll see what New Orleans is like as far as the atmosphere. Imagine a lot of people are going to be shook up by what happened, and rightfully so. We will see how many people actually stayed and feel comfortable going to that game, considering the surroundings with the tragedy that happened and the attack that happened not last night, but the night before. It's unfortunate, but it is part of the world we live in, and I guess the game must go on about less than 24 hours later than it was scheduled to go on. So Georgia, Notre Dame, you can hear it here starting at 2:30. Will Georgia break the trend of the team who had to bye starting slowly? Somehow, someway, Notre Dame has the quarterback advantage. Something I don't generally say about Notre Dame in these games. It's not usually the case this is a new era with the quarterfinals and the 12-team playoff, but when they had made semifinals, they usually were at a disadvantage at quarterback. This one, because of Gunnar Stockton, we don't know a lot about him other than he was a high-profile recruit, but Carson Beck's injury leads him to playing in this game. Now, they've had since, I think, December 7th to try to get him ready. We will see what Georgia's game plan is. I imagine it'll be heavy play action, throw the ball to the tight ends in the flats, get the running backs involved in the passing game. Georgia doesn't have great wide receivers anyway. Not sure how much of a focus that would have been if Carson Beck was a quarterback. We will see how Georgia with a backup quarterback plays in a game where they probably just want to play defense, run the football.
I was going to say.
Try to torture Riley Leonard.
I was going to say, this feels like...
This is like a Kirby. This is perfect for Kirby.
Kirby's like, I get to go back to the old me.
Yeah.
I get to go back, not even Stetson Bennett days. I get to go back to Jake Fromm era of where it's like, Justin Fields, can't use him. Give me Fromm.
Exactly.
Give me Fromm to throw the 5-yard checkdowns. I think that's what we're going to get. I do think that they have some pressure with Carson Beck, like just internally being like, oh, it's Carson Beck. Like, we had to throw the ball. It's a returning starter. We thought he was going to be really good coming into the year. We should be able to pass the ball. Now it's like, nope, we're not going to do that. We're setting the game of football back 15 years with the game plan we have. And I think Notre Dame's going to do something pretty similar. I do think that Georgia's the one bye team that you can say, like, this, of any of the teams that got the bye, they should help them the most because they're preparing a starter to make his first career start. So I think that should help them. I don't know how much to take in the 3 games, like the slow starts. we see it in the baseball playoffs. We see it in the football playoffs where some years it's a huge advantage. Some years all the bye teams lose. I don't know. It feels like 1 year sample size where 2 teams were 14-point underdogs. And then Oregon got jumped on by a team that's probably playing as one of the best college football teams we've seen in years. Like how Ohio State is playing right now is up there with like 2019 LSU. Now 2019 LSU did it the entire year. They didn't need to lose to a crappy Michigan team to flip the switch the way that Ohio State has. But yeah, you go Boise State, like, yeah, they're going to get jumped on by Penn State, and Penn State's not going to be able to run away with it unless your quarterback throws 9 pick sixes, like Kevin Jennings. Arizona State got jumped on, able to battle back, but I just don't know how much I'm willing to say like the bye sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's year one. I'm not making any judgments on what it'll mean. Just so far.
Yeah.
And you could just point to, well, the teams they played were better, and I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, there are 2 problems going into that, where it's like we're going into these games, we're like, yeah, it's messed up that Arizona State and Boise State get the byes. We should fix that for the next one, where it's not if you win a conference or you're a top 4 conference winner, you get a bye. It should just be you're in, but you don't get the bye, and then you just rank the top 4, or rank them 1 through 12 and do the playoff that way. And yeah, to say that, and then to also be like, but the bye really hurt Boise State. It's like, I don't know. I think all the NFL players on Penn State really hurt Boise State too.
I don't know. You have multiple ways to look at it, and we will see.
And the Penn State Boise game was like, it got competitive.
It was competitive. In the third quarter, it was 17-14, and even going into halftime, Penn State had to kick a field goal after benefiting from what should have been offensive pass interference, but they didn't call it, right?
Yes.
It was ruled incomplete. So instead of it being like second and, 20 plus, I think they had still a reasonable down and distance. I think that's how it went. Maybe they even had to punt on that drive either way. I don't remember exactly. But it was 17-7 at the half. Boise scored a touchdown to make it 17-14. And then Penn State got it going and stuffed Boise the rest of the way and won that game going away. So it is just one observation I had. We will see if we're 4 for 4 with the teams in the bye starting slowly, or it's just a case of the teams who played in week 1 or in the first round simply being better, which was the thought going into the games anyway.
Yeah, I think they're all underdog. Like Ohio State was favored against. Yeah, so like they're all underdogs.
Yeah,
too, so.
The Oregon thing, because we saw them play earlier in the year, and that was a great ball game. The Oregon thing was likely the most shocking of them all.
Yeah,
it just looked like Ohio State played up to the level of the roster that we thought they would have,
and it looked like that Ohio State or Oregon got just like punched in the mouth and then spent a quarter and a half trying to regroup. And in the second half, obviously it was garbage time, and so it's easier to look better. But I do think some of it was just whoa,
yeah,
we blinked. For me, someone who was watching the Texas game to its conclusion and then having it flip over, like having the broadcast flip over, when they flipped over, it was 7-0. Oregon ran one play, punted, and then it was 14-0. So it was 14-0 in the first 2 minutes I was watching.
Didn't Oregon get a stop on Ohio State's second drive? Now Ohio State was in Oregon territory, and then they had to punt the ball, and then Oregon did nothing, and Ohio State scored. I think their first 3 drives or 3 plays and big plays scored touchdowns. And either way, it was over pretty quickly.
Once I saw the Will Howard dart to Emeka Egbuka, which was their second touchdown, I was like, if Will Howard's making that throw, it's over.
Yeah, Oregon,
it's over not just for Oregon, it's over for everybody.
Oregon's DB tried to make a play, had his head turned away from the ball. I think the ball hit his hand, and Egbuka wound up grabbing it, securing it as he was going into the end zone. And that pretty much was like, okay, this is one of those games, and Will Howard's on, and let's forget about it. Let's move on.
If you're playing good defense on these receivers, and then they can still make that third, that was the whole thing when they had C.J. Stroud and Justin Fields and Dwayne Haskins and all the great quarterbacks that they had that were saying Will Howard isn't living up to that. It's like, well, if he can make that throw, then you are kind of dealing with the Ohio State that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and who's to say we will get that Will Howard or that Ohio State against Texas?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I will say player for player, Texas, particularly in that secondary, is better than Oregon, and Texas has a good defensive front. And just because it happened in the Rose Bowl doesn't mean it will happen in the Cotton Bowl, but it doesn't feel like it's not going to happen if we look at how Texas played against Arizona State.
I knew that probably after the first Bert Auburn miss, I was like, if Texas wins this game, like without a doubt, whoever wins the Rose Bowl is going to be like a touchdown favorite against them. Because whoever would have won the Rose Bowl would have been way more impressive than what Texas did. So
Look,
I was already gearing up.
We
to
were
like,
saying
well,
these
this
things
thing's
about
gonna be
Ohio State,
over.
and then the switch flipped, and they became this juggernaut who did not look like that against Michigan. So
Even if they just played like the same game that they played earlier in the season, where it's a tight one, and then whoever wins, like even that team, they have been like, they went blow for blow with probably the second best team in the country. And now they're going to play a Texas team that almost tricked it off against Arizona State.
all I am saying is we're 2 games removed from Ohio State looking lost. Texas, for the first 5 minutes of that ball game, looked dominant.
Yeah.
And then it flipped the other way. I don't know what's going to happen in the Cotton Bowl. It's a home game for you guys, right? That's what they're selling it as.
I just already the third quarter, Ohio State's going to go on. He's going to outscore them 21-0.
See,
that's just how it
You're
works.
very negative about your team.
You
You never know, Sean.
I watched the last 2 games that they played.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen in the Cotton Bowl. It's a different game altogether.
It's been more than the last 2 games where they go up early and then trick off for the rest of the
Don't
game.
worry. Things will change. Don't you worry. And if you think Texas is being underestimated, you know where you can make some money? MyBookie. You go to mybookie.ag right now. The line, I think, has moved like 2 points since the opening line. Maybe you like Texas. Time to put some money down on the Texas Longhorns as they faced Oregon in what amounts to a home game for those Longhorns. They face Ohio State. And what amounts to a home game for those Longhorns with a chance to get to the title game. So you can check that out at MyBookie. It doesn't have to just be about CFP stuff, though. It could be the NFL. It could be international soccer. They have it all, from bowl season to international soccer to the NFL to the NBA. All that for you to check out at MyBookie, and they'll match up to 50% on that first deposit. Actually, it is 50% on that deposit, up to $1,000. So you want to put $200 down? You want a little extra? They'll give you $100, whether it be something that you like in the NFL this weekend or tennis. It does not matter. And I mention all these different sports because that's their tag. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. MyBookie has it all for you, from the live betting in sports to the casino action if you just want to play cards. It's all there for you. Use that promo code BET975 to experience it all. Go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
It wasn't a conversation we planned last time we were on. Maybe the day before our last day. It certainly wasn't at the party. Maybe it was the Friday before. We got into favorite Christmas movies. I did follow through and watch Bad Santa again. It certainly can't be made in 2024, but it still hits. Billy Bob Thornton, The Little Person, Bernie Mac, R.I.P. Still hits. And I forgot they made a Bad Santa 2. I didn't watch that. I was only going to watch Bad Santa. Still the thing. I said it was my favorite Christmas movie. It remains at the top of the list. There's nothing I can really repeat as far as the jokes are concerned, and I couldn't do the movie justice anyway, but I'm just saying, depending on your sensibilities, throw on Bad Santa, whether it be Christmas time or not. The great Lauren Graham, Lorelai Gilmore's in that movie too. Nothing like Lorelai, as you might imagine, in the Billy Bob Thornton movie. I laughed as hard as I've laughed at a movie in a long time. I hadn't watched that movie in probably 5 or 6 years. Still does it. Shout out to Billy Bob, who you can see on Landman right now.
I also watched a Christmas movie that I think we've mentioned before, and I finally got to watch it. I watched Red One
on Amazon.
On Amazon. Yeah.
Is that the movie where
J.K. Simmons
is a yoked up
Santa and
who's
gets
been kidnapped?
Yes.
How did?
Not good. Not good.
I didn't even finish the question because I kind of knew the answer.
It's what you think.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It delivered. I mean,
delivered how? Delivered how?
That you're like this. I am watching a rock movie that comes out in the 2020s, so it's not good.
Yeah. I think The Rock's career has been dissected quite a bit, but you know, he can be someone who gets a movie made.
He got this one made.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Do you know how much? I was looking it up in the middle of the movie because
why focus on the actual movie?
I got it. I got the plot.
Understood.
Do you know the budget?
You weren't surprised by anything that happened?
No.
Okay.
Do you know the budget other than how bad it was? Do you know the budget on this movie?
Well, they had CGI snowmen, right, who were on the beach,
and a CGI polar bear named Garcia. I was surprised that the polar bear
was named Garcia.
Yeah, it was a Latino polar bear.
What are the immigration laws in the North Pole?
I'm just surprised. You could have given him any name.
Yeah, Garcia was the one you picked, huh?
The budget for this movie, $250 million.
Well, you got to pay The Rock. You got to pay Chris Evans. You got to pay J.K. Simmons. Those are a lot of guys who are in for the bag. I mean,
Lucy Liu's in it.
Another one. There's no reason for an acclaimed actor like J.K. Simmons.
I was honestly like, which one of these guys is acclaimed? And yes, J.K. Simmons though is in the movie the least because he gets kidnapped. So
he's in that movie for the bag. It brings legitimacy, I guess, to it. It's the reason why Chris Evans is coming back to the MCU. Not that J.K. Simmons doesn't know anything about a Marvel movie. He's been in those too, but
he's in good ones too.
Yeah, he has been. And so is Chris Evans, but he's coming back for a reason because the career outside of Marvel ain't hitting.
No, Chris Evans, big, microscope on him. Is he Captain America merchant? People are asking. He was good in Knives Out, though. So
yeah,
I'm not gonna.
I
can't fully get the slander machine going. Although, I don't know.
He's a guy who
Martin Maldonado batting average since Endgame.
I guess you could say he could get it once again. He's probably a guy who can get a movie made. I'm just not sure I have any interest in watching a movie where he's the leading force. Like, if
Gray
he wants
Man?
to be,
how'd you feel about the Gray Man?
Kind of like Ryan Gosling in the movie. But Chris Evans isn't even the star of that movie. He's the villain, but he ain't the star. Ryan Gosling's the star.
The second biggest person.
It's not even but that's a Ryan Gosling movie, and Chris Evans happens to be in it, playing the villain with that stupid mustache. But Ryan Gosling,
the mustache was so bad.
Ryan Gosling is the star of that movie. Yeah, Chris Evans can. I'm not going to watch a movie that he's leading. Like, he can be an ensemble like Knives Out. Like, I get him, but that's a Ryan Johnson joint more than anything else as the director.
Joint, yeah.
Yeah, Anna de Armas, of course. So I would watch that understanding that Ryan Johnson is directing.
Yeah.
I'm not watching it because Chris Evans is in it. I don't remember any movie I've seen because Chris Evans is in it. Can you think of one that you were watching not because he's a character like Captain America? Can you remember a movie where you were thinking, yeah, Chris Evans is in it, I'm going to watch this? No, he's not that guy.
I mean, partially because his career before Captain America was movies I wasn't going to watch.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
now he is in a good non-Captain America movie. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but
Scott
he plays.
Pilgrim?
No. Well, that's a good movie, but it's not a Chris Evans movie.
I also am not giving him credit for that.
No. It's a movie where he plays the uncle of a really intelligent, smart girl, and he has to take care of her because her parents died. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but that's a good movie. It has I have to look it up. I don't remember, but that's a good movie.
Okay.
But it's not because Chris Evans is in it that I'm watching it. The story's a pretty good one, and he does a good job in it, but he's not a box office draw.
Yeah. And after Red One, probably still won't be. That's my review of Red One.
I
actually thought that like the acting wasn't like so like for The Rock and Chris Evans.
It's just a stupid movie.
Yeah, it's just like stupid. But it like the Rock performance wasn't like terrible.
Yeah, the movie's called Gifted. He's the uncle, as I said, of a young girl who's very intelligent, and he has to try to wade through. And the story's not a bad one, so that's the one where he's good in it, but he ain't the leading force. So you watched Red One.
Among other things, but
I applaud you for trying.
It's a new movie that I saw. I also did watch Knives Out with my parents over Christmas. Still good.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Still good.
I don't.
In case you're wondering,
it's only been like 7
5
years.
years.
Yeah, it's not been that long. It's not dated, and of course Anna de Armas is in it. So of course, still good. Her and Chris Evans in that spy movie, not good.
Ghosted.
Yeah, not good.
I'm looking at Chris Evans.
So am I.
I didn't have Ghosted off the top of my head.
Well,
the name of that.
You should have pretended like you did.
Gray Man. Yeah.
Snowpiercer. He was in. That's good.
Yeah, but we're going back like a decade.
I'm trying to shoot the guy some bail.
I'm not. I have an agenda to push.
Clearly.
That I don't want to push. I don't want to push it.
So if you are part of Chris Evans' hive, this segment hasn't been for you. Sorry.
Pain Hustlers. It's a movie that came out last year. Oh, only on Netflix. All right.
I'm sure he had that deal with Netflix. He got to be in The Gray Man, and then he got his own movie to do. Pain Hustlers.
He got to be in The Gray Man.
Yeah. He got to be in a movie with Ryan Gosling. Yes.
Congratulations.
I would say yes. And he'll be in Avengers Doomsday, apparently, in 2026. Because Sam Wilson ain't enough. One Captain America isn't enough. Let's get the other one in.
He's like Draymond Green after Game 7, the finals, going to his car on the phone with Kevin Durant. We need you. That's Sam Wilson.
And we haven't even seen the Sam Wilson-driven Captain America movie.
We haven't seen it.
We don't know how good or bad it'll be. Got a Red Hulk.
Who's to say?
You got a Harrison Ford.
Who's to say? Giancarlo Esposito playing every Giancarlo Esposito character he's ever played.
The least convincing comic book villain I could ever think of, at least according to the trailer. I don't know what he's going to be in the movie, but looking at him in the movie,
just every movie that this guy's
in,
but
he doesn't look. He doesn't give me the vibe of a comic book villain.
No, he looks like Gus Fring.
Yeah,
he just plays Gus Fring for
Gus
the rest
Fring
of his
in
life.
a Marvel movie. Yeah. So we'll see. Shout out to Chris Evans for still getting that bag, though. It's not going to be a great movie where you have the 4 stars on the poster and there's a giant Garcia polar bear on the poster too. This movie's going to suck.
I will admit that how prominent the polar bear is, that gives you a clue. And also, polar bear's not really in that much of the movie.
Which is probably...
They sold you on the polar bear.
Yeah, that's not good for the movie. Keep the polar bear in. All right, what do we talk about today before we wrap it up? Cam Whitmore not thrilled with the Rockets?
No.
Or his place with the Rockets right
No.
now? He'd like more consistent time. He played well last night against the Mavericks. Doesn't think it's going to lead to anything. We played this down from him earlier. Cam Whitmore apparently upset.
Yeah. We both agree. We understand his frustrations and at the same time understand why the Rockets are like, maybe don't say it in front of a microphone.
Yeah. Voice those things internally and we'll work on it. But you just had a good game. Just give the media the quotes that don't mean anything and let's keep it moving.
Also in that video, Vanessa Richardson is seen in the background making a funny face as he's going. You can see her be like, like he's saying it.
Danielle Lerner
ask the questions.
of the Chronicle how she tweeted about it. She pretty much said it was an odd vibe when he was talking before it was heard. She talked about Cam Whitmore after the game, and I don't think any of the media expected that guy after that performance in a win to say what he said.
Yeah, I mean the questions were just like, "Great game, huh?" like that was
Pretty much.
that was basically the great game, huh? Getting consistent minutes for the first time.
Because they're not consistent,
and he's like, "They're not consistent."
No, he's not wrong.
No,
but
again,
the question,
he's not wrong.
No, it's just surprising that he would say it. But he's a young player who wants more time and probably doesn't particularly like being shuttled to Rio Grande and back and forth.
Yeah.
So we will see if his performance will lead to more game time. And with Tari Eason being gone and Amin Thompson being suspended for one more game, he's going to get more minutes in their next game. He doesn't have much hope that it's going to lead to something down the line. So that's where we stand. Deontay Johnson, a new Texan. He will play on Sunday. The question is, will he be catching passes from Davis Mills or CJ Stroud? We've been kind of clear on we'd rather have it be Davis Mills. We will see how the Texans treat that. Reminder that the playoff game between the Bulldogs and the Fighting Irish will be on ESPN 97.5. Coverage begins at 2:30. I got a question about whether we're streaming or not. I don't believe that's how we do it. We don't stream games here. So if you're out and about, great. You get to listen. If you're not, I guess I just say watch the game. If you're at home, just watch the game. That's how it'll be. But we appreciate the interest.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't know if it's legal. I don't know exactly why we don't, but we just don't do it.
I think it has to do with
It's
that.
a legality thing.
Yeah.
We don't have the rights to stream the game. We can broadcast it over there.
The rights locally, but not internationally.
Yes. So if you're in Kuala Lumpur and you're hoping to listen to Georgia versus Notre Dame for whatever reason, sorry.
Hanging out with Garcia the polar bear.
Wherever you might be, I would say I don't even know who's calling the game, but just watch ESPN. It'll be there for you.
Yeah. Is it a McElroy McDonough joint?
Have they called? They haven't been on the game yet for the quarterfinal, right?
I think it'll be them.
So it'll be them. And no tests. We got a lot of tests yesterday. I think he was a little over the top yesterday.
I don't know. I knew we were in for a ride when two things. A, Joe Tessitore on the call.
Of course.
B, New Year's Day kickoff at 12. I was like, I don't like this. I know.
As a Texas fan, you didn't. Oh, no. You didn't like the vibes.
Also, as a human being who woke up at 12:30, I did not like it.
You woke up at 12:30?
Yes.
So you missed the first 30 minutes or the first 15, whatever?
I fast forwarded through it on YouTube TV.
Got it.
So I just start from beginning.
Understood.
Fast forward through the first quarter. So for me, the 14-3 lead, that's like that. They're barely ever up 14.
Yeah. Texas looked great early. It did not continue.
That was the quickest part of the game for me. But yeah, the other thing we talked about, Texas saving the college football playoff.
Yeah, as much as
the only watchable product in college football right now is the Texas Longhorns.
As much as we have criticized, or you particularly have criticized your team's performance, at least they have provided compelling football.
Oh,
or at least
great theater.
A compelling watching experience for the rest of us. And if not for them, and even going back to the playoff game against Clemson where they let them back in it, we would be leaning on the Cheez-It and Pop-Tart Bowl for our best moments in the bowl season.
And like when Boise State had a wide open tight end and cut it to 3 against Penn
and we're
State.
like, oh my gosh, we got a game. And then no, we don't.
By the way, I watched that Penn State game. I was like, this is what the Arizona State game is going to be like. Where the entire time you're like, how is this a close game?
And it got a little more scary than
Yeah,
that.
no, it was way worse.
Yeah.
It was double overtime.
All right, I can hear Gallant George out there. Let's get to them.
Can't hear Gallant.
Oh, I can hear Joe talking to someone.
Joe, it's going to be Joe and the Killer Bees.
Oh, okay. Awesome. We will get to them right now. We are done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Already the weekend. Look at that. 2-show week. And we're back off. Look at that. Nice setup for us, at least for me. So we'll talk to you tomorrow. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Joe is here, too. Sean producing the show. I have no idea what's going on. I'm not reaching between your legs. I'm just trying to turn up my volume here. Joe.
Other one.
Happy New Year. No, it's not the other one, Joe. I've been...
Well, I know
which I know which one I'm plugged into.
I didn't know you plugged into that one.
I plugged into this one because this one over here doesn't work.
I know. I said
there you go. All right. So there you go. Volume's good. A little more snare in my headphone. All good. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, fellas.
Happy New Year.
Sean, Happy New Year to you. I don't know what we're doing today.
A radio show.
Blankers traded me to the Gallant George show, which is going to be Branham and George. But Blankers is here today. College football later after the heinous attack in New Orleans. So I have really no idea what's going on. Maybe it'll be ironed out tomorrow, I hope. But, I mean, Joe just texted me in the morning and be like, hey, we need you at noon. Hey, we need you at 3. So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I just look. It's really simple here. I missed you guys. It's been a while since the three of us have done a show together, and we get the gang back together.
Yeah. I don't know why Blankers traded me, and he's
I would
cramping
never.
our style here.
First of all, I shouldn't say never, but I never would have tried to trade you.
You didn't trade him for Paul?
No,
he didn't get great value, but he traded. He did trade me. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Anyways, Happy New Year. Sean was asking us right before we went on the air, is it too late to say it's January 2nd? But it does remind me of the Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm episode of New Year, where they're like, there's a statute of limitations on when you can say Happy New Year. First time you see them, like you can't say it after you see them for the second time in the new year. So Sean saw me, said Happy New Year, saw us, said Happy New Year. If he didn't say Happy New Year today and saw us tomorrow, you can't say Happy New Year. You can only do it the first time that you see somebody in the new year. But what is the line of demarcation? At what point in the calendar is it no more Happy New Year?
I think that it's a fine line because of, like you said, if I haven't seen you guys in a couple of days and a couple of days have passed, then the first time that I see you, I think you can say it, but otherwise I'd say it's 48 hours. After 48 hours, 48 hours, and I'm cutting it off. That's
a curmudgeon answer. 48 hours?
Yeah, I don't need to. I mean, at a certain point, you're already in the new year. If you saw me at New Year's, great. If not, you know what I mean.
January 3rd, you're done?
Yeah.
So it's like your friends at the gym, you haven't seen them. January 3rd, they can't wish you a Happy New Year?
Oh, they can wish it to me. I'm just not saying it anymore.
So on Monday, when Paul gets back from Mexico on Monday, you're not going to say Happy New Year to him.
No.
When y'all start your show, you're going to be like, what up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing? Happy New Year, Paul. When y'all start the show on Monday.
No.
What? That's crazy to me.
No.
That's great. What is your line?
I typically go like 72 hours.
That's also a curmudgeon
Look,
answer.
man, it's not a curmudgeon. No, because I'm more important to me than the new year.
I love me some meat.
I love me some meat.
You're more important.
Yeah. And when it gets to Saturday, when it gets to January 4th,
man,
it's my birthday. So I don't care about the new year anymore.
Oh, is your birthday the 4th?
Yes. It's about me. Turning 33 this year.
That is a bit of a
The
wrench.
wife is the 3rd.
Yeah, the big 3-3. So once we get to January 4th, I'm done with the new year.
That
it's
is
happy birthday to me.
January 4th is a little wrench of a thing, the birthday thing. I'm like, I thought my answer sucked. I thought I was being a jerk. I'm halfway through the month. I'm January 15th. January 15th.
Way
like
too long.
if I see, like, I don't see Laura Beavers all the time, right? Like she's in the office doing she's upstairs in a suit doing all the important work for the station, keeping this place alive. I don't see her every day. If I saw her for the first time on January 14th, I'm going to tell her Happy New Year.
Yeah, but the problem with that is she's here. You're supposed to walk into her office.
No,
and say
I don't like walking to people's office. Like they're doing work, they're doing hard work. I don't like to be a bother. I don't like to bug people.
Plus, if you walk into that office,
I've never walked into that office actually.
And inviting yourself for a possible chat.
No. I didn't get fired. When I got fired, I didn't get fired in that office.
Oh, I got an email.
Yeah, I got fired in Todd's office. It wasn't Todd, but it was the office that Todd uses now.
No, I got an email.
Yeah.
Actually, during a shift.
That's brutal.
Early in a shift. I got fired in an email early during a shift doing updates.
You're on the air?
Yeah. I was like hour 1 of an 8-hour live flash update.
That's the Mike Brown firing a Dow.
Yeah, I was like, whatever. I was like, you want me to finish the shift? I responded. I was like, do you want me to finish the shift? I did because I'm a professional.
So you're nice enough to finish. I would have walked out.
Seriously, gotten paid for it too.
Yeah, you don't want to burn any bridges, and I ended up back here.
Look, that's true.
Like it's a success story, and now I'm going to be doing noon to 3 with George. I mean, it's Cinderella story, fairy tale ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dream is here.
Fairy tale.
They counted you. They wrote you off. You didn't write back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's motivational. I had that.
Geno Smith.
I had that poster above my bedroom. My wife loves it.
This is the scary. This is the scary follow-up question to when do you stop saying Happy New Year? Is when do you take the Christmas lights down and the tree?
That's also it is a good follow-up. Isn't there like a religious thing associated with that?
The Epiphany.
I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah.
The Epiphany?
Yeah.
Epiphany, like, oh, I just realized I need to take the Christmas lights down.
Bart. I didn't take the lights
that's an
down
epiphany.
yet.
No, but it is, Catholic school. This is where I'm brushing up against the edges of my knowledge, but there is something with however many days after.
So this is a Catholic thing.
Yes.
The
okay,
tree
that's why I don't know
or the lights or both, because I think it differs. Because like we've discussed that we're going to leave the tree up probably midway through January, but the lights to me outside, they come down after New Year's. Probably Saturday I'm taking them down.
Yeah, and if they don't come down, you don't light them up anymore.
Right.
Like the night of this, like maybe last night, January 1st, but tonight, January 2nd, lights off.
Some of my neighbors
Lights off.
I don't know if they're trying to cut back on electricity or whatever, but on the 26th, lights off, baby. They were done. They were down. That was it.
There was people in my neighborhood who took them down that night.
Really?
Yeah.
On Christmas night,
Christmas
they're
night?
outside working.
They're like, taking them down.
That's bizarre.
Want to get it over with before they go back to work, I guess.
The Houston Texans were to blame for that. I think they're just disappointed in the
Texans ruined Christmas.
They were in Christmas. They're like, bah, humbug.
Honestly, it would have been a great time to do it at halftime of the Texans.
Yeah, right after Beyonce got out
it's
there.
17-2. Like, why am I going to waste my time watching this game? Only myself and Jeremy were on the next day.
You might have hung in there for Beyonce, but after that.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
At the third quarter, I looked to my mom. I was like, you can turn this now. Like, we don't have to keep watching this.
Maybe was right about the Epiphany. It's January 6th, apparently, is the day.
Boom.
For the January 6th is known as the Epiphany, Little Christmas or Three Kings Day.
Okay, so then that means lights or tree or both go down.
This is talking specifically about the tree, but I guess I bet you a lot of people
it's
attach
probably
the
an all
two
in
things
one.
together.
Growing up, it was an all in one day with my dad.
What a
That I would
name,
help.
though! Like, oh, okay,
The Epiphany.
today's the day.
Yeah, I think it was when the three wise men came to the manger. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it's known as the Magi. The three kings or the wise men brought gifts to the infant Jesus.
Isn't that what we're doing by being here today?
Yeah, we got the three wise men right
Three
there.
wise men and three kings are here today.
And the little baby right there.
Maybe one king. I'll let you decide which of the three of us is the king. 713-780-ESPN. Which of the three of us is the king? 713-780-ESPN.
With the little chair?
That's where they always put the kings in the middle. Yeah.
Kings normally use a throne. You're using a chair with cushion.
I mean,
I've got a seat.
They always put the king on a chessboard in the middle, but they also put the queen there.
That's true.
So,
and you were
make
the
of
queen
that
bee.
what you will.
I was the queen bee.
Yeah.
By the way, let's you know that I don't avoid confrontation whatsoever. I was on remote the other day doing a show in Stillwater, glorious Stillwater, Oklahoma, and you told me that you had General Ben in your car to pay up a bet.
Yeah.
And that you were going to hand it to me the next time that you saw me. Here we are.
I didn't expect to see you today.
So you drank it.
Yeah.
There you go. This is the same thing. Either you're lying or you're drinking my stuff. Because he did this with the Starbucks gift card too, remember?
True. I do remember
He's like,
that.
I bought you a Starbucks gift card and then I used it. So either you're lying or you're using stuff that shouldn't be assigned to you.
Yeah, I used it for the New Year's party.
Okay.
I didn't go to the store in time for it before it closed. So...
And real quick,
are you
gonna take the second half of that?
Yeah, real quick, and you didn't also give Blinkers his hat. I'm assuming.
I'm waiting
Did you
for him
wear
to pick
that?
I told him he could pick his hat out.
Do you have that in your trunk too? But then you're going to wear it out on January 1st and lose it.
Look, I almost bought a pink. I'm not going to wear a Packers hat.
Why? Who says I want a Packer hat?
I thought that's what we decided on.
No, you said I could pick any hat.
Oh, then pick a hat.
There you go. Pick a hat. And then don't get it.
Right.
I'll order it right now.
And then here's the other part of this. You're complaining about us complaining about winning a bet from you that you haven't paid up in a year and a half.
I didn't complain about it.
That's what we've heard.
No. From who?
I don't remember who told us that,
I know
actually.
exactly who told us. BMAC came out and said, I wasn't supposed to tell you guys this, but
that little snitch.
Joe has decided he's not going to pay up the bets, though he's ready to pay up the bets because he's tired of hearing you guys talk about it on the air.
That's not true.
That's what we were told.
The truth?
That's not the full context of the complaint.
I'm not sure I can believe a word you say.
The complaint was about that, but it's also about the complaint about food. So I was bitching about the food that you guys always say, Joe always gets food for him and not for us.
Is that true, though?
Is that not true?
It's not my fault.
Really? Why? But is it true?
Did answer the question.
The companies want the food to be here during lunchtime. You guys aren't on during lunchtime anymore.
Yeah, I remember one time you told us it was going to be here at 2:30. He's like, oh, sorry, guys, it's here at 12.
Also, that was definitely not my fault.
Yeah,
I take a lot of blame for a lot of things. That was not my fault.
Do you though? Do you?
Because it's really,
I
really kind of.
No. I fully acknowledge I owe you guys things.
But it's
fully
fully
aware.
kind of a head scratcher that the wheelhouse.
No.
Used to have the food right in their wheelhouse every single day.
That's because
now suddenly the Paramount shift has been the food comes before the Killer Bee.
That's because Stutzy would order the food. Okay.
But there was always some. At least there's some left.
He also brought a lunchbox though to work.
Brought a lunchbox?
Yeah, you bring a lunchbox every day.
Paul brings a lunchbox.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just if you have a lunchbox and you're ordering food, it seems like it's a little bit redundant.
He would just arrange it during his show.
Yeah, maybe so. Virginia.
Well, that's why it's easy to think that you arranged it when they contact the guy that's also in the front office as well as on the air. Hey, when should we bring the food? Joe's epiphany to bring this full circle is, Epiphany, I'm going to get it before our show so we're fed well. Yeah. And if the bees don't get any, screw them.
Aren't you happy that you're working with us again?
No, man.
Isn't this a thrill for you?
As soon as I texted you guys last night, I was like, I'm just going to get beat up for 2.5 hours.
Virginia said, we won't beat you up for 2.5, maybe like 2. Virginia says, J-Bone, just pretend you gave him a bottle of Gin Ben for his birthday. I don't get grown men that aren't in my family gifts. I don't do it. I think it's kind of weird. I'm in the minority there. 713-780 ESPN. I don't give grown men gifts.
I thought about that when you said that you thought it was weird that I bought a cake to the station for your birthday.
I wouldn't say weird. I don't know if it's weird.
You did say weird.
Yeah, okay, fine. It's weird. It's also just something I wouldn't do. Like, it's not. I don't like. Maybe that's a fault of mine. I'm not saying that I'm right.
I was gonna say you didn't have to do it. I did it for you and Brendan because of the fact that I was like, well, celebrate their birthdays, have some people have some cake. You can't lift a glass, though we probably could. But so you brought in cake.
Yeah, I don't buy gifts for my friends. I just buy them alcohol at a bar.
Isn't that a gift?
Yeah, like a beer. Like a beer. That to me is accept. That's what you do.
Not a bottle of Gentle Ben.
No, I also couldn't tell you the last time I went and celebrated one of my friends' birthdays.
Really?
That wasn't like at a bar. Like we go out and celebrate a birthday. But even now, I feel like once you hit, now that I'm past 30, none of my friends do that anymore. Like we don't go out and celebrate birthdays.
There are still, especially females.
I see my friends once a year.
Still want to have their celebrations for their birthdays.
That's true. I mean, when Paul hits 40, I'm sure we'll do a big thing for him.
Paul will do a big thing.
How old is Paul?
That. He's got a couple years still.
He's still got a couple years?
Yeah.
Okay. I celebrate Boxing Day on 12/26, so we just box everything up, light tree, etc., says the texter. Haha, that's funny. I'm late. Why are you guys here so early? Well, I've been traded noon to 3. There is no afternoon show today because there is a bowl game after the Sugar Bowl was moved back a day, postponed today. So that game being at 3 o'clock, we're going to be off the air at 2:30, so nothing local after 2:30. Lights come down after New Year's Day. In Louisiana, it's a common tradition to keep the Christmas tree up until Mardi Gras. I didn't know that. When is Mardi Gras? Like mid-February?
I think so. Yeah, that's a long time to have your Christmas tree up.
That is a long time.
You better have a hell of a durable tree if it's a real one.
Yeah, and also water it.
That's what I'm saying. You better water it and make sure it can hold up for the duration because that's a long run.
Trees?
I don't know, but if you do have a real tree, that's a serious problem. That's how they catch fires if they're dry.
We have a real tree.
Oh, I don't know.
He's a real man.
Fake tree.
Yeah, we use fake trees. They're just easier. And
yes,
I'm lazy bones.
100%. It's a lazy move.
Yeah, it is a lazy move. Jeremy's the queen of negativity. Also spell my name with 3 E's. I think a gift that's cool for a guy is all right, like a liquor bottle, cigars, sports stuff. I agree, but I also don't want to be buying my friends gifts every single year.
Yeah, well, that's true. If it's a milestone birthday, I totally get it. Like if it's like you're saying, if you're 30, 40, 50, those birthdays, then that warrants like a special gift to the special occasion. But if you're just like 35, no.
Yeah, that's weird. We don't even buy grown men in our family Christmas gifts. That's a real family there. You don't you have a brother. Like you don't buy your brother a gift after you're like older than 21.
No.
Absolutely.
No, I don't agree with that. It's Christmas.
We agree to disagree.
Yeah, and everybody's different. Like I don't want
everybody's
gifts
different
from my daughter and from the wife. I'm like, no, and I tell my wife, just let's spend it on the kids. That's fine. But I don't need any more gifts and presents. But I mean, I understand where like my daughter was crushed. She's like, I want to do a Secret Santa too. That's fun with just all of us. And I was like, no, you guys can skip me. And then she went, oh. And I was like, okay, I'll do it.
Breaking hearts.
Yeah, it's a little different. We're like brothers above 21 than like a little girl, Joel.
Well, but she's going to get plenty of gifts. It's like she also wants to do a Secret Santa. And I hear her on the internet and she keeps yelling down, hey, Dad, do you like these? And I'm like, we don't need to do all that.
You don't, Jeremy? I don't know what he means. I give a lot of thought into every gift. For instance, I drove over 500 miles round trip for a sweet tea for Christmas. I'm calling BS on that. I don't believe that for 1 second. ESPN 97.5 lineup changing. Yeah, I mean, we're here, 12:18 on a Thursday. Are we doing commercials on this show?
Yes.
Are we still doing that? That's a thing? All right, let's hit one. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Do y'all give the non-talent Twitter love on this show?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Sean, what's your Twitter handle? It's
Sean
S.
A.
Mapes. It's Sean what?
Sean A. Mapes.
Sean A. Mapes. I couldn't remember I thought it was like S. Mapes, but I think that's your email, actually. I probably shouldn't say that on the air. You're going to get a lot of unwanted emails. All right, let's talk college football. All that happened yesterday, a lot of hot takes from the college football playoff games we saw a day ago and maybe even 2 days ago. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees with Joe and Sean on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, Joel, Jeremy, and Joe, Triple J's, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the college football playoff. Lots of games, all but one. Notre Dame, Georgia coming up later today. You can listen to it right here in the Sugar Bowl. Watching these three games so far, Blankers and Joel, we'll get to your takes on it. I think that rust is greater than rest, quite frankly. Every single team that played in the first round has won. They beat the team with the bye. Texas beats Arizona State in double overtime. Robbery. We'll get into that in a second. Ohio State beats Oregon in the rematch in a neutral field by 20. Penn State, Boise State was a game until early in the fourth quarter. Penn State wins. The teams that played in round one are 3-0 against the teams that had a bye. Rust is greater than rest.
I think there's a distinct connection there. I think that when we think about it back to the old bowl game format, when we only had 4 teams or when we had the different format, the teams that had a month and a half off before they played, you could tell when they came out that they weren't going to be themselves. They weren't themselves. And in a lot of times they didn't end up finding it and getting it back until it was too late, where it really cost them. But there is a case to be made for that simply because of what you said. And when you watch the way the games transpired, you're like, my God, the teams that played last week, they're on their games. They're ready for this. And the other teams seem to be like they're still kind of getting the sleep out of their eyes.
Yeah, the only part I disagree with is that if college kickers were, competent, like maybe we're not saying that, because Boise State had 3 red zone opportunities, 2 missed field goals, and a turnover, where that game was competitive for most of the game. Like, they played really well. The score, it's the opposite of Notre Dame, Indiana. We're like, Notre Dame, Indiana looks much closer than that game was. Boise State, Penn State looks much closer than the final score indicates.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a kicker, it'd be different. Arizona State.
Kickers get rusty too.
But they're also just terrible.
They are
college.
terrible.
Like,
I was just going to say
Texas,
that is a major issue going forward for as much as schools are concerned with their skill position players and everything like that. Look at how many schools have just horrendous kicking situations.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, college kickers is always a thing, but it definitely feels like it's getting way worse. I mean, I don't know. Like, these games played out for the most part as we thought they would. Texas beat Arizona State. They were favored, mightily in this game. That game went to double OT. Penn State and Boise State played a really competitive game for most of the game. And then Ohio State's the best team in the country right now, and they beat the crap out of Oregon. I think for the rust, Oregon is your best argument for it. Is that Oregon, like with Ohio State coming in that hot and that good, Oregon was rusty and not ready.
Mm-hmm.
Also, though, rust is not to the coaches, and they seemed poorly prepared on how to stop Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah. I mean, he's also a freak, though. Like, sometimes you have to tip your cap to the other guy. The other guy can be a freak, too. But even the Arizona State, Boise State losses, they started slow. In those games, they started slow, where it's like if they finished, and Boise's best quarter was probably the third. They didn't necessarily finish strong, whereas Arizona State wiped out a 16-point deficit in the second half. Both of those teams started slow. So, like, we spent a lot of time talking about, like, these teams getting a bye. We spent a lot of time talking about the controversy of conference champions getting an automatic bye. And certainly you don't want to play in the first round because it's easier to win 3 games to be the national champion than 4 games to win the national champion. But I think there is a benefit to playing in that first round than sitting at home and watching and getting rusty and on Christmas and New Year's, all of this. I don't want to play in the first round because I want one less game, but I do think that they have some pros to their pro and con argument that the other 4 teams do not.
I think from the standpoint of injury, you don't want to play that first round game. But other than that, from just the whole concept of getting back to basics, fundamentals, being hit again, timing, all the quickness, everything that you're working on in terms of from your offensive and as it relates to the passing game for sure, but just on every different aspect of the game, I think it helps that you're on your A game. You already had a do or die situation where you knew that, hey, I've got to step up. I got to do my job. I'm prepared mentally and physically, to where if you're coming like Oregon, you're coming in and you basically were blowing everybody's doors off. You were the number 1 team in the country. You looked like you were on a cakewalk. You came in, you got absolutely Mack trucked.
I think I want to see how it plays out next year. Like, I want to say if this is a real trend, I think we have to get more than 1 year of it, of what the buys mean, because this is obviously the first time we're seeing college teams, college players deal with this type of environment. This is a totally new thing for the coaches for the most part. Where at least for in the 14 playoff in the BCS, everyone was on equal footing. Everyone played in a conference championship game, and then they would play in the semifinals, and everyone was the same. For these teams, it is different. I'm fine with the results of it. And it really has played out the way that we all kind of thought it was going to. So I'm totally good with the format as is. And I do think playing less games in the long term of this format, if they keep it, will benefit more teams.
I think where, and you're right, we have to see how it plays out next year and whether they add teams or they change the format. And my big thing about reseeding the buys so that you do it by the rankings and not the conferences, because I think where it really is prevalent and where it really has to be addressed is when you have two premier top-notch teams like Ohio State and Oregon. I think that you can say, and you can look at it, and you're right. I expected Texas to beat Arizona State. I expected Penn State to beat Boise. I didn't know who was going to win the Ohio State-Oregon game, and it looked like the team that played last week was more on their A game right away than Oregon. And Oregon, as we said, I mean, they dug such a hole by getting just Mack trucked early that the whole rest of the game they were basically scrambling.
So when you say keep it the same, do you mean with the 4 teams that get buys too?
Yeah.
You were arguing something different last week.
I know.
So you flipped.
I flipped. I want to see how, because I didn't think I was biased. Like everyone has been about this. The reason why they're already talking about changing it is because they watched the first round of the playoffs and they watched these teams like Indiana like lose by a lot of points, SMU, and everyone went into these next round of playoff games assuming that Arizona State and Boise State were going to get rolled over, and that did not happen. And I think we made these way too far of presumptions of what was going to happen to these conference champions. So I just want to see it at least one more year. And we're probably only going to get one more year of this format anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter before they expand this thing.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with having it as is. You win your conference, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter that you win your conference. And
it does.
It does. You get in.
You get in. Yeah.
You do. But even then, they're going to change it because the rules were implemented for the Pac-12. The Pac-12 no longer exists. So, are they going to keep it at 5 teams with automatic bids, or are they going to change it to 4 teams?
No, they adjusted. They adjusted when the Pac-12 died. Like they were going to do, because the way that it currently is the top 5 conference champions.
Yeah.
Before the Pac-12 died, it was going to be the top 6.
Was it the top 6?
Yeah, they adjusted.
Okay.
Because there was always going to be a seat at the table for the highest ranked group of 5.
Okay.
Like that was a big negotiating part of the expansion of the playoff. So they did adjust with the Pac-12. I'm okay going with and I flipped because at the beginning of the season I was all in favor of the current model. I believe in the conference champions getting a bye, all of that. I wouldn't mind if they change it to the top 4 seeds. Now, I do want to get rid of the human element, though. Like, just go back to the old computer rankings, because I think the human element's where you get this bias that you're kind of talking about, where Arizona State's going to get crushed, Boise State's going to get crushed, and Boise State lost by 17. But if the kicker makes a field goal, it's a 1-possession game with about 9 minutes left to play in the 4th. Arizona State could have easily won that game yesterday. So I would be in favor of going with just top 4 if we get rid of the human element. Because one of my biggest takeaways from these 3 quarterfinal games that we saw, like, we spent a lot of time arguing Alabama, SMU. It should have been BYU. BYU beat SMU. The Big 12 champion looked really good against the second best team in the SEC, and then Bama got crushed by Michigan. And Clemson, the ACC champion, was a 12 seed. So, they gave way too much respect for the ACC. I think they disrespected the Big 12, quite frankly. Yes, I'm a homer when it comes to the Big 12, but that's why I want to get rid of the human element. Because, these humans, they start to create their own narratives and these biases towards either teams or conferences that I think they're unjust and unfair.
I think, because I was going to say, the NCAA really hated the way that the other bowl games went from the standpoint of, aside from the fact that BYU looked like a legit team that should have been in, you look at what Miami did, you look at what Alabama did, and you're like, boy, they didn't make a hell of a case for themselves that they should have been one of the 2 teams in. But the human element is probably in there more than anything else now to protect the TV networks and the sexiness of trying to make sure that they can get those blue bloods in there when there's a tough decision to be made instead of a computer.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no discussion if a computer's making this decision. There's no debate.
Yeah.
Like, there's no hours and hours of content for ESPN, which is the only really company that honestly it really matters. Like, this is what Paul Feinbaum and First Take and these companies and these shows are going to build their programming around, is debating college football. They don't even have to watch the games. It's very clear most of them actually don't watch the games. They just talk about the rankings and the order. The other problem with it, though, is that while I totally agree with you about the Big 12, Jeremy, the problem is the conferences themselves. Is that if they want to play these conference championship games, they also can't protect who plays in the games, because that's what they did this year. They protected SMU because they lost their conference championship game. When SMU lost, they should have been eliminated from the college football playoff.
Well, that's not the conference fault.
No, yes, it is, because you can tell that that's something that they are worried about doing. They are valuing the conference. They said they're going to value.
But how are they protecting the conference championship loser? Like, I don't understand what you're saying there.
Because they should have knocked SMU out of the playoffs.
But that's not the conference deciding that.
You don't think the conference has sway? And hey,
but there's multiple conferences in the room.
I know, but no, exactly. They're all saying, if we're going to play these conference championship games, You can't ding us from being the 8th team in the country and losing to the 16th team in the country and then knocking us out of the playoffs.
Sure.
Like, you either have to keep both teams in, eliminate someone, or eliminate the conference championship game. Because I agree with you. BYU should have been, personally, I think it should have been South Carolina. I think South Carolina should have been the 12th team in.
Well, if we have hindsight 2020, they certainly don't deserve it today.
Nope.
No, but if you look at what happened in the regular season, because that's what actually matters the most, like I think they were the most deserving to be the team in. They beat Clemson. One of the games they lost this year, they got absolutely hosed against LSU. Their quarterback got hurt in one of their other losses.
Sellers got hurt against LSU too.
Yes,
He played very little of the second half of it all.
So I personally think it should have been South Carolina all the way. I think Alabama, people were still trying to treat them like they were Nick Saban's Alabama. They're not. They should not get that same benefit of the doubt. But I am with you. Like I want humans to make these decisions, but there needs to be some kind of stricter guideline.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
And then if it's a computer that helps guide them to it, of like even saying like, hey, these are the 16 best teams in the country, pick from 12 of them.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What were your biggest takeaways from the first 3 games of the college football playoff quarterfinals? Whose national championship is this to lose? And then targeting, non-targeting, the great debate. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees with Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter, Ohio State's going to blow the brakes off of the Longhorns. You think Ohio State's the best team left? I mean, I'm sure they're the betting favorite to win the national championship now, right?
I thought they were the most talented team in the preseason and all season long. And I thought that as disappointing as they were, I thought they had the best roster. It's just right now the way they're playing, and when you get the quarterback play that they've gotten out of Howard for 2 straight games with the skill positions that they still have, and their offensive line is they've done the musical chairs thing, and they've had guys hurt and everything. But I think that everybody left that's a true contender has a really good defense. It's going to come down to quarterback play, and right now, I just think if he plays like that, Ohio State is not going to get beat.
Yeah.
If Texas could play 4 quarters of football, then I think they would have a shot.
I think if they score more points, they have a shot too.
But they just go silent.
I think if they don't throw the ball up multiple scores when they don't have to, I think that they could be in a better position too.
Do you realize what happened with Texas yesterday, though? Aside, we'll get to the blowing call in a second. They got saved by a Cougar. If it weren't for a Houston Cougar, Texas would be eliminated.
Yeah, Matthew
So
Golden.
Texas, whenever they're like, hook them, they should be saying go Cougs. Because Matthew Golden saved the Longhorn bacon. Saved their beef. He saved their beef.
Yeah, Cougs fans should be
Carve off.
crying.
Why? What's the state of college football?
I know, but my God, he's a stud.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't blame him because you got to take what's there when you get the opportunity to take it, and so it is. It's the state of college football. It's free agency, NCAA style, and it sucks if you're the team that doesn't have the big standing. But he's a hell of a player.
I think if Texas wins the national championship, the Cougars should hang a banner. National champ. They were led by a Cougar. They were led by a Cougar
on the national championship.
That's right. Like Seattle hangs these banners for beating the Astros in a series in April.
I will give
Why not?
I will give the Cougs banner more credence than I do to UCF's national championship stuff that they have in their stadium.
Memphis hung a banner whenever they beat Houston basketball in a regular season game.
He's not. He stays on brand too. By the way, he's big on the midseason. He's big on the midseason NBA champions.
I do like
banner.
that.
So because he likes that, he just sticks with his banner hand.
I am pro NIT. I really am. That's not false. I am pro NIT.
You want an NIT in the college football playoffs?
No, I don't.
You don't think that's coming?
No. I think they exist. I think they're called bowl games.
Hot take? I do. I think that's how they're going to fix the bowl game system.
The bowl games are so.
I think they're going to.
Jeremy and I were talking about this a week or so ago.
Yeah.
They're so irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think they're going to do an NIT
for
college football, and they're going to make it a big NIL. They're going to call it they're just going to call it the NIL.
Who's going to spend money on that?
And what players are going to play in it?
There's no chance this happens.
If they know that they have NFL possibilities, they're not playing.
All right, we're not going to spend any more time on this because it's such a bad take. Another texter, Arizona State was getting a lot of favorable flags calls the whole game, though. All right, targeting, non-targeting. What do you think?
This one to me, and my question to you guys first and foremost, because I couldn't get a definitive answer, does a tip ball affect the call in any way, shape, or form?
The more I researched this, the less I found out. But my guess is that it does not. Like, I think you're still a defenseless receiver, even if the ball is tipped.
Okay.
Based on what I read, it looks like that is the case. I don't have 100% confidence here. I'm like at 75% confidence.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything definitive.
Don't they call it targeting on like running backs?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but it's like if a ball's tipped at the line, there's no pass interference.
Like,
yeah, but it's more about the launching. It's more about the launching with your head.
See,
that is what
here's
targeting.
where it sucks because you got to get down to the way the rule is written in terms of trying to figure out, and that sucks because the fact of the matter is, was there contact to the head and shoulder area? Absolutely there was. But did he lower the crown of the helmet? Did he drive through and push up and do those kind of things in a violent fashion? No, he did not.
But I don't think you have to when he's defenseless.
And so I saw someone say it was face mask to face mask, not helmet to helmet. What the hell are they connected to? And what part of the body do they get to? I mean, like, that's ridiculous. The fact is there's no denying it was head to head, helmet to helmet contact. If that is the letter of the law, then you have to make that call. It sucks because it's going to change. They're not going to let the players decide the outcome of the game, but that's part of the game. If that's part of the game, then that's a call that has to be made.
Yeah, it's targeted.
I personally thought that should have been called.
I thought they were going to call it.
I also thought that Arizona State's interception, I thought that should have been called.
Totally agree.
So, like, they kind of each got one. So, like, I'm I'm not sitting here like, oh, Arizona State got robbed. Arizona State should have stopped the 4th down play in overtime, and they would be in the semifinals right now. Like, that to me is the bigger crime when I'm looking at that game. Texas, in my opinion, when they were on offense, they didn't get a call whenever that pass was intercepted. I thought that was the defensive guy that got hit in the neck, shoulder area, head area. And then the same thing for Arizona State. So I think that the officials missed 2 calls in that game on very similar plays that each affected both teams. So I'm not going to cry that Arizona State didn't get the call. It cost them the game because I thought it also screwed Texas. My greater take from the whole ordeal is that this is poorly officiated in the NCAA. Like, I watch a bunch of college football. I'm on the sidelines of a bunch of college football. I, like everybody, when they're watching these games, I'm like, okay, well, that's going to be a targeting. This is not going to be a targeting. There are plays that happen 1 week that happen 3 weeks later that are not called consistently.
100%.
That is the greater issue when you talk about it from college football. As it affected yesterday's game, I thought both teams got impacted the same.
Yeah, I think both were clearly targeting. I think also, to be fair to Texas here, I think that if you want to follow the rules, like college football needs to figure out what they need to teach their officials the rules and like have them execute them. To be fair, it is a totally illegal touchdown, the Scatteroo rushing touchdown.
Yeah,
because of the pickup
by
and
the
carry?
letter of the law, that is against the rules of college football for the offensive lineman to throw him into the end zone the way that he did. But you're right. The bigger problem is that they don't know how to call targeting.
That's legal in the NFL.
And the problem with that they can't call targeting is that it leads to the belief that I kind of side with, is that they didn't call it on purpose because they didn't want.
I totally
They
believe
would
that.
they would rather have this discussion be happening of the fact of like, should it have been targeting, should it have not been targeting, versus the fact that Arizona State only beat Texas because of targeting. Like,
are you claiming big flagga here, like a huge conspiracy theory over college football?
I would have been
the most corrupt organization in the world.
Big
Yes.
flagga. It's a problem in college football.
What you're saying.
I think
I know how to use.
Slippery slope.
I know how to use an L, Joe.
I know, but if it was Paul here, I'd be like, "Tell Sean to get near the dump button."
I think that to that point, the bigger thing is with each officiating group, it can't just be like your jurisdiction and it's a call that you can make. It has to be the law. The letter of the law is the rules are these. You have to call it, whether you believe it or not, or the way the game is going. You don't want to call it there. You just have to call it by the letter of the law instead of letting each of these officiating groups come in and they're going to call it differently.
Yeah.
Like your point of from week 1 to week 3, there is no past precedent to say that's the way we're calling this. It's like the Aziz hit.
It's almost a guessing game. Like they're throwing darts to the board because like there are times. Oh yeah, that's clearly one. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's clearly not one. Oh, he's ejected. Like it's not called consistently. Texture, what time is the U of H bowl game? Don't ever text into this show again. But it's in 2025, December 31st, 2025. I think. Texture, no tip ball doesn't affect. Wasn't targeting. Receiver was defenseless. Okay, that's kind of a contradiction.
Yes,
I think. However, the defender did not launch, even though it was helmet to helmet. I think maybe he's contradicting himself on purpose and he's being funny. I don't know. Another texture. You can't argue targeting with arguing the non-targeting against Bond earlier in the game when the defender launched. See, I thought they missed both of those calls. Yep. It was a non-call due to all the other calls that went Arizona State's way. Another texter, I was rooting for Arizona State, but says I thought it should have been called, but defender didn't launch, therefore no targeting. Another texter, both targeting were taken to review and both were not targeting based on the rules. You're clearly just a fan and don't know the rules, all three of you. Okay,
You're right.
Let's pull up the rules.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
we don't even talk about the rules because the problem is that when you text things like that, all I have to do is say, go to Terry McCauley's Twitter account or any of these guys who are professionals and this is their job because they're the ones that are saying targeting. Yeah, all the people who are referees, who are paid to be analysts, who were referees in the NFL and in college football, they're going on ESPN with Scott Van Pelt. They're going on Twitter. They're going all over social media. And they're the ones that are telling you it's targeting. So, no, it's not because we're fans. Because I'm only a fan in an hour and 45 minutes when Notre Dame game starts. Like, I do not care who won yesterday's game. It's a bad no call. It's a bad no call.
State to win.
Rude.
Why is that rude?
You said Ohio State?
I said I wanted Arizona State to win.
Oh, okay.
My conference brethren is who I wanted to win. And I hate Texas.
What about
Sorry,
your
Sean.
state brother?
I think you understand.
What about Marcus Golden? You just said raise a banner.
I like a Cougar. I like a Cougar.
Matthew,
Marcus Golden. Who's Marcus Golden?
Marcus,
All right,
Matthew.
so was he defenseless? I think so. How does the NCAA define a defensive player? Here's the rules. A player in the act or just throwing after a pass, and that includes an offense player. That one doesn't matter. A player attempting to catch a forward or backward pass, or a player who's completed the catch but hasn't had ample time to protect themselves or hasn't clearly become the ball carrier yet.
That's it.
He was defenseless. Now, when do you call a targeting? If the defensive player leaves their feet to launch themselves at an opponent. I didn't necessarily see that.
I don't think so.
If the player crouches before making a tackle to create maximum force.
I don't
borderline.
I think he was more running than he had time to get low and get in that position.
It also helped that he was, I think, just like visually, he was trying to wrap up. It's like a little bit of the opposite of the Azeez Al-Shaair thing where like you can't make the no, he was just trying to push him down because he went with the forearm. This was like, he made it look like it was a tackle attempt.
I'm cool with that one not being the reason. If the player lowers their head before making a tackle and makes forcible contact with the crown of the helmet. I don't think it was the crown. I think it was the face mask crowns, like the little halo at the top.
Right.
Here's the one that's the kicker. If the player leads with their helmet, shoulder, forearm, fist, hand, or elbow to attack with forcible contact the head or neck area of an opposing player who is a defenseless receiver. I think that's the gotcha moment.
But even there, to say that, I don't necessarily completely agree because it looked like he was running full speed, head up like you're taught to tackle, and the fact that when he turned after trying to catch the ball, they ended up turning to where it was just right at that moment that they were helmet to helmet. I still think Deshaun's, he was trying to wrap up. He was trying to get the body too. It's just that the first contact was made with both face masks and both heads.
Wouldn't that be leading with it then? If that's the first initial contact, isn't that a lead?
No, because it's like
I don't think it is.
So you don't think it was a penalty?
I know I could understand. I was torn because I'm like, he didn't do the violent acts that are normally isolated to say that's targeting. But at the same time, I totally understand that if it's just the head and neck area, the head and neck area was what was hit first.
Yeah, I think the problem with it is like it's two different discussions. It's like in the rule itself, it is targeting. It should have been called. The problem is that it's a bad rule. It's not a good rule. It shouldn't be up for this much interpretation of what is and what is not targeting. Because I think one of the words you used is important. I think intent should matter. And I think that's what the original purpose of the rule was, not just leading with the crown of your helmet. It's to protect players. The rule sucks. It shouldn't be this debatable. And the fact that you have these rules analysts who are all paid to do the same job that view things so differently, it shows you the problem that you have. And thankfully Texas missed the field goal, and it's not why it didn't cause the end of the game like this. But it's a bad rule.
Yeah, I wish it was called more consistently because you see in games that is called, you see in other games that it is not. I wish it was just more universal. I'm not crying foul for Arizona State. Stop a fourth down, play in overtime.
Yep. Right.
You had your chances. You got a favorable whistle at times too. I don't think Arizona State was robbed or screwed. I just wish it was called more consistently across the board. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRMP listener line. Derek, you're in the Hive with the Bees and George. What's up?
Hey, guys, I just Happy New Year's to you guys.
You too.
I don't come on that often, but when I do, I bring some clarity. Oh, look, the tackle was legal. Look, because I love you guys' show, man, and the other shows. Oh, but anyhow, look, just imagine sliding into second base. Your hands first. So his hands went out first, and it just so happens on impact and both parties moving, your hands collapse, your head goes in, and they make contact. It's like sliding in. It's exactly like sliding into second base. Your hands are out. Well, you don't stop the momentum, and the contact was incidental. Now, if he's done like that on He-Man, like Juggernaut, he put his hands to his side and then went with his head and his hands by his side. Spearing. That's like spearing. But this guy went to wrap up, like sliding in the second, arms collapsed, heads met, and what have you, and it was incidental. It wasn't spearing.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Gary. Appreciate the call,
Okay,
Gary. Happy New Year.
Did you just?
I don't think.
Why did you clarify which show he likes? Because there's two.
I think we knew what he meant.
We pretty much.
He calls our show.
Yeah, you're not going to get. We got majority rule on you right now.
He knows that in your show he can air it out and say whatever the hell he wants for as long as he wants.
Intent does not matter, though. For the record, it doesn't matter. Intent does not matter on a defensive receiver. Now, if the ball is tipped and he's not defensive, it still doesn't matter. If you were to lead with the crown of the helmet at any point any point, whether it was intentional or not, that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
So the intent does not matter in this.
But I think that, and I had this discussion with a buddy of mine, just if the interpretation was, and Derek, Gary used the term incidental contact. If you can rule it that there wasn't the intent of leading forcefully with the head, but incidental contact occurred during the course of the play, that I think would get where a lot of people could go, I can live with that, because watching the replay, I don't think he led with the head and tried to forcefully try and violently do something like that.
Intent's not in the rule, though. Like if I were trying to tackle Joe George, which would be a tackle for a loss, and I was going up just to tackle him, and my hand accidentally got his face mask, I didn't intend to do it, but I would be penalized. Azeez Al-Shire didn't intend to, maybe he did, but he didn't intend, we think, to earhole Trevor Lawrence in the face. He did. Like, intent doesn't matter.
But in Aziz's case, he led with the forearm, which is where Sean's point of this guy's trying to actually wrap tackle. In the process, both heads hit first.
Yeah, I don't care that this was not called. I don't care if it would have been called. It's just that whenever you argue intent, that does not matter. That is nowhere in the rule. Intent, it does not matter at all whenever you're looking at a targeting, crown of the helmet, any rule in football.
I just think rather than even focus on that part of it, to me, the incidental contact would be in looking at the play. It was where, unfortunately, when they both when he came in and the receiver turned, their heads made contact.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that was a weapon being used to try and weaponize the tackle.
It's like more forgivable for you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's easier to swallow.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the other part of this rule, like I'm very glad it didn't, affect the outcome of the game. I'm glad he didn't get called for targeting because because intent's not part of the rule. I hate the suspensions.
That was a totally separate discussion.
I hate that.
Completely agree.
I'm glad it didn't happen, because the idea that Texas would be without, one of its better defensive players for a part of the next game in the college football playoff is so stupid. Also, with stupid rules, on a side note, thank goodness they finished this game before the third overtime.
Oh, yeah.
If they would have gone,
that's a great point.
If they would have gone
2-point
2-point conversions to settle a college football playoff game, could you guys imagine if the national championship
This
game
would be
between,
like
hate it.
Georgia and Ohio State gets decided by 2-point conversions?
This is like the Mahomes Josh Allen game where they changed the rule immediately after that to say we're never going to do this again. They already should be there, but they definitely would have had their worst case scenario come to life in the fact that we're talking about a playoff game, a massive game that everybody's watching, and we're going to have this Mickey Mouse circus of ending to the game, and that would be the over the top to say we got to change the rule.
It might be what it takes, though.
They should have changed it already, because who knows what if Georgia Tech could have just beat Georgia in straight up normal overtime, but that game got decided by 2-point conversions. It's the dumbest rule in college football, and the fact that they don't have it changed for the playoff blows my mind.
It's also sad that they didn't think of that proactively.
I know.
And there's been enough people that have brought it up, and the last thing you want to do in a situation like this is have a game that really matters, that everybody's watching, that goes 8 overtimes. Well, you almost had it. And so you should be scared enough to say, okay, now the time has come. We've got to change it. And on the suspension thing, they've got to treat it like the NFL in terms of you can call a targeting penalty, but you can't have a kid miss the first half of the next game and miss the rest of that game whenever the play was called. That's too much.
That's where I'm okay with intent. Like, if you're an official and you know 100% that it's intentional, okay, you get ejected. But it should not be accompanied with the rule currently.
But the problem is, in college football, as always, who decides that?
Well, it would be the officials in this case.
No, I mean, afterwards.
But not even that.
Are you going to decide it in the moment? How do you decide intent?
It would be an ejection from the game.
But
I think there are times.
But it also takes you full circle to what we were talking about in terms of which set of referees is refereeing the game, because the referees could say, I could kick him out for the whole game. Here.
You mean like Texas, who's playing Ohio State next week, and these were Big Ten referees?
Okay,
it's they could have.
They didn't know they were playing Ohio State, though.
Good point.
But it was going to be Oregon.
It
was going to be Oregon.
You got me there for a second, thinking Oregon was still in the Pac-12.
It was the Rose Bowl. It's the classic Rose Bowl.
Ohio is going to butcher Bevo. That's not very nice. 3 co-hosts doesn't work. Ask the Wheelhouse. Cut Joe George. That is also not very nice.
Hello.
Happy New Year, y'all. Branham, you're an ace with that sarcastic laugh. You did make me laugh, though. That was the point. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's move on. Cam Whitmore. How about his play yesterday? He has one of us very excited. I'll tell you which one of us it is next. It is the Bees with George on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 2.5 hours today. We'll be carrying the Sugar Bowl starting at 2:30 pregame, leading into the 3 o'clock kick. We have no idea what we're doing tomorrow. I guess you'll have to tune in and figure out what we're doing tomorrow. Rockets, Mavs, good bounce back victory for the Rockets. You beat the Mavs team. Yes, they were without Luka, but they are literally the team closest to you, at least under you in the Western Conference table. Also, the way that you lost the previous 2 games against Minnesota and Miami, like go win a game. Like try to get a good taste in your mouth as you ring in the new year. The storyline from yesterday's game was Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore on the floor, 18 points, 24 minutes, and then Cam Whitmore after the game with some cryptic, weird post-game comments. We'll get to it in a second. But one of us extremely excited how Cam Whitmore's played the last few games. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
That would be me. I have been, and you and I have had multiple off-air conversations about how much I believe in Cam Whitmore's ability. And I think he and Amen Thompson might be the 2 most overall talented players on this team. But I think from a Cam Whitmore perspective, I have constantly been just singing his praises in terms of what he brings to the table: athleticism, basketball skill ability, the ability to shoot the three, with unbelievable jumping ability, and the way he finishes at the rim. An NBA body already at his age, coming into the league, already ready with his height, weight, and physicality and strength, being able to play in this league. And his biggest detriment has been himself, because from the time he got to the team, he believed it was going to be like it was at Villanova, like it was when he was in AAU, which is, I'm the man. When I touch the ball, I do whatever I want with it. I don't have to play defense. I don't have to do anything. And he had to learn the hard lesson of going down to the G League and understanding, when you got a real coach, that if you don't do it my way and you don't play it the way it's supposed to be played, the highway is going to be the final answer. But in the meantime, you're going to spend a whole lot of time in the Rio Grande Valley. These last 3 games have shown you how talented he is. And if he can put it together between his ears and understand what it takes to play on this level, he can be one hell of a contributor to this ball club.
I mean, honestly, I think it's crazy to think that, like, he's got maybe the most talent on the team besides, like, raw talent besides Jalen. Like he's an incredibly talented basketball player.
Amen's in there just because of the fact that he's
he just can't shoot.
Yes.
LP too, but a different position.
Yeah, but like Cam, it's just it's right. The whole thing is, it's not just being sent down the G League once; it's twice. He had this last year and this year. Like I did not think the start of the season, before it started, that Cam Whitmore was going to spend significant time in the G League again.
Right, and honestly, the first couple times, even last year, the message wasn't getting through because he'd come back and he wasn't different. He hadn't changed. He hadn't learned his lessons. So now suddenly he's doing what you expected him to be able to do when he came back from the G League last year.
Think that? Because I don't think
that. I kind of really think that.
Really? Because I still see someone that just like takes bad shots even though they go in. He doesn't typically always, run within the offense of what they're trying to do. I don't think the defense is always great still. Like I think it's improved, but
his rebounding is what's really keeping him on the floor.
For sure. I just don't think the leaps that they've expected him to take as like a team guy in the G League has necessarily translated as much. I mean, I think he should be up.
No, I don't think that the elevator got all the way upstairs last year at all. I think this year, this time, it kind of hit home that this might be where it's a put up or shut up time.
For me, it's he's definitely me versus over we. Like Cam Whitmore, and I'm with you. Like we celebrate his game yesterday, but he made shots. Like, what if he was 1 for 9, 1 for 4 from 3? We're talking about a much different performance. Like, and we all, it's a maker, miss league, et cetera, all that stuff. Like, there were moments in yesterday's game, even though he had a good offensive game, where it's like, okay, that's a little bit ball hoggy. I saw some stat where he's like one of the worst in the league at assists per field goals attempts. Like, he never looks for anybody else's shot. And then on the defensive end, I think he's super lazy. He's standing around a lot of times. He got beat on a back cut yesterday too that no one wants to talk about because he scored 18 points because his shot was falling. I think this is Ime Udoka trying to develop a young player. Like, does Cam Whitmore have a role on this team? Obviously. Like, he'd be your best scorer off the bench, might be your best perimeter scorer, period, because, Fred VanVleet seems to be aging. Jalen Green, super inconsistent. So I agree that his offensive upside might be the biggest offensive upside on this team from a perimeter perspective. But Ime knows he can win without him. So right now, all of his desire and all of his motive is to try to develop Cam Whitmore into the player that Ime Udoka wants Cam Whitmore to be. That's why he's in the G League when he could have very easily be in this rotation, whether it was last year or whether it's this year. That's why he was behind Reed Shepherd in the rotation. That's why even yesterday, whenever he had a huge first half, he didn't play again until the fourth quarter. It's because Ime Udoka's sole priority right now with Cam Whitmore is to groom Cam Whitmore into the player that Ime Udoka wants him to be.
I think it's a fine line, too, because you're talking about an organization and a basketball operations staff that sees just all the talented upside to say that he should be out there. But from a coaching staff, this is where Silas failed, and this is where Ime luckily has the stroke and the power to be able to say, hey, look, I don't care if he's got all this talent, all these skills, all these tools. If he's not going to play my way, play both ends of the floor, and do things the way we want it done, he's not going to play. I benched Alpi for less, so I'm going to make sure that this is the time that, hey, if you say you got it, and you're showing that at a time when we need it, you're doing some things, I'm going to give you more opportunities. But does that mean that it's going to be cut and dry, that you're now in the rotation and you're going to be a guy that we lean on more and more and you're going to get more and more minutes? Absolutely not. This is more like a trial by fire, game by game situation.
Yeah, I still think it's like overall it's strange. Like why? I don't really get Ime Udoka's.
He's trying to bring out the best in Cam Whitmore.
But
That's why.
But why is Cam Whitmore the guy who's being sent down to the G League, and why is he not just on the roster? DNP.
I can tell you exactly why. It's absolutely right.
So like, what's so different? Is it personality? Is it work ethic? Like, why is everyone just okay with like Reed Sheppard?
Because it's one guy that's doing what the coach is telling him to, and the other guy is not. It's that simple.
It's like practice.
It's
and
so.
stuff like that?
I think so. Yeah.
It's also like, again, it's the skill set. It's where you were drafted for one thing, but it's more so the upside that's there if the light goes on, as opposed to Deshaun Nix. I'll send Deshaun Nix down 4 times, and I won't even think twice about it.
No, but it's Reed Sheppard. Like, why is Reed just not playing? Like, why is?
I'll be honest with you. I said this to Jeremy. I think Reed Sheppard should spend more time in the G League
100%.
just to get more run and to get understanding the physicality and everything like that. But from a Cam Whitmore perspective, to the point you made, the reason why it's done is because there's too much to gain to try and get that light on, to let him just sit there and go. And he's also rolling. He's getting the charter planes, and he's getting all the food and the practice facility, and he's getting catered to, every second of the day. Whereas in the G League, he understands, I don't want to be here. In order to get my ass out of here, I got to do what they want me to do, or I'm not going to get back up there.
It's a coaching tactic.
Maybe
100% a coaching tactic. Yeah. Now, Cam Whitmore, in my mind, like absolutely plays a role on this Rockets team because he would be your best scorer off the bench. This team does have struggles scoring the ball. Like, they're middle of the pack in the NBA. I think the way that you use Cam Whitmore is very similar to how you used him yesterday. You bring him in, you see if he's having a good offensive game. If he is, then you let him play extended minutes. If he's not having a good offensive game and he's not doing what you ask of him, he plays 5 minutes that night.
This is like we used to joke about Ryan Stanek. 4 pitches in, you could tell what kind of day it was going to be. That's what you're doing with Cam Whitmore. If you put him in because you need offense, because this is more of a knock too on this team still from last year to this year. They were supposed to get better shooting wise. Reed Sheppard's obviously not ready to try and help you do that. He may be one of your best 3-point shooters. That's scary, but that's also true because he can make shots. So you bring him in if you're struggling offensively. The starters put a lot of points on the board. He gets a matchup. He gets a night like last night where he gets off the board quickly, puts up a couple of shots, they go in. Now you're going to ride that because, hey, we need that tonight. But if he takes a bad shot when there was a guy open for a better shot, and he also doesn't get back on defense, I have no problem seeing an Ime going, you're done for the rest of the night. Learn a lesson.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm struggling with Cam Whitmore because I like the idea of it. I know we're going to get into it here, but like the game and then what happened after,
after is driving me nuts because I can tell you that there's a name I want to bring up that I know I probably shouldn't, but that's the scariest thing of all of this in what's going on with Cam Whitmore.
All right, let's play the Cam cuts and then you'll tell us that name. Here was Cam Whitmore post game. Whenever cryptic comments from the second-year player.
Cam, how did it feel just to get consistent minutes there in that second quarter, but also in that fourth quarter to close the game?
I don't think it was consistent minutes. I really don't know or think that. I contribute a little bit, but it doesn't really affect anything. It doesn't really can't get me nowhere. But we'll see what happens. But just glad we got the win.
All right.
You don't feel good about how you played tonight?
I do, but it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
All right. Do you want to address those and then play the second one, or you go right into the second one?
I think the second one really is if it's the Vanessa solo one too. The one that really bothers me is on top of that. It's the fact that he doesn't care.
See, I don't really hear that. Now, the consistent playing time, I kind of see where he's coming from there. I think he's talking like kind of from a bigger picture view. Like, I can have these nights, and I had these nights last year, and I'm still seeing, going to the G League or getting these, inconsistent minutes. And then even yesterday, he has a huge first half. doesn't come into the fourth quarter. And that was just the rotation because, like,
was.
look when Cam Whitmore came into the game the first time. It was start of the second quarter. So that was preordained. That was planned. That wasn't like email, like, hey, Cam, I know you had a big first half, but you're not going to play in the third quarter. That was part of the plan going into the game. Here was more Cam Whitmore a little bit later in the interview on the Shin.
Done enough to show that you deserve a consistent role and consistent minutes in this one?
No, don't. No.
What more do you think you need to do?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I have a lot of question marks for myself, just as you guys too. But I have no idea. I don't know what other things I can do.
All right. Are we
This is
supposed
a
to take
microcosm of what I was saying about it has nothing to do with his physical tools, his skill set, his athleticism, everything he brings to the table. Whatever's going on between his ears, I'm sitting there listening to that going, so is he hard on himself and he needs to do more? Is he pissed off at the organization that they're not giving him the opportunities and they're not telling him enough that to know what he has to change so that he warrants getting what he should want to have? And it also seems like most guys would say, yeah, I mean, unless you're going to be like, politically correct. Yeah, I think I should warrant more playing time, or yeah, I want that more playing time. I'm working for that. The way he positioned everything has my head spinning going, what are you doing, kid?
Yeah, it's just strange because he just sounds defeated. Like after having such a good performance and just knowing that no matter what he does on the court, he's not going to play more. And I think maybe it's just more of a bigger picture of what's happening behind the scenes with him and Ime Udoka. And the Ime's basically telling him, like, you're not a fit here, basically.
I think you're reaching.
I don't know. Like, it just sounds like someone that just knows no matter what he does, he's not going to play a lot.
This is a coach trying to get a player to fit. This is what coaches do to break in a player that's super talented to get them playing the style that they want to play them. A lot of great coaches break down a player to build them back up in the mold that they want them to play. I think his current play isn't necessarily what Ime wants him to be, but Ime sees that in him, so he's trying to bring it out of him, and the tactics that he's using are, okay, we're not going to play on the NBA level. Yes, you can score 18 points when you go 7 for 9, but that's not the stuff that you're going to need to do to play for my team, and I've been a winning head coach. You're going to have to hustle at all times. You're going to have to get back on defense. You're going to have to play good defense. You're going to have to play team offensive basketball where you're not just looking for your shot. Get your other teammates involved. This is a head coach trying to build up a young, promising player in the mold that he wants him to be in. If he thought Cam Whitmore sucked, I think Cam Whitmore would be rotting at the end of the bench.
If this is Deshaun Nix, then he's sitting on the end of the bench being a cheerleader.
Yeah.
But hang on, Joe, real quick, because what Jeremy's saying, and to take it to another level is, I thought, unlike when you brought it up, last year, he didn't get it. I thought this was the time that he got it. Now, because of those comments, I'm not sure he does. Because if he got it, then he would understand, I'm not going to overstep my bounds. I'm not going to say I belong here. I'm going to say I got plenty to work on. I know that I'm just getting my feet wet. I still have so much to do here and here and here and there. The way he handled that and all the mixed messages going on there was like, the light didn't go on. He didn't get it.
I actually heard the opposite. Like, I don't think he handled this well. Like, the post-game comments now leading to cryptic messages and, Joe saying that it's not Ime. Like a lot of people are thinking that, right? Yeah. So I don't think that Cam handled it well. But I actually heard Cam Whitmore being like, look, it's not my scoring that's going to get me on the floor. I actually think he's starting to get the message. I actually found some positive in those comments. Didn't handle it well. Could have handled it much better. But this is a guy who had his best offensive game of the season. Like, yeah, this isn't necessarily what I have to do to get on the floor. I thought it was a positive.
I heard some of that, but then he spun it to where I was like, nope, he didn't get it. Because in the Vanessa interview walking off the court, the thing that really bothered me was, and again, credit to her for being able to ask that. But she said, you had to show a lot of patience this year. You've been sent down multiple times. What have you learned from that to make you who you are right now? He said, nothing. He goes, I don't, you know what? Frankly, I don't care. He's like, all I can worry about now is I'm just going forward. And it was really callous and it was really hard. And I'm going, oh God, please don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, it just sounds like to me like someone that he hears the message of what Ime is trying to implement. I just think he just very clearly doesn't like it. Like he wants his shots.
Well, it's like disciplining your child.
Yeah, like he just, I don't know, like it's not. I'm very pro Cam Whitmore, but it's just very strange to have that good of a performance and then have that sound that defeated to me after a game where it's like, yeah, it just doesn't matter what.
It's almost like he's had a big ego his whole time in self-confidence. And this was his attempt to try and act like he doesn't have the ego anymore. But because of the way he gave different responses, you can't believe it.
That's why I still think it's a work in progress.
Yeah,
But I feel like it's a positive growth from where he was last year or even whenever he was drafted.
The fact that he rebounded, what stuck out to me was, regardless, because he did have defensive letdowns again, his ability to rebound the basketball, which he refused to do last year, and to stick in and stay in the paint to try and get the loose balls and that was big to me, to where I've seen growth, I've seen progress, but we are far from a finished product.
No, and I think that's what leads to the inconsistencies. Because like whenever you have a young developing player and they're not going to do things that you want them to do, you're going to sit them down. Whenever they are doing what you want them to do and they're having a good day, you're going to leave them on the floor. So I think it's a work in progress. I think it's trending in the right direction. Texture, he sounded very immature to me. Sounds like he thinks he's a complete player and deserves time without improving anything. Maybe that's part of it. Another texture recalled that he was considered a top 10 talent when 20th due to unconfirmed rumors. Maybe it's stuff like this. We have heard that he wasn't necessarily the greatest of teammates.
Yeah,
so.
we've heard that his coach at Villanova didn't say positive things about him. It's part of the reason why he fell in the draft.
And I think that's what leads to this. I think that's what leads to inconsistent minutes your second year in the league whenever you have a hardo head coach that's trying to make him the player that he thinks he's capable of being. I think that Ime likes Cam Whitmore's potential.
I think you look at, as a head coach, you have to be over the moon salivating looking at a kid just when you watch his workouts going, oh, that's an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dude that is a dude, not a player that could just get a spot in a roster. That's a dude. Now, how do I get him to play like that?
And if you're Ime Udoka in the middle of the regular season, the bigger goal is to get Cam Whitmore to his potential, not a guy who can help you a little bit offensively for 15 minutes a game. So, I think this is Ime Udoka also understanding the bigger picture when it comes to Cam Whitmore. He knows the potential he has, so his goal with Cam Whitmore is bigger picture at all times and how I can bring the most out of him at some point. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texans got 4 Pro Bowlers today. Yay. How much do you care? How much do you care about your team getting players into the Pro Bowl? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees with George on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texter says Ime Udoka thinks that Cam Whitmore is a bad word. Starts with a B.
If he thought that, he wouldn't play him.
See, I think he plays some guys that he thinks are a bad word. I think there's certain guys on his team that he does have that opinion about. I don't think that Cam Whitmore's flaw is that.
I think it's the E word.
E?
Effort.
Yeah, I think it's more effort, do what I tell you to do. I think there are some, like, if you were to rank the biggest B bad words on this team, I think there's a few that probably jump out. Like soft, because I think soft whenever I hear that. Like, I think there's some guys that are a little soft. You don't think so? You don't think that's synonymous with soft?
I think it can be, but I think there's also other traits. I think sometimes.
I think on the basketball floor, that's the one that jumps out to me. Like, I would think like using that word equates soft.
Because he called it to LeBron.
Yeah.
Yeah, he called LeBron soft.
Yeah, always complaining. Maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah, I think it's also like the way you play basketball can be soft. Like Ime wants someone that's going to throw a player to the ground and start a fight. Like he wants that on his team. He wants guys scuffling and going at it and playing hard-nosed defense and not being afraid of a fight. You know,
that's why he loves Dylan.
Yeah.
Because he's always had a Dylan Brooks type player that is his kind of, crap starter.
See, I think that Jalen Green before Ime got him was that. I think that Jalen Green's hardened up, quite frankly, because of Ime. I really do. I think Jalen's actually turned into a pretty tough basketball player.
I think Jalen Green should be the role model in terms of being able to fit into Ime Udoka's system for Cam Whitmore, because Jalen was anti everything Ime's system when they got together. And now Jalen's flourishing and playing a hell of a lot better because he bought into the system on both ends.
He's playing defense better. I think he's a tougher player. He's still super inconsistent with his shot, which is why I don't love Jalen Green long term, but he's hardened up. Jabari Smith, maybe he's hardened up a little bit, but I think he would err on the soft side.
He's softy.
Like he's a power forward that's 6'10" that had 2 rebounds yesterday.
Yeah.
That's a little soft.
What about Alpi?
That's a little soft. I think that Alpi at times can be a little soft.
I think majority of
Sorry.
I'm a majority of the time.
But I will say, to your point on Jalen, Alpi you can see a very big growth in terms of his fitting into the system, playing defense, being a little tougher. Yeah, he's still annoying as hell, wanting everything replayed and everything questioned.
I agree.
And he with the European style, he's going to flop a lot and flail a lot. But in terms of defensively and understanding the system, he's way better.
Yeah, I think he's tough-minded. Like he's turned into a okay defensive player.
Right.
And people would like defensive metrics. Okay, then why is Ime Udoka taking him out of games on key defensive possessions? Because Ime Udoka doesn't trust him defensively. But I wouldn't call Alpi soft. If there's one guy on the Rockets team that I would look at and be like, hey, you're a little soft, would be my 6'10" power forward who's averaging 6.5 rebounds.
Yeah, I think for Alpi, for me, it's not soft. I hate the style of basketball that he plays sometimes. So like when he's driving to the paint, he's just flopping around and flailing instead of just trying to make a move to the basket and get a bucket.
It's Euro style.
Yeah, well, he sucks at it. So
well, and I think that when we were talking about like the most talented players on the team, the reason why he's not is because in a lot of ways he doesn't have even close to the athleticism that the guys that we're talking about with Jalen Green or Cam Whitmore, where he is limited athletically. He is gifted in terms of his basketball skills and his touch and his shooting and his footwork.
Yeah,
that's why he can still be the best player on the team.
He does melt down a little bit in the last couple of minutes, which probably errs on the side of softness a little bit, like at least mentally, at least because I do think he's physical, but maybe a little soft mentally. Texture says it's a song that Eyebrow Boy sings. I didn't know that. Do you know that, Joe? You should know that as one of his former co-hosts. The bad word, I guess. In a sitch, he thinks you're a.
Oh yeah. We do Soft Boys. That's on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do Soft Boys. Thanks for listening. Appreciate you guys.
Well, I'm prepping at that time.
That's one guy.
I'm prepping for my show.
At 12:30?
Yeah, I don't stop prepping.
I know. All you do is prep.
I'm on Twitter constantly looking for the next story. Yeah. Plus, I don't like listening to sports radio before I work.
I'm with you on that.
I think it can kind of taint your take.
Yeah.
I kind of like
his
that.
ability to literally compartmentalize stuff is top notch, and I have to because like he'll hear of something that should be on like Car Record or whatever, and or like a quote for Bad Take Boulevard. I'm like, that was last week. Yeah, I put it, and I'm like, I got to do better.
Yeah, bookmarks on Twitter help.
Yeah, bookmarks on Twitter are huge. They're very helpful.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the conversation we were going to have until the texter talked about B-words. The Texans, 4 Pro Bowlers. We'll tell you who they are. You might know by now. But how much do you care? How much do you care when your team has a bunch of Pro Bowlers? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees with Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, place you want to be if you want to put money down on sports. Look, whether you got a team that's in one of these college football playoff games or you don't, but you want the game to be more interesting because it'd be great if you did, you can go to MyBookie.ag. You can put some money down, and the most uninteresting game becomes a lot more interesting. And those interesting games get even better when you've got some money in the game, some stakes on the line, and a chance to win some cash. They are fantastic because they always take care of their customers. They do a phenomenal job of that. They've been in business for over a decade. You're safe. You're safe and sound. Your money is going to be in a really safe spot, and they're going to take care of you in a variety of ways with a lot of different promotions, so that they know how much they appreciate you being there with them. Get the process started right now. Go to mybookie.ag. Put money in your account. Right now, they're doing a 50% bonus, which means if you put $100 in your account, they'll put an extra 50 on top of it instantly. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And they have all the games all the time. They've got a great community where you can interact with other like-minded gamblers. They've got the website. They've got the app. You can bet at any time, all the time. And even when there's not games going on, there's live dealers standing by, so you can play casino games like blackjack and poker too. They are fantastic. They want to take care of you because they want you to know if you're thinking about putting money down or you're thinking about gambling, then you need to go to mybookie.ag. But the only way you get all of this is if you use our promo code, which is bet975. Go get the process started right now. Go to mybookie.ag. When they ask you for a promo code, put in bet975. Boom, just like that. You're going to get that 50% sign-up bonus, and you can let the benefits go from there. They have a unbelievable tiered rewards program as well called MyBookie Plus. You'll be entered in that as soon as you sign up, and they're going to calculate and tabulate whenever you play and whenever you bet. The more you bet, the higher you go up in the tiers in the MyBookie Plus program, and you cash in even more. Check them out today. Tell them I said you buy. But the main thing is use our promo code. It's Bet975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I do miss the was it Susan Waldman that does the Joe?
Oh, yeah. That's in our show intro.
Yeah. I heard it the other day.
That's what you did hear that. Yeah.
Keep that for our show. Keep that for Branham and George. Jasper, wait a minute. I thought the Killer Bees got a divorce. It wasn't a divorce. I got traded. I did get some things in the divorce, though. A few segments that we'll be using 12 to 3. But, Blankers Blankers is actually working with us today because of the bowl game and getting moved. So wait till tomorrow to see what's actually happening. I guess Paul didn't come back till Monday, though.
Yeah, Paul's back on Monday.
The full lineup, new lineup on
we think
on Monday. If he makes it back from Mexico.
He isn't all
don't eat the worm.
Like,
that's the way to do it.
Oh, it's
all inclusive is the way to do it.
100%.
Yeah,
I've only done it once. It was incredible.
We took a cruise over the summer and we stopped at one of the resorts in Cozumel and we did like a day pass for the all inclusive.
Yeah,
I would recommend just going to the resort and spending your whole vacation there rather than doing the cruise.
No, we did like a 5-day, 3-year delayed honeymoon because we got married in 2020 and the world got shut down, so our honeymoon got canceled. So. We finally went in 2023 in December. It was awesome.
You did the all-inclusive?
Yeah, for like 5 days.
Where'd you go?
We were in Cancun.
I love Mexico. It is in my blood. We do know that. That's when Brian would drop the "I'm a Mexican" from Canelo Alvarez. But yeah, we do know that's in my blood. All right, 713-780-3776. Have you done a cruise, Blankers?
No, but
would you?
You don't seem like a boat guy.
Would you do a cruise?
No, I don't like. I've had these.
They have a basketball
court
on the
swear by
top
them.
floor.
I have friends that have done like over 300 of them that can't get enough of vacationing on cruises. I just don't want to be limited by being on the boat the majority of the time.
Yeah.
But I will say to this, like we went to Turks and Caicos for our honeymoon.
Nice.
Turks and Caicos. If we had it to do all over again, do the all inclusive because. From the time you spend trying to find the restaurants and do all the other things, it's a game changer.
They have a basketball court on the top floor of the boat. I think you would like that, Blankers, on most cruises.
Except the wind.
Now, the net isn't necessarily great, and the rims aren't fantastic, but they have it.
Doing the Disney cruise.
That would be kind of fun. Now, would you do a cruise?
I wouldn't be my first choice.
You wouldn't be banging down the
do it.
Yeah, I would only do I like the cruise that I went on, but I would only do a cruise going forward if it was like in a really cool setting, like an Alaskan cruise or somewhere that takes you cool places to see. I would do that.
And I think like the Disney cruise, like with the kids, would be a lot of fun. Like it's a good time, especially when they're like a little bit older and like they still have a bad time and you can then leave them and then go have a good time yourself. I'm very pro that. I have to ask Joel a question first.
Go for it.
What's up with the headphones, man?
What about it?
There's duct tape on them.
I know, because the pads.
I guess, has it always been like that?
Not always.
The
It didn't
pads
come that way.
The pads always pop off when I put them in put them back in my briefcase.
Okay.
So I just got tired of them mid-show. Jeremy would be like, and I'd be like sitting there trying to get them back. So I just taped them on.
It's Christmas time. Are you expecting to spend money on headphones?
Yeah, seriously. I said I don't want gifts for my kids and stuff.
I think the high-priced headphones are so overrated.
That's why I use these.
It sounds pretty much the same. I don't like those because I like the over-the-ear more than I like the in-ear.
Yeah.
That's why I can't. I don't like the buds for work.
It sounds a little bit like phone boothy to me. You might not know what that is. A phone booth.
I know what a phone booth is.
You're pretty young.
I'm not that.
Have you ever made a call in a phone booth?
No.
There you go.
No, but I
ever.
That's how young you are.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sure Mapes doesn't know what a phone booth is. Have you ever watched a movie on VHS?
Yes.
In a VCR?
Yeah.
You have?
Born in 92.
Have you done that, Sean?
Yes. Be kind. Rewind. That was after the movie's done, you rewind.
My parents said I would wear out Lion King and just like watch it over and over.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know,
I also spent time with my grandparents and stuff, and they weren't. I wouldn't say on the cutting edge of video technology.
That's a low-key insult. Low-key. Spend some time with my grandparents. They had a VCR.
my grandparents were the same way.
Into the 2000s.
My grandma had a VCR in her truck for the longest.
In the truck?
I mean, in the van.
Okay, yeah. They used to be popular in the van.
My parents have one now. It's a DVD player.
Really?
Yeah, it's great.
Nowadays you just do the iPad.
No.
In the back of the van?
I don't think most new cars come with that, right?
They got like a 2020 car. It has it. So
okay, all right.
They sell DVDs anymore.
Yeah, remember the red boxes?
Okay. Red box?
The red boxes.
They still have red boxes.
Red box is still
they're still around because they haven't like taken them off the streets, but they're out. They're done. They're no longer running.
Weren't they always?
Weren't
they always
there,
outside like Walgreens and CVS?
Yeah.
The hardware is still there.
I've still seen them. Yeah, but I don't think that they.
You don't think there's anything in it?
No, maybe there's still things in it, but it's not active. It's not current. Like they're not doing any maintenance or actually like filling them up. So the movies that are on Red Boxes are probably ones that were there once they stopped operating.
Pretty sure they're going to be new releases.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think there's new releases on them. All right, Texans Pro Bowlers. They have 4 of them. My computer's slow to load, but it was Derek Stingley, Laramie Tunsil, Will Anderson, and the 4th one was Nico Collins. Do you care when, like, this might be a Bears question for you, Joe. Do you care when your team's players make the Pro Bowl? 713-780-3776.
No, not anymore. I used to think the Pro Bowl was a cool thing. And it's just not anymore. Like the games doesn't exist anymore. Now they play dodgeball and all these different gimmicky games and wide receiver, like toughest catch, trying to, kind of replicate the slam dunk contest. So it's a total waste of time. I don't watch it. I cannot believe that on average, like 3 million people watch this thing. I care about All Pro. Pro Bowl is a waste.
I was going to say
All Pro matters.
The secret got out when Huntley made the Pro Bowl
100%.
As a quarterback when he hardly played and wasn't very good. When the general public knew what we kind of already knew, which was when you're voted on by your peers and you make All Pro, that's what matters in negotiations. That's what matters to everybody that watches football, that cares about football. When you make it in the Pro Bowl, it's more just a popularity contest.
Yeah, All Pro, NFL Top 100, I think, are way more valuable in determining a player's success than the Pro Bowl at this point.
Joe Mixon made it. Who did I say? I said Will Anderson. Will Anderson?
Yeah, that's right.
I guess he's an alternate.
He's an alternate.
How is Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter not on the Pro
I was
Bowl,
thinking
dude?
about that too. Like at least one of the pass rushers should have been.
I think that's part of the reason why I don't care anymore, because like there are things that are so obvious. Daniil Hunter is 3rd in the NFL in pressures and 3rd in sacks, or at least 3rd in the AFC, and he's not a Pro Bowler. So like the whole thing is just it's an entire gimmick.
It's Tunsil, Mixon, Nico, Stingley. It's also funny that 3 of their 4 Pro Bowlers are on the offensive side of the ball when their offense has been very mid this season. So that's kind of funny. I don't even care about the other stuff. I don't care about top 100. I don't care about All Pro. I've gotten to the point in my life where I couldn't care less about individual accolade. Could not care less. I'm all about the team, baby. All about the team. I don't care if Laramie Tunsil's on an All-Pro list. Couldn't care less. You know what I care about? The Texans going to the AFC Championship. The Texans making a run. Couldn't care less about awards, accolades for the individual.
Yeah, I think that the only thing that matters is if they make All-Pro, that means that you have a player playing at a certain level that means he's one of the best players in the league, as opposed to the popularity contest of making Pro Bowl.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, because it does help. Like it helps you if you had 5 All Pros versus 0 All Pros. The team that had 5 All Pros is probably better. So I'm not saying it doesn't carry weight. I just literally do not care. Like if Laramie Tunsil was named the left, not that this would happen, but he was named the All Pro left tackle, wouldn't move my needle at all.
No, at all. Still have a false start.
Even Nico Collins wouldn't move my needle. And I like Nico more than I like Laramie.
If you didn't have a false start, Derek Stingley. Line up the wrong place.
I love Derek Stingley. If he's an All Pro, don't care.
Yeah, I think part of it is depends on I think it's like where your team's at a little bit, right? Where like when the Texans were where they were even last year, 2 years ago, if you have an All-Pro player, an NFL Top 100 player, you just feel better because, well, what else are you like really rooting for, right? Like you asked me from like a Bears perspective, like if Jalen Johnson's an All-Pro corner, like that's cool, like that's something that's positive for me because. Well, what else do I have?
But even
that's progress for a team trying to get back on the map.
Like once,
as opposed to a competitive team that's got higher aspirations going. I really don't care about whether these guys get your flowers.
Yeah,
I care about how does that help us get to our goal.
I think it's a label, though. Like it's a label. Like the guy's already performing at that level. Who cares about the label?
I mean, to Woody Johnson, it could be a promotion. I mean, you could actually get a huge contract.
Yeah,
but I don't care about the player getting a huge contract, and it's also counterproductive to your team being good. The bigger the contract, the less talent around him.
Yeah, unless you're a good GM, like in Kansas City or Buffalo, where like you can pay players. And
Buffalo's going to be in a little bit of cap hell pretty soon.
Now
they've been for the last couple of years.
Yeah,
they cut like half their defenses last year.
Yeah, I mean the Kansas City Mahomes helped them out a ton.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he gave
contract
him a contract
alone.
Like they've done a great job drafting guys, and I don't know.
But they're also savvy about the fact that when the guy reaches his potential, they're capitalizing, and the minute that he's up for free agency, they move on.
Yeah, I know. The individual stuff. I'm largely with you, Jeremy. Like it doesn't really matter. Like I care about more team success, but I think it's cool it's like a cool thing as a fan to have players that are recognized in that way. The Pro Bowl just itself does not fit into that category.
But the Pro Bowl lost all of its cachet when they don't have the game anymore, when everybody was like, it meant something because, they're going to play in a game against their peers. That's going to be the best of the best and everything. Then guys started sitting out because they just didn't feel like flying to Hawaii, or they've done that, been there, done that before, whatever. Then the game itself was a joke. And it's like, you know what? There's no more luster with being a Pro Bowler.
I think it was when Saturday snapped it to Peyton Manning. I was like, this is stupid.
But even the All-Pro, I would have the same reaction I do right now at Pro Bowl. I'm not denying the impact and the significance of an All-Pro versus the Pro Bowl is the same. It's not. All-Pro is way more prestigious. It's way more honorable for the player. It's way more significant. But today, whenever I saw the Texans tweet, these 4 players made the Pro Bowl, if that happens in 3-4 weeks, whenever they do this, these 4 players made the All-Pro team, cool. That's neat. We might even recycle the segment.
I think.
In 4 weeks.
Well, I also think that it also could be like it's a blessing and a curse, right? Because if they make if they make All Pro, now from a negotiation standpoint, they're looking for top dollar.
Yeah. It also has a negative impact on the team.
That's
slightly.
the negative connotation.
I don't think it's a huge swing, but some.
But that is in terms of the bargaining power. It used to have some cachet to say I made 5 Pro Bowls.
Yeah.
Now Mahomes doesn't make the Pro Bowl, and you're like, yeah, so what? Yeah, but it's All Pro that you go, okay.
The biggest thing for the Pro Bowl is like, if you ever make an argument about why someone does or does not belong in the Hall of Fame because of the Pro Bowl, I don't care if I work with you. I no longer respect your sports opinion.
They do that with All-Star games in baseball, though, and Miguel Cabrera and Albert Pujols got placed on a Legends thing.
They did.
That should not. The moment they did that, you should stop using All-Star games as a bullet point of somebody's Hall of Fame candidacy.
When the fans vote for All-Star games, then you should not be using it anyways. Using a All-Star game as a sign of Hall of Fame quality is the dumbest argument in sports.
The crappy thing about baseball is they don't have they do now, but they haven't for the history had an All-Pro team.
Yeah.
Right. Because you look at the grandfather clause.
Sean, this is a 3-person show.
The Pujols. The Pujols.
I'm kidding.
Turn their microphones off. This is my show.
I'm kidding.
The Pujols Miggy thing, though, that is a legitimate grandfather clause.
Yeah.
Once you just put him in for being in the game so long, it's like that's when you lose all.
I'm cool with you doing that, but the moment you do that, you have to disqualify a lot of other things. Right. What did you want to say, Sean? You got 10 seconds.
I think we should also maybe take the Pro Bowl a little bit less seriously, considering they're naming the Pro Bowl teams before the season is over. There's still another game left to play, guys.
There's one game.
I think the other thing
it's still very early to.
All-Star, the baseball does it with 80 games left.
Yeah, but at
they're
least
mid-season. This is postseason, and they just don't what if they just came out with the MVP right now? We'd take it less seriously.
They do it 50 games, really.
When you look at the fact that I lost my train of thought now because of all of that.
Sorry, Joel.
No, it's okay.
This is why we don't let talent or the non-talent talk on the Killer Bees.
Sean's fault. This is Jeremy's fault.
Yeah, but it was funny.
Yes.
I think it was highly entertaining.
I didn't say it wasn't.
King of Twitch says CJ made the 97.5 Pro Bowl team, right? CJ's like a third alternate. He's probably going to land on the Pro Bowl the Pro Bowl team.
That's another reason you don't take the Pro Bowl seriously. He's 19 quarterbacks end up a Pro Bowler.
People were gripe, well, Daniil Hunter didn't make it. What a snub. It cost him $1 million. I don't care if Daniil Hunter has $1 million more. Sorry. I like Daniil Hunter. I like that he's on this football team. I don't care if he has $1 million more, but he's a first alternate. He's probably going to be there when it's all said and done.
He'll be there.
I think what I was going to say too is from the standpoint of when every team had to have a representative, that means you might be the cellar-dwelling, suckiest team in baseball, but you made the All-Star game or the Pro Bowl or whatever because you're the lone representative of Sucksville. That doesn't mean you're a great player.
I never liked that either.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's a participation trophy.
It is.
And the whole idea, well, we want every market watching. You think the Pittsburgh Pirates are watching the All-Star game because Andrew McCutchen was an All-Star back in the day?
No.
Were you watching? Who were the Astros representatives when they were awful? They had Jason Castro. I think Michael Bourne made it 1 year.
Did Ensberg make it the 1 year that he had a big year?
I'm sure he did. Yeah. But they weren't awful whenever Ensberg had the big year, though. I'm talking about the 100 lost teams.
What about Altuve when he was in the National League?
He made the All-Star team.
No, was he any good? I don't know if he was any good that year.
Altuve?
Yeah.
He was good.
Altuve was pretty good from the moment he got called up.
Yeah, because he's the only player, to be National League and American League on the same team.
Yeah, I was talking even pre-Altuve.
Oh yeah,
before
Castro was.
Castro was one. I think Bourne might have been one, but I'm not sure it was the.
I want to say Wandy maybe 1 year. Like Wandy Rodriguez
yeah.
or someone like that made it as a pitcher?
I think that was pre-100 lost seasons, though. Like, we
Okay.
need, who cares about that? All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Is Saquon Barkley making the right move by sitting? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees and Joe and Mapes for 10 seconds on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Keith from LA, Happy New Year. Glad to be at work to hear the best sports show in the H. It's all about winning championships, not the Pro Bowl. Yeah, it's Killer Bees and Joe. Keep tuned to see what the new year has changed for ESPN 97.5, at least in the afternoons. 7322. Bourne made it in 10. Pence made it in 11. Altuve in 12. Castro in 13. Altuve in 14. That's not as bad as I thought. That's not as bad as I thought for the lone
sole
representative. Yeah, that's not that bad.
Yeah,
why are you grinning, Joe?
I mean, Castro's pretty bad.
Castro, he's a catcher.
And he was also really good defensively.
And he's of the five, he's the one that stands out as the worst. But like 4 of the 5 are pretty okay.
Yeah. I mean, I know we like Michael Bourne, so I don't want to.
Bourne had some great
years.
He had
some good years, yeah.
Yeah, but still, like, you think All-Star, like those aren't.
Let's see the season Michael Bourne had in 2010.
I want to say that there was at least 1 year, 2 where they had a pitcher or 2 that we always like to throw in representative.
Maybe like outside of this era, perhaps.
Okay.
See, born in 2010, had a 5.5 WAR. That's not bad. 341 on base. Was a Gold Glove that year as well. Stole 52 bags. Led the league.
It's not terrible.
Not good enough for Joe, apparently.
Not good enough for Joe. Joe needs a 6 WAR.
I was
to
only
be considered.
I was only in college when that happened, so maybe I just don't remember it.
Don't sleep on Michael Bourne, man. Go Cougs. Also a Nimitz Cougar.
Great guest.
All right, he is a really good guest.
He is good, yeah.
He's our guest. 713-780, he's a B. 713-780-3776. We'll talk about Saquon in a second, but Paul's been on hold way too long to send us a Rockets trade.
From Cancun?
So, Paul, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's this Rockets trade you want to get off your chest?
Hey, guys, I'm not going to come out here and propose a trade like Joe averaged, but just wanted to, think about the Rockets. They've got so many good complementary players, and a lot of them play the same position. Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green, I think long term, probably you're not going to have them both here. Who do the Rockets feel like, or what would be the ideal trade? Maybe not ideal, but what's the most realistic trade the Rockets can make if they want to make a trade? Presumably they want to get an outside shooter, but who do they give up and what can they get? And do you think they'll even do it this year, or do you think it's just premature and they'll wait for the off season?
Appreciate the call. I think that the short answer to all that is De'Aaron Fox would be a fantastic ad that kind of has the right age and all the characteristics to fit in with this unit. But I don't think that necessarily you have to make a trade this year because you have what you just talked about. You have multiple players and in a surplus of young talent that is still developing as we speak today into what they will truly end up being in the NBA. And until you figure all that out, the fact is you have one of the better records in the league. You're winning basketball games. They're getting better every day because they're well coached. There's no need to suddenly push the panic button and go, now I got to make a trade because I've got to get a guy that makes me better. You don't know. You might be getting better every day without having to make a move at all.
I mean, you also can't trade Jalen and Alpi until the summer. I think we know that Jalen Green's not the guy that can close games. So that's why I think De'Aaron Fox, Devin Booker are probably the two guys that you want to look at the most in terms of who you'd want to be here. Because the Giannis stuff has quieted down pretty significantly. But Booker, what happens with the Suns and the Kings is probably the most volatile right now in the NBA of the guys that you would want. So they'd be the top of my list. And for as far as who could be traded? Everyone.
Everyone?
I don't think so.
I think I'd rather not trade Amen Thompson.
Amen Thompson ain't going anywhere.
I think he's the only one for me.
What would you have to get back to trade Alpi?
That's probably more like a Giannis trade.
Okay, so you would
I
be
don't know,
willing
but
to go all in on
if you moved on from Alpi, and in the end, what you got in return was Devin Booker. I know it's a totally different position and it complicates your roster further, and that means there's probably another move to come. But they're not Devin Booker. They're not De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I don't think you should make a trade just to make a trade. Collecting this talent to, just trade away and getting lesser of a return than what that talent is worth. So I would continue to be patient as Rafael Stone has done. So I'm okay not making a trade to just make a trade. But there are some players that are out there that intrigue me. Like Brandon Ingram has been they're shopping him. If I could get Brandon Ingram without trading any of my core 7 or core 8, even if it's just a rental, that helps you scoring. Is it the Valanciunas who the Rockets have reportedly been in on? He's an upgrade over backup center. I think it's very likely that with the expiring contracts the Rockets have, and they have a lot, I think that they're going to trade for a rental that's part of the rotation that upgrades you slightly. I don't see a blockbuster being made in the season at all.
I think that's the key because Ingram, to me, at a rental price where it doesn't cost you a piece, is one thing. Ingram, because you're going to bank on him to be a guy you're going to re-sign.
I wouldn't extend him.
I don't want any part of that.
No, I wouldn't extend him. I would trade him for my cap filler and maybe a pick. And if it Reed Shepherd, maybe I'm not really high on Reed Shepherd. He's went backwards on the rotation. He went from being a rotation player to being jumped not only by Cam Whitmore but also by Aaron Holiday.
Yeah.
He's been demoted past 2 different players.
The good news on him is he's young.
Yeah.
The bad news is, and I told you this, when I stood next to him, and I was like, oh, my God, he looks like he's in grade school or intermediate school. I don't care where his basketball development is. He can shoot. He's got skills from a basketball player perspective. To play in this league, you have to be a man, and I hope he gets the growth spurt to be able to fill out because otherwise that's going to be a tough proposition.
You can get by if you're super elite. Like
as a shooter.
Yeah, Steph Curry, obviously, and I'm not comparing Reed Shepherd. What do they call him? Cocaine Curry. I'm not comparing Shepherd to Curry, but there's another one. But you can get by being undersized if you're elite at something. Elite at something. Reed Shepherd is not elite at anything. Maybe someday he will be. I don't think he's going to be able to create a shot like Steph Curry. Maybe he's a catch and shoot, really good three-point shooter. I have a hard time seeing him ever being able to create a shot like
Steve
Steph
Kerr.
does.
Steve Kerr was little.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr wasn't physical.
Right.
But Steve Kerr could knock down a shot when you needed it.
And are you hanging on to Steve Kerr as part of a trade that would help you this year? No.
But honestly, I wouldn't trade any of my expensive contracts for guys that are coming in for expirings because you need to keep these contracts for a reason. Like,
yeah, but you're not going to keep Dylan Brooks long term. You're
Yeah,
not
I
going
know,
to
but
keep
you can't-
Fred
It's not even
VanVleet
those guys. I'm
long-term.
talking about like Adams, who is expiring.
Yeah, like
Jock
10 or 12.
Landale, who is like options.
Yeah.
Jayshawn Tate, who's expiring or an option. One of the two. You can get out of it though. Like those are the guys I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Dylan Brooks. I'm not even talking about Fred VanVleet. Now, I don't think that he's part of the long-term plans because I think he's regressed a lot this year. But I'm talking about those guys. I'm talking about cap filler, not rotation.
I don't want to move a lot of my cap stuff and having to guys that are going to walk in free agency at the end of the year just because of how complicated the trade stuff has gotten because of the aprons and things like that, where there are certain teams where the only way to make a trade with the Milwaukee Bucks, if you wanted to make a trade, is you have to go dollar for dollar. And
Right.
so you
Within
need some of
15%.
these bigger contracts to be on your roster this summer.
But, Joe,
just in case.
I'm not worried about losing those guys in a rental situation if they're not part of my long-term plan because I can replace them. I can find another Dylan Brooks type player. I can find
I don't
another.
think he's talking about Brooks though.
I mean more like
I can find another Steven
honestly,
Adams. I can find another
Right,
Jayshawn
but
Tate.
he's talking about like
I'm
the
more
hold
talking
on the
about-
salary cap.
I'm more talking about like Fred.
It keeps your options. Well, Fred's
Yeah.
a little different. Like Fred, you can get out of this year though, right? Like
Yes.
he's a
I think
second year,
it's after the second year.
which
Well,
I'm cool getting out of, kind of maybe. But
And
you
he
can't
wants
sign
to
a free
stay
agent.
here, and I think he'll probably take less because they really overloaded this deal.
Yeah.
But even still, to your point, Jeremy, if the ability isn't what it used to be, then I damn well better get a hell of a discount. And I still maybe don't want to do it because Reed Shepherd may need the minutes or a younger player may need those minutes.
Yeah. I'm kind of pro, like, just hang on with them until you find out who your point guard's going to be because I don't think they have that answer.
I think it's a min.
I think so too.
I
But like,
much, if we're talking internal options, we're not talking external. Which what you want to know my pipe dream? You want to know my pipe dream? Like, can't the Rockets get the? I've seen like all these people like the Phoenix Suns. Like, don't they have their rights to their first rounder next year?
I think
For the next 3
Is it next year,
I think
Sean?
it's the next 3 picks.
My hope is that the Suns just like it didn't even take them to like fall apart. Obviously, falling apart would make it easier. But I'm hoping the Rockets get super lucky, land a top 3 pick, and get Dylan Harper. Dylan Harper is a stud.
I think that's how you
He's
get,
my favorite player in this upcoming draft.
Where is he?
He's at Rutgers.
At
He's
Rutgers. Oh,
he's
yeah.
Ron Harper's son.
Yep.
I think
His
that's-
other son.
love
His
him.
other son, because the other one that
Ron
played at
Harper Jr.
Rutgers, was
That's
a little
right.
chubbier, but he played in the league.
The
a little bit.
guys.
I think that's how you
Legit.
get Booker. Honestly, I think that's how you get Booker is that they want to tank out and they want their picks back.
Probably. That opens
But,
up another
like,
avenue, right?
I think that's really that would be best case scenario for the Rockets.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Paulie, he hijacked our segment. That's okay, though. It's good conversation. Is Saquon Barkley making the right move by sitting? Or the Eagles sitting him? Also, the Bears, are they signaling? Are they starting to target one guy, Joe? One guy. I'm wondering what Joe thinks about this. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees with Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And Joe. And Sean. We'll be out of here in about 25 minutes, though. Georgia, Notre Dame, 2 seed, 7 seed, final semifinal spot on the line. What's the spread in this game?
Georgia +1, I believe, is what it's close.
Notre Dame's the favorite?
They opened as the favorite.
They're 1.5 now.
They opened at 1.5. It's been going back and forth.
Pound the dogs.
No, wrong.
Pound the dogs.
Their wide receivers lead the country in drops. Their quarterback is unproven. People are trying to make this big deal about like one drive.
It's Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's going to win this game.
Yeah.
I feel
biased.
Clearly, I feel almost
Clearly.
wagering on this because
look, they got the guy who's going to win the Heisman next year on their roster. Okay,
on Notre Dame's roster.
Yeah,
who's that?
Jeremiah, the running back.
Have you seen the receiver at Ohio State and
Yeah,
the receiver at Alabama? And
have you seen how many quarterbacks have won the Heisman the last 20 years? Like it's taken a two-way player to dethrone a quarterback.
Arch Manning's in college football next year.
I'm kind of curious about this now.
He's not even in like the top 10.
No, I'm talking about
Heisman next year.
No. Just the history of the quarterback position of the Heisman lately.
Oh, it's so much.
So you had
It's like
Travis Hunter.
90%.
Prior to that, you
It was,
had Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams,
look at
Bryce
when you see
Young,
the commercials,
Devontae
though.
Smith.
Yeah.
So only 3 in a row.
The
Prior
last-
to that, you had Burrow, Murray, Baker, Lamar, Derrick Henry. So 7 of the last 8 prior to Travis Hunter have been quarterback.
it also shows you when they do the Heisman House how old school when the running backs mattered.
yeah.
It was running back. And now it's all quarterbacks.
I'm wondering, like, based on the playoffs, how the odds will change. I kind of wonder, like, if Aller's going to get some Heisman run, or maybe he changes his mind and goes to the draft. I saw people talking about that
You say
yesterday.
he's already back.
I know, but if he plays this well, let's say Penn State wins a national championship
Mm-hmm.
with only Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward in the first round,
Yeah.
like if scouts are already saying, like, opening their eyes to the idea of Aller,
Yeah, Penn State pays better.
I wonder if he changes.
I think
his
that's the
mind.
thing. I think
Penn
he'll make
State
more
pays
money
better.
at Penn State.
Yeah.
Especially if they're making this run.
And he's already
he's that important.
reportedly already announced he's coming
You
back.
don't think he would slide into the first round with how desperate teams are?
Well, I think that's why Beck declared. I think it was a huge mistake by Beck to declare.
Well, I think Georgia broke up with Beck.
Maybe that too, but still, you don't think NIL wise he could have found another place to play where he would have gotten paid?
Probably.
And paid more than
But
what
if
he would
he's
make in
having-
the
But if
NFL?
he's having Tommy John, then like, is he going to play next year?
Was it that severe?
Yeah, we had I don't know if it was Tommy John. It was UCL.
It was UCL. Yeah.
I don't know if they like Brock Purdy did the whole brace thing and didn't have Tommy
Yeah.
John. So I don't know which surgery he chose, but it was UCL.
Last
damage.
time or what's coming up?
What's that?
No, coming up, they said he's okay.
Yeah, they think he's okay, but he said his elbow was on fire the other night when he got taken out.
Oh yeah, he was
with
doing
injury.
The whole, yeah, that's right. He did leave that game. I'm giving you a hard time.
I know you
Gophers,
are.
giving you a hard time.
Your boy got an extension though.
Marcus Freeman deserves it. He's a great coach when he's not playing, Marshall or NRU.
You look at Dillingham and how these coaches now are in their early
but
30s.
But it's like
getting
Freeman
these
makes
massive
sense.
deals.
Like Freeman's not leaving Notre Dame unless Ryan Day gets fired. I think that's the only way he leaves Notre Dame. Especially with the success they're
Dillingham
having.
looks like he's going to be a hell of a coach.
I agree. I just don't think he stays at Arizona for more than half that contract.
Probably not. He's going to be a hot shot name.
Yeah.
With all these major jobs. No doubt about that. Speaking of Penn State, Saquon Barkley, they will not be playing this week. He will not be chasing the record. Eric Dickerson's probably smoking a cigar, having some nice bourbon. Here was Saquon Barkley on the decision, and he and Nick Jabroni decided on.
Yeah, Coach asked me, what I like to do. We had a conversation. And, called me back. Let me know that we're probably going to be resting. And, my reaction was kind of like I told my family. Obviously, my family, probably wanted a little bit more than me. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is winning football games and winning playoffs. So I got a big goal in mind.
Is he making the right decision? Maybe he didn't even have a part of the decision. Sirianni called him back.
Yeah, I just think for overall, when you look at it, there would have been an asterisk anyway in my mind because Dickerson did it in 16 games. So the fact that this would have been a new record by Saquon in 17 games, that's one thing. But you're one of 9 or less than that, right? It's one of 5 or 6 guys all time to have done what you've done. But you have a legit Super Bowl aspirations. You have a chance to get there and possibly win the Super Bowl with Saquon Barkley. Without Saquon Barkley, your chances are diminished greatly. So I think it's the right move by the franchise. I understand if he's a little bit irked by it because he wants the individual record, but it goes to what you were saying when we were talking about, individual honors. At a certain point, especially from an organizational standpoint, you are thinking about, I know it's a neat individual honor, and you can say the offensive line gets the spin off of that, but the more important goal for us is to be in contention for a Super Bowl. I need Saquon Barkley. This game means nothing. He ain't playing.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. You're trying to win Super Bowl. Why go out there and play? What's the point? Your offense isn't going to get any better. Your quarterback's already hurt, dealing with concussions and things like that. So you got to be as healthy as humanly possible going into the playoffs. It's definitely the right decision not to play. It's a record that, if it really mattered to him, he'd be playing.
I think me matters more than we. I'm all for players chasing after individual. I'm kidding. This is the right decision. You should, if you're a contender, I would be ticked off if he got hurt in the final game of the year.
Yeah.
You're chasing a title.
Would you be more Eric Dickerson, who publicly said he's rooting against Saquon Barkley, or more Barry Sanders, who said he was publicly rooting for Ashton Genty?
Oh, Eric Dickerson. I don't want anybody breaking my record.
Yeah. I was a little surprised to hear Barry Sanders say that he was pro.
But that's who
I
Barry
think he's
Sanders
being political.
is.
He might be lying too.
I don't think so. I think that's who Barry Sanders is. He's a very, very different guy.
Yeah.
Like, he walked away from the game fully healthy with tons of years left.
Yeah.
Everybody that's been around him was like, Barry is he's just built different. Like, he's going to do whatever he feels like. And I truly feel like he doesn't care about those things to where he'd be rooting for a guy. Dickerson, at least, who's always had ego and me first, was at least honest, coming out and basically saying, yeah, I don't want him to break.
I think most people would not want their record to be broken. But also, that doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Like, and if it does get broken, you shake the guy's hand, you congratulate him, and move on with life. Like, that's fine. Like, that's totally acceptable. Dickerson shouldn't get criticized for that opinion. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Cliff Kingsbury will be interviewing for the Chicago Bears job. How do you feel about that one, Joe George?
Not great. I'm not a big Cliff guy. We saw what happened in Arizona, where his teams would start the season really well and they would fall apart. Really, the same thing happened for a portion of this season in Washington, where the offense really sputtered out for a while. I'm just not a believer that he's the Bears are dumb, but they keep talking about this leader of men thing. I'm not sure Cliff really fits that. Like, I'm not really sure I'm a believer in Cliff Kingsbury. I also don't think you need to hire someone that's just like buddies with Caleb. I think you need to hire someone that's going to put him on the right path.
But hasn't he done that with Jaden Daniels?
Has he?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely he has.
You can't argue that he hasn't.
I mean, like,
you can argue the leader of men stuff and not a great head coach, but yeah, he's absolutely been instrumental in Jaden Daniels' rookie season.
No doubt.
Yeah, I just don't know like what his offense evolves at. Like, when people stop falling for the college system that Washington's running right now, and Jaden has to run a real NFL offense.
But it works
for now.
Okay, but it works, and you got a defensive-minded head coach, so he is the total architect of everything they're doing offensively.
He would be the head coach under this scenario.
No, I'm saying in Washington, I don't have anything to criticize because it's his offense run his way with a young rookie quarterback.
Sure.
You got a young rookie quarterback. You've worked with him before at SC. I just feel like I've been harping on this being the name that was going to end up getting the job for months now, simply because of the fact that there's just too much to work in the favor of the Bears because they have Caleb.
Honestly, like I would. He should have been the offensive coordinator, and he should have been the head coach this year when they fired Eberflus. It always should have been that way. It was the right decision to make, and they didn't make it. And I don't know how the same GM and president is going to then hire this guy to be the head coach after not making him the OC.
Yeah, who do you think it's going to be then?
I think it's going to be Josh McCown.
Josh McCown?
100%.
100%.
Spicy take.
I bet you that it's not.
Because this is why. The Bears are an awful organization, and it's never the people you think it's going to be. It's always
I love that too.
It's Mark Trestman, it's Matt Eberflus, it's John Fox. It's guys who are never the top candidates, because the Bears organization will never hire someone like Mike Vrabel, because he becomes bigger than the organization. They have a huge ego, and what do they care about? They care about things that, like, you think about the Houston Texans, that matter to them. No. What did they do during Hard Knocks? They didn't cuss, because a 102-year-old woman said it's not allowed. They were the first team to not cuss on Hard Knocks. I got this bad feeling it's going to be Josh McCown.
You want to bet?
No, because I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope
you
you're
said
wrong.
100%.
Well, no, actually, you know what? I actually hope you're right.
But, I think he's going to get interviews. And
where is he right now?
He's with Minnesota.
Minnesota, there you go.
That's why he is a hot name. I think he's more of a hot name on the OC list than he is. I don't think he's going to be
people
anywhere
are
close
bringing
to
up the
NFL
fact
head
that
coach.
he interviewed for the Texans.
I don't think that's a good thing, though.
First of all,
how's that a positive?
I think the difference being,
but the narrative is flipped for Josh. They're using it as a positive of like, look, he interviewed for
Who's
the head
they?
coaching job.
Who's
Mina
using this as a
Kimes.
positive?
Mina Kimes.
Well, Mina Kimes, with all due respect, I like Mina Kimes. Doesn't know what she's talking about here.
But like,
I think the bigger thing though too is when you look at this, it's way better than if it was when the Texan situation, because he had zero experience. Yes, he had experience as a player, but he had zero experience as a coach. Now
he coached the high school thing.
But okay, great. Like I said, he had zero experience, and now you're working at a guy coming under O'Connell that, if you want to look at him as an OC, damn right.
Who also got fired in Carolina last year?
He did under Frank Reich.
Yeah, but
Like,
Frank Reich was doing. He was in charge of everything.
It's just
I wouldn't
like-
hire him as a head coach.
It's just like a bad feeling I've got. I hope I'm wrong. Like, I'm 100% confident I'm gonna be right, or at least the fact that I'm gonna hate the hire. Like, it's not gonna be Ben
I think
it's
the
not
fact
gonna be
that
Ben
Kingsbury's
Johnson.
a better fit because of the fact that Caleb's fragile.
I don't think so.
I think he's fragile mentally.
Have you watched this season?
I just think his feelings get hurt a lot.
He's terrible with game management. I'll say that.
He's not allowed to call timeout.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
He's not allowed to change a protection at the line. He's not allowed.
Well, neither is CJ. CJ's not allowed to change the protection at the
Is he
line
allowed
either.
to call a timeout? No.
I think I've seen CJ call a timeout.
Yeah. I
No,
don't
not
know.
CJ. I'm talking about Caleb.
No.
He said no.
No, he's not. They
That's
said that
crazy.
this weekend.
Who said that?
Thomas Brown.
Not great.
He said it's my call.
Saquon has roughly 30 less carries than Dickerson. No asterisk, says the texter. It's a pretty good counterpoint.
Okay, that's fine.
Interesting.
That is a good
I
counterpoint.
didn't think about that.
It's a good counterpoint.
But 16 games.
But less carries.
Yeah. But now, so
What's a better season?
I guess if you get 30, you're allowed 30 carries in the last week of the season to
Well,
try to get
you had
102
29
yards.
carries.
That's a good point.
You got 29 carries to get it, or it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's a good point. Another texter says it's better to be the rushing champion than winning a Super Bowl. He means all-time rushing champion. Would you rather hold the all-time record for rushing yards or win a Super Bowl?
I think I'd rather the record.
Really? You're selfish. You're selfish. You don't care about teammates.
Wait. Actually, wait. The season record or the overall record?
He's talking about the all-time rushing record in a single season. Like the record to be breaking.
Oh, in a single season, not for like his
No,
entire
see,
career.
I
Not
immediately-
Emmitt Smith, greatest
Yeah, that's
statistical running back of all time.
That's what I thought.
You can't do it if it's not plugged in.
Jeremy broke his microphone. He's trying to fix it live on the air.
But
And
then he
he's
turned
trying
his
so
mic
hard.
on when it wasn't plugged in.
Yeah, he's trying.
Had a brain fart. He's talking about single season rushing.
Oh no, single season no. Yeah, I
But
think
then
I
I'd
think
win a Super Bowl.
if it was bigger picture, if it was like all time, I would take that over a Super Bowl. Be the all time best at something.
See, this is a tough question because if like you were an unknown that never mattered and you only get 1 year, right? Let's just say you're Joe George and then like you're rookie of the year and you can throw a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Like you come from relative
obscurity.
Unknown. Like you're from parts unknown. You've never done anything in your life. You've never played high school football, college football, pro football. You just 1 year, you can be the best running back in the world, break Eric Dickerson's record, or you win a Super Bowl. I'd probably choose the former because you can get paid off of that.
That's what I was thinking. Where's the biggest individual gain?
But Saquon's point of view, he's already been paid. Like he doesn't need that.
Like Chris Johnson's probably a great example of this, where like when he was CJ2K and he was, arguably the best running back in the NFL. He was at least the most electric running back in the NFL.
Wasn't he on the cover of Madden?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And, I mean, like,
he had some good years.
He
was good.
Yeah,
he wasn't a 1 year wonder.
No, I know, but like he had a small pocket of years. Like he has not had the career.
That's kind of the running backs nowadays, though.
No, I think about that. Guys are making the Hall of Fame running backs that had 5 good years.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a long shelf life. Like
Right.
some of the running backs now are actually going like making it a little bit longer careers. Like Mixon, Henry. Yeah, CJ had 1,000 yards in the first 6 years of his career. I think you're crapping on CJ a little bit too much.
No, it's Peyton Hillis is who you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's being the Peyton Hillis
who
Madden cover.
Right.
That's the Scatterbo comparison
Well,
right now.
yes.
You know
there's a
who
lot
he
of
reminds me
reasons
of
for that.
actually? He reminds me of Maurice Jones-Drew.
Yeah, because he's kind of low and like a wrecking ball type.
Yeah.
Doug Martin.
Oh, Doug Martin's
a good
a little muscle hamster.
I forget what he looks like.
Muscle hamster.
That was his nickname, right?
That was
what?
Yeah,
he was the muscle hamster.
The muscle hamster.
Was it?
That's
really?
not a bad call. Doug Martin's not a bad call.
That's one of the worst nicknames ever.
Yeah, that's not good.
Terrible.
I mean, you can think of worse. You could be called the fat hamster.
I mean, yeah, but like
muscle's like a positive
but like
connotation.
not as but not when you're like an NFL player. Like,
oh, you're getting killed in the locker room if you're being
yeah,
called
I mean,
he's
he's running down touchdowns and like Mark Vandermeer is going, there goes the muscle hamster.
Dude, there's no HR department in the locker room. You're getting crushed for that nickname.
All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day?
Muscle
713-780-3776. Bees and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Alex says Joe with the two early ones. Early, I think he was talking about like the bets and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
BBM says that Stump is a terrible nickname.
I agree. Thank you. It's not a good nickname. I didn't want it. I didn't ask for it.
Who gave it to you?
I think you.
Did I?
I thought it was the.
I thought it was Michael Carroll when he did the.
Or was it?
No, I thought you guys started calling me Stump, and then Frank called me.
I think it was Frank that did it.
Okay.
I don't think
he called me the Stump Master.
It actually might have even been
because
Twitch.
it was in the bill. It was in the lead into
something.
To
who said it?
Who said it?
It was
Yeah.
Frank.
Yeah, and then they called.
I'd love to take credit for it, but
Brian Tremack off of that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it wasn't us.
Gotcha.
We would never insult you.
Oh, never.
And if we did, we'd do it to you, not on your show where we have to hear about it.
We wouldn't insult you. All right, what's your car wreck of the day, Blinkers?
I'm going to start with the overzealous Rockets fans that decided to attack Vanessa Richardson because the fact that she didn't show enough positivity and love to Alpi Şengün. Stop it, trolls. Like, it's sports, and yeah, it's your favorite player. Get over yourself. Bad look.
Yeah, I would say that it's not Rocket fans. I would say it's Alpi only fans.
Maybe.
Remember when Yao had Yao only fans? Could you imagine Twitter like when Yao was around? Like it'd be heightened by 100 times.
How about Jeremy Lin? I've told you this. The Jeremy Lin fan club actually would sway Daryl Morey's decisions in a lot of ways, or at least after he made a decision, he would kind of spin it so that the Jeremy Lin fan club didn't come after him.
I think Yao would be the different level.
I mean, they made jerseys for Yao without calling them jerseys for Yao. The city editions were.
But the
Chinese
Yao
letters.
only fans, could you imagine all those Chinese people on Twitter yelling at people whenever
So
the
stop
Yao
the
didn't
city
get carries?
edition.
I had the Turkish people were after me too.
The actual uniforms, Joe.
Yeah, the actual uniforms. The white and red.
Were just like the Chinese national team.
No, but remember when they called them city editions and they were in Chinese lettering?
Oh, yeah, that too. That was after. But the fact that Les brought in a Broadway costume designer to make uniforms that all they had to do was watch a game for the Chinese national team.
They look it looks like them a lot.
Yeah.
I posted on Twitter because you told me to, Joe. The when Dylan Brooks was mad that Alpi Şengün took a shot.
They came at
you. The Alpi only fans were mad.
Yeah, the Turks.
They were what do you mean that Alpi shouldn't be taking a contested three with 16 seconds left in the shot clock?
Just text Paul.
Yeah, he's had it.
No, he'll.
I try to avoid that.
He loves it. He loves to go after the Turks.
Yeah, I saw.
Well,
that.
not as much as the morning show.
Who are you nominating for car wreck of the day?
Whoever's advising these college football quarterbacks that they should enter the NFL draft. Jalen Milroe just declared. Carson Beck is now in the NFL draft.
At least Milroe came off a big game.
Cool.
God,
like
bad.
Who is advising these kids? Tell them to stay in school.
I think they wouldn't have a spot. Like, I mean, they could enter the transfer portal, end up somewhere else, but I don't think their current places want them.
I agree,
would they rather go to the pros or enter the transfer portal and go to a lesser school?
Go to the other school where you're going to get more money.
Yeah, I think you go to the lesser school instead of being a 5th round pick.
Because you might not ever make it in the NFL, but you go one more year of college football and make $1 million or more. Go get it.
I'm going to nominate the referees and the
They're bad.
bowl game. I'm just kidding. I'm going to nominate Arizona State for not stopping a 4th down play that could have advanced them to the semifinals.
What about Cam Ward playing half a game and leaving your teammates high and dry?
You think he'll hurt his draft stock?
No.
I don't think so either. All right, what's winning?
I'm going Arizona State's defense.
All right. What about you, Blankers?
That's fun.
That wins it. Arizona
win.
State defense is the winner. Thank you to Sean for the hard work. He was Joe. He was Blank. I am Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow at some time. Sugar Bowl next on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.